Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei became Ddraig's host. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Two 8-year-old children were playing tag in a nearly empty park. A few people jogged or walked their dogs nearby. Tall trees shaded the paths and 4 wooden benches were scattered across the grass. The sun was beginning to set, turning the sky a pale orange. Irina teased that Issei would never catch her and called him a slowpoke. She had a cute, high-pitched voice, violet eyes, and light brown hair with a few bangs at the front and a scruffy ponytail. The rest of her hair stuck up in a spiky mess. She wore slightly worn white sneakers, mid-calf socks, dark brown shorts, and a sleeveless dark blue shirt with yellow bands around the neck and shoulders. Issei answered that she should wait and he would get her. His voice was high but a little deeper than hers. He had light brown eyes, messy brown hair, red sneakers, mid-calf socks, blue shorts, and a white shirt with a red collar. Issei eventually caught up to Irina and lunged, but Irina sidestepped and Issei ran face-first into a tree. He sniffled and began to tear up. Irina giggled and joked that Issei had kissed a tree. Issei pouted, then joined in the laughter at the ridiculous thought. After a while they stopped laughing and Issei playfully pounced on Irina, pinning her to the ground and holding her arms down. Issei celebrated that he had caught her, then stood up. Irina pouted that he had cheated, crossing her arms, but her pout softened into a smile and she quickly pinned him in the same way. Irina declared that she had gotten him back, then let him go. Issei conceded that she won this round and pointed out the sinking sun, saying they should go home soon. They set off together. As the sun dropped lower, the sky deepened into a rich red. The park and streets grew emptier. Issei remarked that it felt strange how few people remained. Irina shrugged and said they were almost home and there was nothing to worry about. Issei admitted he had a bad feeling. Above them, 2 figures watched from the roof of a building. One asked if the child below was the right one. The other replied that she matched the description and seemed to carry a faint holy aura. The first urged them to move, and the second agreed with a malicious grin. A short distance from home, Irina tried to reassure Issei that they were only a couple of streets away and that the Lord was protecting them. A man dropped down from the sky and announced that the girl they had been looking for had to be Irina. Irina asked with innocent curiosity if he was an angel. The cloaked figure laughed and pulled back his hood to reveal black hair, dark red eyes, and a sharp face. He declared that he was the furthest thing from an angel. 2 black, bat-like wings unfurled from his back, and he identified himself as a devil. Irina gasped at the wings, while Issei stared, surprised to realize that his childhood friend was a girl. Irina accused the figure of being bad. The devil laughed at her bravery and, with a partner descending behind him, explained that they had come to take Irina hostage in order to force her father to give up his holy sword. Irina asked why devils would want a holy sword since it was supposed to be good. The devil mocked her simplicity, then said that if devils were opposed to a holy weapon their king would not dare destroy it, so they would do what the king would not. Issei asked about the king, keeping a protective stance in front of Irina. The devil sneered that he had said too much and suggested that the boy was expendable. He extended his right arm and formed a compressed sphere of dark energy that shot toward them. Issei pushed Irina out of the way and dove aside. The sphere raced between them and exploded against a street light, showering sparks. The devil then launched 2 smaller spheres that struck Issei, knocking him back. He crashed into the building the devil had stood on, stunned and shaken. Issei cried out in pain, and Irina shouted his name. Irina felt panic rising and tears in her eyes as she wondered why no one was coming to help them. A sinister presence explained that no one could see or hear them and that anyone looking in that direction would see only an empty street, leaving them entirely alone. Irina began to pray. A shadowy figure seized her from behind and covered her mouth, holding her firmly in a restraining grip. Issei forced himself back to his feet, breathing heavily and feeling as if he were dying. The pain stirred something within him. He resolved to save Irina and snatched up a nearby rock to throw, but a devil unleashed a ball of fire that incinerated it instantly. The dominant devil mocked Issei, saying that his attempts were merely entertaining and that was the only reason he remained alive. Issei refused to give up and strained to stand firm. The devil escalated the assault, launching a faster, more powerful ball of fire that struck Issei and seared his already battered clothing and skin. The next volley hit harder, ripping his shirt and scorching his arms and chest. Exhausted and afraid of losing his friend, Issei was approached by a voice he did not recognize. The voice offered him power to survive, but warned it would demand a cost. Issei questioned who was speaking. The voice proposed a bargain. It could grant enough strength if he surrendered his left arm. Issei adamantly refused to flee. He insisted he had to save Irina, who was his best friend. When the voice noted his youth, Issei declared he would give anything, even his heart, if that was what it took to protect her. The voice recognized his strong sense of self-sacrifice and instructed him to say certain words. As Issei stood again, he recited a solemn pledge, calling on the boosted gear and overboost. In response, a gauntlet announced itself as the Welsh Dragon Overbooster and formed over his left arm, spreading into a full suit of red armor. The armor bore a dragon motif with green jewels at key points and an angular, dragon-like visor over his face. The first devil recoiled in surprise. The second devil hurled Irina aside and joined his partner. The voice warned Issei that the empowered form would only last for 2 seconds. Issei judged that would be enough. He focused a small orb of red energy in his left hand and unleashed a technique known as Dragon Shot. The energy expanded into a massive cylinder and blasted through the 2 devils, striking them with enough force to defeat them without lingering gore. The armored form vanished as soon as the attack finished, and Issei collapsed, losing consciousness. The devils faltered and then dissipated, leaving no trace. Irina stared in stunned disbelief, then hurried to Issei, lifting him with effort and commenting on how heavy he felt as she supported him on her shoulder. She made her way slowly toward her house, glancing back to find the bodies gone. Inside Issei's mind, he found himself surrounded by darkness. A familiar voice explained that, technically, this place was his left hand, with his mind and consciousness projected into it. Issei, still uncertain and meek, asked who the voice was. The voice responded by asking whether he had paid attention to the words he had chanted. A deep, resonant voice introduced itself as Ddraig, the Heavenly Dragon and the Red Dragon Emperor. The voice added that since they were going to be together for a while, he would reveal his name, Ddraig. Issei asked if the dragon could show himself, because it felt strange to speak without seeing him. Ddraig obliged. The dark area shifted to a deep red, flames burst up in front of Issei, and a figure rose from the fire until a large western dragon with red scales and green eyes stood revealed. Issei gaped at the dragon's immense size. Ddraig answered with pride that he was a dragon and, before being sealed, had been one of the strongest beings in existence. After a while of Issei taking in Ddraig's presence, Ddraig grew serious and said there was something important to discuss. Issei tilted his head and asked what it was. Ddraig explained plainly that Issei was no longer fully human. Issei reacted with disbelief and a rush of questions. Ddraig reminded him that Issei had agreed to give up his heart, and then confirmed that Issei's human heart had been replaced with a dragon's heart. Issei's jaw dropped at the revelation. Ddraig continued, explaining why the heart had been necessary. He said he had suggested Issei's left arm as a lesser sacrifice because it would have left him largely human, but it would not have granted enough power to defeat the devils. Only the heart would have provided the necessary strength. Because Issei now carried a dragon heart, the rest of his body had to compensate, making him a kind of humanoid dragon. Issei asked if this meant he would grow scales and become a massive dragon with wings. Ddraig laughed, the sound deep and echoing, and reassured him that he would still look human. However, the dragon heart would influence his physiology over time. The skin would become slightly thicker, his muscles and bones would develop differently to be harder and stronger, and his senses, vision, hearing, and smell would be a bit sharper than a normal human's. Issei accepted the news with surprising calm and said that if he became stronger, he could protect Irina better next time. Ddraig smiled faintly at Issei's attitude and then warned him of one downside. Dragons attract attention, admiration, respect, fear, and people drawn to power. As a human-dragon hybrid possessing one of the strongest dragons, Issei would draw allies but also powerful enemies. Issei reacted with determination and insisted he just needed to get stronger to face the bad guys. Ddraig advised rest first, recommending that Issei take it easy while his mind and body adjusted to the spirit awakening. The physical changes would take years to fully develop, so Issei should enjoy being softer and squishier for now. Issei objected playfully that softness had its virtues. Ddraig waved the comment away and motioned for Issei to go and sleep. Before leaving, Issei asked how he would be able to talk to Ddraig in the future. Ddraig explained that Issei would not be able to communicate for about a week while his mind adjusted, but after that the dragon would be able to speak through Issei's left hand, and they would be able to converse through it. Issei found it strange but accepted it, then closed his eyes and tried to wake up. Issei woke with a pounding headache and sat up, only to be tackled by Irina and pushed back onto the bed. Irina was crying with relief that Issei had woken. Issei asked how long he had been asleep. Irina said he had been out for 12 hours. Issei noticed Irina's swollen, red eyes and asked what was wrong. Irina told him quietly that she was moving to England that afternoon. Issei's expression fell at the news that his best friend would be leaving so soon. After a short moment of sadness, a smile spread across his face as he resolved that they would see each other again no matter what. He pumped his fist awkwardly, and Irina sat up, hopeful and relieved by his determination. Irina then asked about the previous day and what he had been saying about a dragon, his heart, and heaven. Irina said that it sounded confusing. Issei explained that there was a big red heavenly dragon inside him who had given him the power to save them from the devils the day before. His smile dimmed as he added that because he was still a child, he had to give something to the dragon so his body could handle the power, and he had given the dragon his heart. Irina's eyes filled with tears. Issei asked what was wrong, and Irina suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried into his shoulder. She worried aloud for him, asking why he had given up his heart to the dragon and whether the dragon might try to eat him. Issei hurried to reassure her that the dragon did not seem mean and that it would not eat him. He explained that giving up his heart would make him stronger and able to protect them from danger in the future. Irina sniffled but accepted his reassurance and smiled. An unseen watcher observed the scene and thought that the two would meet again, certain of that promise. Late in the afternoon, Issei and Irina prepared to say goodbye while their parents did the same. Issei felt awkward as he attempted a farewell, and Irina nodded with a wistful smile, reminding him that they had promised to see each other again. He managed a small smile in agreement. Before leaving, Irina rummaged in her pocket and produced a small silver heart-shaped locket with a tiny gold cross on its chain. She handed the locket to Issei so he would not forget her until she returned. After giving him the locket, she turned and walked toward the taxi that would take her and her parents to the airport. Issei stared at the locket until the taxi horn sounded. He looked up to see Irina waving. He waved back until the car was out of sight. He then slipped the locket under his shirt and thought that he would not forget his best friend, then walked back to his house. Time skip of 9 years, start of canon time. Issei sat on a ledge, resting his face in his palm, watching two of his closest friends near the girls' kendo club. He asked Matsuda and Motohama if they ever felt bad or bored of the routine. Matsuda grinned. He had a shaved head and often joked around. Motohama adjusted his glasses and stayed quiet, the more analytical of the pair. Issei suggested tiredly that if they did not spend so much time fooling around they might have girlfriends by now. Matsuda brushed the idea off with a grin, while Motohama merely smiled and walked away. A girl's voice called from the kendo club changing room. Matsuda said goodbye and ran off with Motohama. Issei sighed, buried his face in his hands, and chuckled to himself. He thought those two would never change. Then something was thrown in his direction and he caught it. It was a kendo stick, and there were at least 10 girls with sticks lined up in front of him. Issei apologized to the girls for his friend's behavior and rose to take a stance with a kendo stick. Murayama, a brunette with a ponytail tied by a red ribbon, asked why he kept hanging out with those boys. Issei shrugged and said that despite their flaws they were his friends and had other good qualities. Keitase, who had pink hair and a white headband, made a teasing remark to provoke him. Issei unconsciously clutched the locket he wore under his shirt and lowered himself into a kendo stance. Issei explained that keeping company with them worked out for everyone. They got to be themselves, he could vent his frustration, and the kendo girls got to spar. The girls charged, and Issei moved with practiced ease, dodging and delivering light, precise strikes. He thought to himself that it was just another Friday. Rias observed from a short distance with Akino. Rias, with long crimson hair and a composed air, asked Akino what she thought of Issei. Akino, with long black hair and a confident smile, noted that Issei did not seem completely ordinary and carried a strong, unusual aura. Rias wondered aloud whether he might attract the attention of fallen angels, and she advised keeping an eye on him. Later, walking home, Issei studied a flyer he had been given by someone with a strange magical presence. He telepathically consulted Ddraig about it, asking if it indicated a summoning circle. Ddraig confirmed that it likely did and reminded Issei of the high-energy presence of devils at his school. Issei's grip tightened on the flyer before he relaxed again. A girl in a dark red school uniform approached him. Her long black hair and violet eyes stood out, and Issei sensed an unfamiliar aura. He realized she had just invited him on a date and recognized the aura as that of a fallen angel. He considered the situation, thinking that a date might help him learn more about the fallen angel faction. After a moment's thought, Issei agreed to go on the date. The next day, Issei took the fallen angel who called herself Yuma Amano to a clothing store, where he bought her a small purple scrunchy-like bracelet, and then they went to a family restaurant for ice cream. Issei observed her throughout the date and, although she appeared to be having fun, she remained reserved as if she did not want to enjoy herself. At the end of the date, they stood in front of a fountain with the sun setting behind them. The fallen angel asked Issei if he would die for her and then revealed her true form. Black wings unfurled from her back as she grew taller, her features taking on a more mature and darker look, and her voice dropped to a lower pitch. Her clothing changed into a dark, armor-like ensemble with straps and a few spiked accents, giving her a more menacing appearance. Issei was taken aback by the transformation but decided to humor her for a moment. Ddraig grumbled that Issei could be foolish. The fallen angel identified herself as Rainier and conjured a spear of purple light aimed at Issei's chest. Issei noted the throw was slow and, mentally counting down, prepared himself. Ddraig apologized for their part in the situation and expressed that they had enjoyed the time together but still considered Issei a threat. Issei silently counted down to 10, then pulled the spear from his chest and discarded it. He recovered almost instantly as the wound sealed and his body restored itself. His sacred gear manifested on his left hand as a fearsome red, dragon-like gauntlet with a large green jewel set over the hand and 2 yellow fang-like protrusions near the elbow. Issei regarded Rainier with a menacing stare and told her he would no longer hold back. Rainier panicked and threw another spear of light, but Issei easily evaded it. She tried to fly away, flapping her wings, but Issei activated his gauntlet's boost command. The gauntlet echoed the command, he vanished in a burst of speed, reappeared in front of her, and landed a heavy right jab to her midsection that sent her crashing into the pavement. Issei dropped down on the edge of the fountain while the fallen angel attempted to crawl away in fear. He delivered a hard axe kick that rendered her unconscious. He then placed his gauntlet hand on her back and performed a binding ritual, causing a red circle filled with numerous characters and formulas to appear over her. When the circle faded, Rainier remained bound to him. Afterwards, Issei produced the flyer he had received the previous day and wished for a pretty girl to appear. Instead, 2 girls arrived and looked at each other in surprise. Rias Gremory introduced herself as a devil, and Akino Himejima introduced herself as Rias Gremory's queen. Both of them tensed at the sight of the fallen angel, but Issei asked them not to glare murderously since Rainier was now bound to him. Rias expressed surprise at the binding, and Issei explained that he had used a standard binding formula with his own unique twist. He told them he had summoned them to inform them that the fallen angel was under his protection and that he would appreciate it if the devils did not harm her. He did not want to start a conflict between factions. Rias agreed to those terms on the condition that the fallen angel did not attack them first. Issei then bent over, picked up the unconscious Rainier, and cradled her in his arms. He made it clear that his soul and the idea of becoming a devil were not available as payment. Rias pouted at missing out on gaining a powerful addition to her peerage but quickly proposed an alternative. As payment for being summoned, Rias declared that Issei would have to join the occult research club. Issei reacted with surprise at the modest demand. Issei agreed, surprised that the request had been so simple. Akino teased that she wanted a payment as well and smiled. Rias sighed in slight exasperation and asked if Akino must insist. Akino pointed out that Issei had summoned her too. Issei made clear that turning and his soul were off the table. Akino accepted that, explaining that she did not want anything like that and only wished to be able to ask a favor at some point. Issei considered that acceptable and then asked, curiously, whether it would be a problem if Rainier were allowed to come to Kuo if things went well. Ria spent a moment weighing the advantages and disadvantages of allowing Rainier into what was, frankly, a devil stronghold. Akino's strained smile suggested it might not be the best idea, but Rias reasoned that with Rainier bound to Issei, there should be limits on what she could do without his approval and the risk of an attack was low. Rias agreed to see what she could do, sounding tired. Issei thanked them and left, carrying the unconscious Rainier with him. Before he went, Rias quickly asked what he was, noting that he did not appear to be a devil, angel, or fallen one. Issei replied that he would not reveal that information. Yet because they had not earned his trust, and he continued walking without elaborating. Rias felt slightly miffed by the abrupt dismissal but conceded that they had not done anything to warrant sensitive information. She asked Akino what she thought. Akino said that things would be very interesting from now on, and then both disappeared in a bright red glow as a red circle filled with formulas appeared beneath them. Rainier groaned as she woke up and took in a strange environment of white walls, couches, a television, and a kitchen nearby. A hallway led to more rooms and windows showed the sun was just starting to rise. The front door was painted in off-yellow color. Rainier asked aloud where she was. A familiar voice from the hallway told her to stop being so loud because some of them had school. Issei entered rubbing his right eye, wearing only black shorts. Rainier sprang up and tried to manifest a spear, but it failed to form. She reacted with surprise when she realized she could not make it. Issei yawned, identified himself, and told her to stop trying to kill him and to quiet down because it was too early. He muttered about people not letting him sleep past sunrise. Rainier stared, bewildered. The person she had tried to and believed she had stabbed the previous night was brushing her off, and she still had no idea where she was. She asked where she was in a sour tone. Issei explained that she was in his house, that his parents were on vacation, and that it was just the two of them there. Rainier opened her mouth then closed it, unable to fathom what was happening. Issei sighed, drank some milk, and offered Rainier orange juice, telling her not to be afraid. He reminded her that she had tried to kill him the night before. Rainier demanded an explanation. Issei leveled a cold, icy glare at her and ordered her to sit down, listen, and not interrupt. He warned that if she continued to be hostile in his house, he could make things very uncomfortable for her. Rainier nodded slightly and sat, surprised by the abrupt change in his demeanor and feeling unsettled. Issei moved to sit opposite her and reiterated that she would not interrupt. Rainier gave a small, dumbfounded nod. Issei then explained that she was a fallen angel who had tried to kill him the previous day and had failed. He revealed that he had activated a sacred gear, a Longinus called the Boosted Gear, 9 years earlier, and that she had stood no chance against him. To illustrate, he made a gauntlet appear briefly. Rainier looked confused when he said she was bound to him now. Issei approached and performed a short ritual, touching the center of her chest to channel energy. A small glowing circle filled with formulas appeared over her heart. Rainier stammered as she absorbed what he had said and repeated that she was bound. Issei confirmed it and asked rhetorically whether she really thought he would let her try to kill him and then walk away freely. Rainier asked angrily if that meant she was his SLV. Issei stated that it depended on her. When Rainier pressed him, he clarified that binding her did not automatically make her his SLV. He said he did not seek to enslave her, he had simply eliminated a future problem. If they worked together, they could be partners. She would provide what he wanted, and he would make her one of the strongest fallen angels and try to teach her some common sense. Rainer, puzzled, asked what he meant by common sense. Issei explained that attacking someone who might possess a powerful sacred gear without gathering information first had been foolish. He pointed out that she had approached him openly, exposing her energy and making it easy for anyone with supernatural sensing abilities to detect her. He added that her arrogance outstripped her actual power. Issei scolded Rainer for taking the time to taunt a target, then hurling an unusually slow light spear and gloating afterward. Rainer replied that she had struck his chest, and Issei said flatly that he had allowed it. When Rainer pressed why, Issei said he had been humoring her because of her earlier behavior. Rainer accused him angrily of hypocrisy. Issei pointed out the threadbare leather clothing she usually wore, which made Rainer flush and protest. He returned to the point that, since she was bound to him, he would train her. Anyone bound to him could not remain laughably weak or foolish. Rainer's posture dropped at that. Rainer then asked how he had survived a spear to the chest. Issei explained that, because of the circumstances surrounding the device he had activated, he had gained a form of regeneration that let him survive most attacks. He thought briefly about being unharmed, then glanced at his watch. Issei asked if she could change back to her alternate form. Rainer teased him, but Issei insisted that she would not want to go to school in her true appearance. He slipped into his room, returned with a pile of clothes, and tossed some toward her. Rainer looked confused and asked if they were going to school. Issei confirmed that they were and urged her to hurry, saying he would explain on the way. He left her a bit bewildered. Rainer shifted back into her Yuma form and arrived at school with Issei. He had explained that devils held significant influence at the school and warned her not to do anything reckless. Rainer nodded reluctantly and wore the standard girl's uniform, the only distinctive detail being her thigh-high socks, a subtle echo of the leather boots from her true form. Issei assumed she would be in his class and told her to come along and act normal, not like a fallen angel trying to harm others. Rainer bristled at the repeated jabs at her intelligence, then sighed and acknowledged that she had made mistakes. In class, the teacher noticed the new student and invited her to introduce herself. Rainer presented herself as Yuma Amano and mentioned that she was living with Issei. The announcement provoked shocked reactions around the room and caused Issei to slap his forehead at her bluntness. Later, outside near a few trees, Issei sat on the edge of a small ledge while Matsuda and Motohama confronted him about living with a girl. Rainer approached cheerfully and handed Issei an orange juice box. The two friends accused Issei of hiding the situation and rushed off in a flurry of complaints, leaving Issei to chuckle. Rainer shifted into her true voice and crouched near him, asking if she had said something wrong. Issei sat up, took the juice, and made a sour face as he drank. Issei suggested his friends go off and do whatever they usually did at that time, which silenced them and sent them running. Rainer accepted another sip of the juice and handed it back. Issei patted the grass beside him, and after a moment of play-acting, Rainer sat down and managed a small laugh. Issei explained that his friends often provoked trouble and then got their comeuppance during sparring sessions with the kendo club. Rainer commented that he was odd, sometimes cold and serious, sometimes cheerful, unusually kind despite her being bound to him, and capable of tricking his friends into trouble and laughing about it. Issei responded that he simply adapted to situations as needed. Issei said happily that there was nothing wrong with that. Rainer teased that he had adapted quickly to her telling him she lived with him, and Issei returned a playful glare. Issei muttered sourly that he knew she had done it on purpose. Rainer mocked that she did not know what he was talking about and pretended to be a fallen angel without common sense. Issei conceded that she was not a complete idiot, and Rainer smiled and nodded before fully processing his words. Rainer protested heatedly that she was not an idiot, which made Issei laugh. Issei then said apathetically that whatever, deliberately irritating her. Kaneko spoke in a quiet, monotone voice and addressed him as Issei, Sr. She was a petite girl of about 15 years with white hair and hazel eyes. The front of her hair fell into two long bangs past her shoulders with several loose strands over her forehead, while the back was cut into a short bob. She wore black cat-shaped hair clips on both sides and the standard Kuo Academy school uniform for girls without the shoulder cape. Kaneko asked him to come to the old school building after school and indicated that he was expected to attend, then gestured toward Rainier and left. As they watched her walk away, Issei let out a deep sigh and remarked that at least he had something to do after school. He added that if she were not planning to harm him, he would not mind spending more time together. He closed his eyes, shifted down until his head rested against the base of the tree, and took a short nap. Rainier whispered that she had enjoyed spending time with him, offering a small blush and a wistful smile as she looked at the bracelet Issei had given her. After the day's classes, Issei and Rainier said goodbye to Motohama and Matsuda, who had already been dealt with, and walked across the academy to the old school building. Issei reminded Rainier that this was a devil stronghold and told her to avoid doing anything dangerous. He promised to protect her if trouble arose but insisted she should not provoke anyone. Rainier gave a small nod. They reached the only room that seemed to hold a person's presence and knocked. A feminine voice invited them in, and Issei opened the door, stepping inside with Rainier following. The interior was a wood-paneled room furnished with Victorian-style couches and chairs. One corner was set up like a bathing area, which Issei found odd, and a large magic circle occupied the floor. Akino greeted them with a smile and a bow, though her eyes remained closed. Kaneko sat on a couch nibbling biscuits, and a handsome blonde student walked over from the window. Kiba Yudo introduced himself as a fellow student in the same year, polite but with a slightly strained smile when he looked at Rainier. Rainier offered that she could be called Rainier now but that during class she should be referred to as Yuma Amano. She did not seem to notice the tension in Kiba or the undercurrent from Akino. Issei thought she needed to train her awareness. Being in a room with devils made him uneasy as well, and he felt a small ripple of malice under his skin. Rias entered from a side door and said she had just finished taking a shower, which helped to ease the building tension. Issei thanked her and asked why she wanted him to join the club in exchange for summoning her, and he expressed appreciation for her help with Rainier's enrollment. Rias replied that enrolling Rainier had not been difficult and invited them to sit. Akino poured green tea for the guests. Issei asked why Rias had requested both of them be present. Rias explained that she wanted the fallen angel watched because Rainier was bound to Issei and it was unwise to leave her unattended. Rainier muttered that she had a name. Rias added that Issei was an unknown presence in her territory and it was her responsibility to make sure he was not a threat to her peerage, other supernatural beings at the school, or humans. Issei chuckled darkly, surprising the others. Rias asked what he found amusing. He said he found it ironic that she spoke of a duty to protect humans, since his experiences with devils had not matched that ideal. Rias asked what experiences he meant beyond her peerage. Issei recalled that when he and a friend were 8, 2 devils had attacked them and attempted to use his friend as ransom. He commented that the tea was very good as he drank. The group was momentarily stunned. Rias assured him that devils who acted like that were probably strays. Issei said that, after some digging, he suspected the same, but the incident left him unable to trust devils in general. He finished his tea, stood, and said that being around the 4 of them had brought back unpleasant memories. He would leave unless they had further questions. Rias asked whether he intended to be a threat and what had happened to the 2 strays. Issei said he would stay out of their affairs if they stayed out of his, and that although he did not like them, he could live nearby as long as interactions were infrequent. When asked what had become of the attackers, Issei admitted that he had fought back with a powerful energy attack that struck them down. They did not survive. He then left and Rainier followed quietly. Once the door closed, the 4 devils were silent for a time. Kiba commented that the encounter had not gone as expected. Kaneko observed that he would not trust them easily. Akino said the plan to win him over seemed nearly impossible and suggested he might side with the angels or fallen angels rather than devils. Ria stood staring at the door, speechless. At home, Issei told Rainier he would have dinner ready shortly. Rainier sat on the couch in the guise of her alias and asked, hesitantly, whether he hated all fallen angels as well, since she had attacked him. Issei replied curtly that he did not. Rainier asked why. Issei explained that Rainier had attacked him alone and while she had used underhanded tactics, she had not done anything as cruel as trying to take an innocent girl who did not know about the supernatural or attempting to kill a boy who was trying to protect his friend. He had known who and what she was when she approached him. Rainier then asked why he had agreed to meet with those devils in the first place if he hated them so much. Rainier asked why he had summoned them in the first place, trying to understand Issei's actions. Issei explained that it had been the easiest way to allow her to attend the same school discreetly and that meeting with the devils did not mean he wanted to be friends with them. It had been a necessary evil. This was their territory after all. They ate in silence. Issei washed the dishes and then sat down next to Rainier on the couch. He said there was one thing he still did not fully understand and had her turn to face him. Issei asked who had ordered her to kill him. Rainier admitted that she had not been explicitly ordered to kill him. Her assignment had been to watch him to ensure his sacred gear did not suddenly activate, which could be dangerous. She had decided to take him out as a precaution. Issei considered that, then suddenly grew angry and slapped Rainier across the head. She whimpered at the abrupt hit. He lectured her on how reckless her plan had been. He explained that she had intended to eliminate someone who possessed a powerful sacred gear in devil territory, who had already granted a contract to the holder. If she had succeeded, the surviving parties might have been forced into alliances out of desperation, turning a potential threat into a definite one on the devil's side. Rainier gasped as his words sank in. Issei paused to let her understand, then told her to change into her other form because they had training to do. Rainier asked what he meant. Issei reminded her of what he had said during and after their fight. He was going to train her. No one bound to him could remain that weak. He offered some old shorts and a shirt, or she could wear her usual outfit, and told her to decide quickly and follow him. Rainier refused the offered outfit and said she had only worn her uniform because she had to. She changed into her alternate form and followed Issei. She found him waiting by a door that led to a small home gym. Inside were weights, a bench, a few medicine ball, and some ankle weights. The floor was covered in a tough black material and one wall was padded. The room measured at most 10 square meters. Rainier asked what the place was. Issei explained it was where he worked out, and that he had not been mocking her abilities just because he was naturally faster and stronger. Rainier thought of his morning appearance in shorts and the obvious signs of rigorous training. She teased that he had brought her here to slide his ego. Issei chuckled, unsettling her slightly, and reiterated that she was here to train. He said they would start with light stretching, some push-ups, and quick sprints. Rainier asked nervously if that was just the beginning. Issei confirmed it was only the warm-up. He outlined the plan, light exercises followed by 200 punches with each arm holding dumbbells, lunges and squats, perhaps 500 jump ropes, and then evasion training. Rainier paled. When she asked what the evasion training would be, he indicated the padded wall and the medicine ball and smiled in a way that made the exercise sound intimidating. She inwardly pleaded for help as Issei began to give orders. Elsewhere, 3 figures in black cloaks discussed the situation. One asked what they would do now that Rainier had failed and might be dead. The tallest suggested carrying out the original plan but ensuring one of them obtained the sacred gear instead. The shortest raised a concern about the other sacred gear wielder expected to arrive. The tall figure told him to ignore that for the moment, and warned that if the other got in their way, he should be killed. Rainier woke with a sharp awareness of pain. As a lower-level fallen angel, she had rarely pushed herself this hard. She suspected the training had left her in this state. To her right, she noticed a large heat source and, turning her head slightly, saw Issei sleeping. She sat up carefully without disturbing him and tried to recall the previous evening. She remembered meeting with the devils, coming home, having dinner, and then undergoing the intense training session with Issei. Unfortunately, things started to become a blur at that point and she could not quite remember what happened. Now being a fallen angel, Rainier's thoughts often drifted, and waking up in Issei's room left her confused. She noticed Issei across the bed and felt a brief, disorienting awareness, but the moment passed when Issei stirred, rubbed his eyes, sat up, and greeted her sleepily while stifling a yawn. Rainier weakly asked what she was doing there. Issei, unaware of many of the theories Rainier had about why she was in his bed, explained that she must not have trained much before yesterday. He rose and headed downstairs, promising to explain over breakfast and leaving Rainier in his room. A short while later Rainier made her way to the kitchen and found Issei cooking rice and stir-frying vegetables with a bit of meat. He said that after yesterday she would need a heartier breakfast to recover, since she had been close to collapsing but had not given up, which earned her some respect. Rainier sat on the couch feeling stiff and in pain. She noticed a bruise on her right shoulder. Issei finished cooking, brought over 2 bowls of rice with stir-fry, and handed one to Rainier before he began eating. Seeing that she still seemed vacant, he offered a small piece of meat with his chopsticks and guided it to her mouth to encourage her, which startled her. He urged her to eat before it got cold and promised to explain what had happened yesterday afterward. After they washed the dishes, Issei sat opposite Rainier and asked what was wrong. Rainier asked what had happened during training. Issei explained that she had trained hard, and because she probably had little prior experience, she had been utterly exhausted. He said the bruise came from being too slow to dodge a 2-kilogram medicine ball and that he had put her in his bed rather than leaving her on the couch because she deserved better after her effort. He asked if she had any questions. Rainier asked how often they would train, and Issei replied that they would train every other day with a break on weekends. Relieved that she would not have to train daily, Rainier tried to stand but found her legs would not support her. She groaned in discomfort and attempted to get up again, prompting Issei to chuckle and explain that until her fitness improved she would be practically immobile the day after training. Rainier suggested he try something to help her get up, but when Issei simply stared for a moment and then began to walk away, she called out for him to come back because she could not move. A brief, neutral pause bridged the moment. Arriving at school, Rainier leaned on Issei's shoulder with his right arm around her. To casual observers it might have looked like 2 teenagers close to one another, but those who watched more closely realized she was barely able to move and was practically being supported by him. Rainier told him in exasperation that she hated him in that moment, and Issei, amused, reminded her that she could not get around without his help. Throughout the day she stayed at his side, which only fueled rumors about their relationship and left Issei wishing he had thought things through more carefully, as many students pointed or glared. Later, Issei gently placed Rainier on his bed and told her he needed to go out to get a few things and that she should try to rest. Rainier made a light-hearted comment as he left, and Issei responded with a deadpan remark before heading out. While checking his shopping list at the store, Issei heard a feminine cry and turned to see a blonde-haired girl who had fallen and dropped a large suitcase. He went to help her up. The girl explained quickly that she was lost and could not read the signs or ask for directions because she did not speak Japanese. Issei thought to himself that he needed Ddraig's help to understand her, and Ddraig boosted his mental capacities so that he could comprehend her words. Issei spoke to her in Italian and offered to help her find the place she needed to go. The girl gratefully said that he must have been sent to guide her and thanked him warmly. Issei noticed she wore the clothing of a nun and carried a strong holy presence. The girl looked relieved and explained that she had been trying to find the church in town. Issei cheerfully offered to help her find it and said he would guide her. The girl, Asia, felt a quiet warmth at his kindness and realized she had never had a friend before. She wondered if this was what being friends was like. Asia felt confused. Issei introduced himself as Issei Hayadu. Asia replied shyly that she was Asia Argento and thanked him for helping. Issei said it was no problem since he was heading home and the church was on the way. As they walked, they saw a small boy crying over a scrape on his knee. Asia rushed to help, and rings appeared on her fingers as a soft green glow flowed from her hands to mend the wound. Issei noted quietly that the power had the feel of a sacred gear with a very strong aura. The boy thanked Asia and ran off. Asia apologized modestly for intervening and bowed. Issei told her it had been kind and remarked on her gift. Asia explained that her power was the ability to heal, a gift she believed God had given her, then grew quiet and admitted timidly that she had never really had a friend before. Issei paused, looked at her, and arranged to meet her the next day at 6 in the park where she had healed the boy. He said he would show her around and they could have some fun. Asia gasped, smiled, and agreed. They reached the church, but Issei sensed that the holy aura around it was tainted. Asia thanked him, retrieved her suitcase, bowed, and went inside. Inside the church, cloaked figures watched as Issei walked away. One asked if this was the man they had seen and whether they should kill him. Another decided against it, pointing out that he had done them a favor by bringing the girl here, and they resolved to let him go for now. Back at home, Issei carried groceries into the kitchen and took his shoes off. Rainier greeted him with a hint of snideness. Issei observed that she still seemed sore. She glared from the couch. He mentioned that he had met someone interesting that day, a young woman with a strong holy aura who could heal people, and that he had dropped her off at the church. He wondered aloud why a holy person would be delivered to a church inhabited by fallen angels. Rainier suddenly remembered and told him bluntly that they had planned to kill the girl and take her sacred gear. She stood up and winced in pain. Issei frowned but resolved to get the girl away from the other fallen angels. Rainier explained that, besides herself, there were 3 other fallen angels involved and many exorcists in the area. One of those exorcists was particularly powerful but was considered a lunatic even among fallen angels. When pressed, Rainier described that this exorcist would attack mercilessly and make an example of victims to intimidate their families. Issei said that sounded like someone he did not want to meet. Rainier asked if he still hated devils. Issei admitted that he did, but he could tolerate them in small doses. What bothered him was seeing someone who had nothing to do with devils punished so cruelly. After dinner, Issei and Rainier went to bed. Issei, feeling merciful toward Rainier and expecting her soreness and their training routine to continue, allowed her to rest on his bed with him. He did not mind the arrangement. It was simply more comfortable on a double bed. The next morning they carried out their usual routine and went to school. After class, Kiba from Rias Peerage came to ask them to meet, and Issei, dragging himself along with Rainier, went to the old school building. The atmosphere inside was noticeably more relaxed than before. Kiba and Aquino no longer showed malice toward Rainier, and Rias appeared pleased that they had come. Rias thanked them and said she hoped they had no plans. Issei replied that he was meeting someone in 2 hours but that they would not be needed long. Rias said she needed a little of Rainier's time. Rainier asked why. Rias explained that Kaneko had encountered a stray exorcist who had terminated one of her clients. Rainier guessed the description immediately: white hair, carried a gun and a light blade, and prone to swearing, and identified him as Fried Selzen with a touch of distaste. Rias looked surprised that Rainier could pinpoint him so quickly. Issei asked if that was the person she had been referring to the previous night. Rias then teased with a light laugh, calling him bold for sharing a bed with a fallen angel. Aquino spoke in a teasing tone that devils were known for using their charm to influence men. Issei turned to Rainier and replied flatly that this explained why Rainier always assumed he had inappropriate thoughts. Rainier protested indignantly that Issei could not possibly have been completely unaffected, and Issei teased back that Rainier had been looking at him just as much. Rainier stammered that she had only been checking for weak points in case she needed to escape later. Rias interrupted, asking for an update on the fallen angels before the conversation continued. Rainier explained the fallen angels' goal and the plot to steal Asia's sacred gear. Rias identified the described healing power taking the form of 2 rings as a particularly rare sacred gear known as Twilight Healing. Issei asked accusingly whether their plan was to massacre the fallen angels and seize the sacred gear. Kiba replied that the Gremory family, despite common assumptions, was known for kindness and urged Issei not to judge their king too quickly because of past experiences. Issei, without realizing the personal bite of his question, asked whether Kiba could forgive a faction that had tried to kill him as a child. Kiba acknowledged the point and emphasized again that not all devils were as bad as some believed. Rias agreed softly that they treated their peerage like family. Issei said he would withhold judgment and give them a chance, remaining mostly neutral for now. Rias and the others were grateful to see him warming up to them. Rias hoped this would help change his view of devils. After some friendly discussion about how strays differed from devils who remained loyal to their masters, Rias invited them to watch an exorcism of a stray devil later as a way to show the difference between the 2 groups. Issei agreed that if they could be trusted, life together would be easier, and that it would be comforting to believe not all devils were hostile. Issei dropped Rainier off at her home and left her with some books on strategy and war. He then met up with Asia and took her to a restaurant where he showed her how to eat a hamburger, and later to an arcade where he won her a stuffed plushie. Asia spoke about her life in the church and the orphanage where she grew up. Issei briefly considered preventing her return to the church but could not find a way to do so without Archie's suspicion, and he let the matter go. Back at home, Issei noticed that Rainier had finished the first chapter of Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which dealt with laying plans, a useful lesson given her earlier schemes. He and Rainier went to the address Rias had provided and met up with Rias and the others outside an abandoned warehouse where the stray devil had been sighted. Rias explained that the stray devil had left her master and had been luring and attacking humans. Rainier recoiled at the description. Rias added that fallen angels did not always behave in exactly the same ways, and Rainier honestly admitted that her faction's typical approach was more about Stuckton and recruitment or elimination of certain targets. Rias noted that of the three factions, devils were often the hardest to recruit. They stopped at the entrance to a very dark room, and an eerie voice from within commented that it smelled both bad and intriguing. Rias announced that they had come to eliminate the stray devil Visser. Issei asked in surprise whether it was necessary to announce their presence so openly, and Aquino explained that Rias liked to put on a bit of a show. Issei muttered that more reading of strategy might help some of them, and Aquino chuckled. Aquino then regarded the figure on the floor. She observed that Visser still had some energy left, though she was visibly harmed and unable to use her arms properly. Rias affirmed Aquino's authority as their leader. Issei remembered their earlier conversation about pieces and strategy from the clubroom as the tension in the room tightened. Aquino raised her hands to the sky and proposed a bold move. Energy gathered between her palms and bolts of lightning struck the downed stray repeatedly, each flash pinning the creature in place while Aquino laughed in triumph. Rias proudly observed that Aquino was an ultimate SDST. Rainier muttered that the two of them would be perfect for each other, both annoying SDSs. Issei, smiling in a way that matched Aquino's mischief, declared that, as punishment, Rainier would have to wear ankle weights throughout training that night. Rainier turned pale at the thought, and Rias laughed at the realization that Issei could be as easy like her queen. Rias then wondered aloud who would be in charge if Issei ever formed a relationship with Aquino, and she gestured toward Aquino as she continued to subdue the stray with controlled lightning. Issei remained silent while Rainier mumbled that they would probably take turns. Rias stopped Aquino and whispered something to her companion before turning to face Visser, her hand extended. Rias asked Visser if he had any last words. Visser, weakened and defeated, pleaded to be killed. In response, Rias unleashed a massive surge of dark red energy from her outstretched hand. The energy swept over Visser in a brilliant flash, erasing him from sight in a dramatic, non-graphic burst. Rias then explained to the group that strays were unlike typical devils. They were often cruel creatures who betrayed their masters for their own ends. Issei admitted hesitantly that he might not hate Rias anymore and that he would see them around, then gestured for Rainier to follow and left. Kiba asked Rias what she thought of Issei, and Rias replied that he was coming around. Aquino added with a serious tone that with the white dragon allied to the fallen angels, having the red dragon against them as well would be disastrous. Friday arrived, and the usual monotony of school life felt lighter with the weekend approaching. People laughed and went about their plans, a stark contrast to the sour mood surrounding Rainier. Rainier still felt the ache from Issei's harsh training the night before and brooded that he was a perfect match for a SDST. Issei, whistling happily, urged her to be cheerful because it was Friday. Rainier shot him a glare that, were looks lethal, would have left Issei a smoldering pile of ash, but she did not actually possess that power. Issei protested playfully and reminded her that she had the next 3 days off. Rainier sighed and wondered aloud why she had been bound to such an intense trainer. Over the weekend, Issei and Rainier spent time with the Occult Research Club after Rias invited them over for tea and conversation. Issei found it easy to get along with Rias and Aquino. Kiba was friendly but occasionally awkward, while Kaneko remained very reserved and said little. When Issei asked about Kaneko's silence, Rias explained that Kaneko had nearly been killed because of something her sister had done. Hearing how the Gremory family had protected Kaneko earned Issei's respect and made him reconsider his initial assumptions about devils. Issei also worked with Rainier on tactics over the weekend, having her read more about strategy and practice forming light spears as quickly as possible. The improvement was slight but measurable. Her spears formed 2 seconds faster and were a little thicker. When Issei and Rainier returned home on Monday after school, Issei felt a sudden foreboding. He asked Rainier how one took someone else's sacred gear. Rainier explained that there was a special ritual that had to be performed the day after Sunday, 1 hour after sunset, and that the wielder of the sacred gear died as a result. The revelation sent Issei sprinting from the house toward the church. Rainier called after him, but she was too slow. She transformed and took to the air, racing toward the old school building to catch up. As Issei ran toward the church, a blue light spear slammed into the ground a short distance ahead of him. A man with 2 black wings touched down. A fallen angel named Ddraig, middle-aged in appearance with short black hair and dark blue eyes, dressed in a pale violet trench coat over a white shirt, an ascot, black pants and a fedora. He introduced himself with a cold confidence and conjured a lance of blue light. Issei warned the intruder to move or be crushed, then activated the boosted gear, his gauntlet flaring to life. Ddraig scoffed that he had survived wars and could not be killed so easily, then charged. Ddraig swung his light spear in a wide arc aiming at Issei, who ducked beneath the blade and used his gauntlet-clad left arm to block and step inside Ddraig's guard. Issei followed with a solid right-handed punch that pushed Ddraig back. Seizing the opening, Issei called out a boost and mirrored the gauntlet's power, launching himself forward with heightened speed. He leapt and delivered a flying kick, which Ddraig deflected with his spear. Ddraig then used his weapon to fling Issei aside and hurled the spear after him. Issei tucked into a tight ball to minimize his profile and avoided being impaled. Ddraig formed a new, much longer light spear and switched to using it in a traditional spear style, advancing with precise, powerful strikes. The clash continued with fast, anime-style exchanges of speed and skill, each combatant testing the other's limits as Issei pushed forward to reach the fortified church and prevent the ritual from taking place. Ddraig struck repeatedly at Issei's head, and Issei avoided each blow by tilting his head aside. Ddraig ordered him to stay still and then launched a spear at extreme speed. The spear grazed Issei's shoulder, causing him to flinch, but a subsequent boost let him push through the pain. Issei accelerated, swept Ddraig's legs before another light spear could form, ducked under his body and delivered a double mule kick that sent Ddraig into the air. Issei then fired a red dragon shot to finish the attack. Ddraig flapped his wings and rolled to the side of the blast, surviving but with his right wing singed. Issei voiced his frustration at Ddraig's survival. Ddraig acknowledged Issei's skill, insisted he would not lose, warned him to hurry, and then flew away shakily from the church. Issei wondered if Ddraig was retreating and resolved to get to Asia quickly. He boosted his speed twice and arrived in less than a minute, pausing at the foot of the church before going inside. A white-haired man waved a gun and made violent threats while ranting about how he enjoyed killing and how he expected a dramatic reaction when he struck. Issei narrowed his eyes and identified the man as Freed. Freed continued, suggesting that Asia, the devil healer, was probably beneath the altar and likely beyond saving. He explained that he intended to prevent anyone from rescuing her. Freed ignited a sword of light and lunged at Issei, but a pew hurled at him and he barely dodged it. Freed launched into a manic tirade about how he had once treated his encounters with devils as violent spectacles and performed disturbing farewell rituals when he claimed them. Kiba intervened, telling Issei he could go save his friend while the others handled Freed. Kaneko stayed close by. Freed resumed his vitriol, threatening to bury Issei alongside Asia, but Kiba placed a hand on Issei's shoulder and urged him to go down the secret steps beneath the altar. Issei agreed but said he wanted an explanation later, then rushed past Freed and descended the hidden passage. He followed the corridor until it opened onto a large door, which he burst through with a heavily boosted punch. Inside, dozens of exorcists filled the chamber. Atop the altar Asia was bound and surrounded by 2 fallen angels. She was crying out and a green light was emanating from her. One of the fallen angels declared that Issei was too late as the green light entered her body. Issei plowed through the exorcist to reach the altar, sprang up and seized Asia's bound form. Issei checked desperately whether she was all right and Asia apologized weakly. Issei protested that he had failed to save her. Asia apologized again for causing him grief. Tears streamed down Issei's face as he felt Asia slipping away. She closed her eyes and departed. Grief and rage surged through him. Issei's gauntlet charged, and he unleashed a twin dragon shot that struck the two fallen angels while they were gloating, destroying them in a burst of red energy. After the attack, Issei retrieved Asia's sacred gear and carried her out to the sanctuary. He placed her gently on a pew and stared at her motionless form. Rias, Aquino and Rainier soon appeared, followed by a tired but unharmed Kiba and Kaneko. Rias took the sacred gear from Issei and produced a glowing red bishop piece. She spoke a formal order in her name, invoked the piece and channeled the sacred gear into Asia, using the ritual to resurrect her and reborn her as a devil under her service. The glowing piece and the sacred gear entered Asia's body. Asia sat up, confused, and Issei smiled despite the exhaustion and pain. He approached and hugged her as she tried to make sense of what had happened. After a moment he released her, stood and bowed to Rias, surprising everyone given his past hatred of devils. Issei then offered his sincere gratitude to Rias, unable to find words grand enough to express how thankful he was. Issei promised passionately that if anyone ever needed anything from him, he would give it, hoping one day to repay what had been done for him that day. Rias thanked him and said she would remember that, clearly pleased that the self-proclaimed devil-hater had changed his attitude so much in a single week. Issei called for Rainier and Asia, saying they were going home. Asia adapted to her new life reasonably well. She was loved in Kuo for her innocent nature and gentle looks and already had many admirers. Issei would have none of it, and he made sure no one got too friendly with Asia, roughing up Matsuda and Motohama several times in the first week before they learned that Asia was off limits. On the supernatural side, Asia possessed large reserves of magical energy, only slightly less than those of Rias and Aquino. She had recently completed a contract and was pleased about it. Issei had not yet begun physical training with Asia because he remained unsure whether dying and being revived carried any lasting consequences, but he had been helping her improve her Japanese, and she was progressing well. Since Asia had come to live with them, Issei decided that Rainier and Asia both needed their own rooms. Rainier had earned his trust by helping to bring Asia back to life by finding Rias and the others, an action he would never have undertaken himself. Asia deserved something of her own after being alone and without possessions except for the soft toy Issei had won for her at the arcade, which she slept with. As Issei lay in bed in his black shorts, preparing to sleep, he considered whether to begin physical training with Asia when a magic circle appeared in his room. His first instinct was to ready his sacred gear and prepare a dragon shot in case the arrival was hostile. Being attacked by devils had made him very wary of surprise attacks. When the flash of light faded, Rias was revealed, startled at the sight of a magical attack ready to strike. Issei told Rias that he meant what he had said. He no longer hated devils, but it was reckless to appear unannounced in the house of someone who had been attacked by devils. Rias asked quietly if he truly meant his promise at the church that he would give anything if asked. Issei replied happily that he had meant it. Rias stepped closer and made a desperate plea for Issei's help with a personal matter. Issei asked gently what was wrong and whether there might be another way he could help. Rias explained that she had been bound by an arranged marriage from before her birth. After the last war, many pureblood devils had been lost, so arranged marriages among pureblood families had become more common. From the moment her parents learned she was a girl, the marriage had been set. She said the man she was betrothed to did not see her as a person but as a trophy to display, and she could not bear the thought of spending countless years in such a union. Issei asked how that related to his being able to help. Rias admitted she had thought of ways to avoid the marriage but did not know how to proceed. Issei asked whether the man was arrogant and dismissive of others, and Rias confirmed that he was. Issei recalled his former hatred of devils and said that hearing the description of this man matched his expectations of arrogance. which gave him a strong, determined urge to bring the man down a peg. He explained that nothing was more satisfying than undermining the pride of someone who believed themselves untouchable. Issei suggested a strategy rather than a direct confrontation. By removing the people and influences surrounding the man, they could weaken his position and buy Rias and her family time. Rias realized the chess metaphor and thanked Issei, relieved. She noted that not many would have been willing to help so readily and mentioned, somewhat coyly, that he seemed very friendly with Kiba. Issei reacted with surprise and asked if she was seriously accusing him of being homosexual. Issei teased that he had more effect on Rias than he had expected, his tone light and teasing. Rias pointed out that she had been sitting close to him for several minutes and he had not acted, and he had not denied what she suggested. Issei smiled and, in a playful reversal, shifted their positions to lighten the mood. He stopped when he noticed how emotional Rias had become and gently made it clear that he would not take advantage of her in that state. Rias felt a mixture of relief and disappointment but appreciated his restraint. She thanked him and pressed a quick, grateful kiss to his cheek as she began to rebutton her shirt, not noticing the faint magic circle forming or the figure stepping through it. A woman dressed in a maid uniform with silver hair and eyes announced that she had arrived too late. Rias recognized her immediately as Grafia. Issei raised an incredulous eyebrow and questioned the implication that Rias had had time to be NTMT and then get dressed before Grafia's arrival. Grafia spoke with cool disdain, implying that Issei had behaved improperly toward Rias. Issei bristled at the insinuation and loudly protested that the description was offensive to him. Rias stared in disbelief that he was more upset about the insult to his pride than about the accusation itself. Grafia remarked that such behavior was improper. Angered by the slight, Issei's sacred gear flared briefly at the edge of his awareness, but he restrained himself when Rias pleaded for calm and warned that fighting in his room would attract unwanted attention. He forced his power to subside with a click of his teeth. Issei then laid down his terms firmly. He had not done what had been implied, he would not tolerate insults to his character, and if Grafia ever appeared unannounced in his home again he would respond with force. Rias urged Grafia to apologize to Issei for invading his home and for implying improper actions on his part. Grafia bowed and offered a formal apology for the intrusion and for her earlier accusation. With the matter settled for the moment, Rias invited Issei to come to the clubroom early the next morning to discuss plans with Grafia present. She gave Issei another brief kiss on the cheek and then, together with Grafia, disappeared through the magic circle. Issei muttered that he probably would not get any sleep after being accused and sat alone for a while, sourly amused. The next morning Issei, along with Rainier, Asia, and Kiba, made their way to the clubroom. Issei opened the door and everyone filed inside. A tension hung in the air that eased when Rias smiled at Issei. After a brief pause, Grafia spoke plainly that there was a fallen angel in the room. Issei responded in a steely tone that the fallen angel was bound to him and that any interference would mean dealing with him. Grafia apologized again to Lord Hayu, stating that she had been unaware of the fallen angel's bond to him and of his role as the wielder of the boosted gear. Issei waved off the formality and asked to be called by his name, noting that he was only 17, and accepted Grafia's apology. Grafia introduced herself properly as a maid who served the House of Gremory and offered a formal bow. Issei returned the bow and introduced himself as Issei Hairu, holder of the Red Heavenly Dragon, hoping for a less tense meeting. Rias then moved to explain the situation to the others. As she activated a magic circle on the floor, flames rose and warmed the room, forming the silhouette of a man. When the flames cleared, a man in a red suit with his shirt open arrived and announced that it had been a while since he had come to the human world, addressing Rias with a familiar air. Rias named him as Riser and he immediately stepped toward her, attempting to insist that she accompany him to a ceremony hall. Rias resisted his pressure with a firm refusal. Riser's manner suggested that he saw nothing wrong with urging her to go along, and he spoke as if coercing someone into a thing they did not want to do was acceptable behavior. Issei stepped forward and accused Riser of lacking class as he tried to draw attention. Riser responded with a rude question about Issei's identity. Issei introduced himself as Issei Haidu, holder of the boosted gear, speaking in a firm tone. Riser scoffed at the idea that a commoner could hold one of the two heavenly dragons and taunted the weapon as being wasted on someone so weak. Issei observed Riser's arrogance with a smile and replied mockingly that such a weak person could do little against a great devil like Riser. Riser warned Issei to watch his tongue and declared himself Riser Phoenix, a pureblood high-class devil and the third son of the House of Phoenix, insisting Issei should address him as Lord Phoenix. Issei challenged Riser to put his words to the test and proposed making things easier, pointing out that they both knew Rias wanted nothing to do with Riser. Riser snapped when reminded that Rias did not welcome his attention. Issei suggested a battle between them. Graphia asked politely to interject, and Issei nodded for her to speak. Graphia explained that the House of Phoenix and Lord Surzex had anticipated trouble and had prepared a last resort. She proposed settling the dispute with a rating game between Rias and Lord Riser. Issei inwardly approved of the suggestion. Rias was stunned and wondered how far others intended to interfere in her life. Graphia asked whether Rias declined. Rias refused to pass up the opportunity. Riser boasted that Rias's peerage was incomplete while his was full and that he had won most of his rating games, but Riser nevertheless accepted Rias's choice to compete. Rias declared fiercely that she would defeat him. Riser set a wager: if Rias won, she could do as she liked, but if he won, Rias would marry him immediately. Graphia confirmed that she would oversee the match between the two households, and both Rias and Riser agreed. Issei asked Graphia to wait a moment. Graphia nodded and remained, and Issei acknowledged her with gratitude. Riser dismissed the forthcoming match as a joke and summoned a magic circle on the floor. 15 figures appeared, and Issei noticed with irritation that Riser already had many members at his side. Issei reminded Riser of the deal he wanted to propose. Riser sneered and asked what the peasant wanted. Issei whispered an apology to Rainier and signaled her forward, then offered an alternate wager. He proposed to face members of Riser's peerage equal in strength to his own in terms of evil pieces. If Issei lost, he would submit himself, the holder of the boosted gear, and the fallen angel bound to him, Rainier. Riser reacted with a smug grin. Issei continued that, if he won, Rias and her peerage would be given 2 weeks to train, and the pieces belonging to the losing side would become his. He would eject the evil pieces from those members for Riser to reuse after the rating game with Rias, with the condition that Riser could not use them until after that match. Rias cried out in shock, but Issei met her eyes without trepidation, calming her. He asked Riser for his answer. Riser glanced at Rainier, Issei, and his peerage, and then smirked in agreement. Issei mouthed a silent trust to Rias, and she, still unsure for a moment, accepted. Issei asked Graphia to assess his worth in evil pieces. Graphia explained that Master Surzex was acquainted with Lord Astaroth and had shared details about the evil piece system. She asked Issei to place both hands over hers. Issei complied, and a bluish-silver glow formed around Graphia's hands before connecting with Issei's. The glow looped around his hands 3 times like a gauntlet and then faded. Graphia stated that Issei was worth the equivalent of 8 pawn pieces. Riser decided that his knight and rook, Carlomagné and Xuelon, would be sufficient to deal with Issei and stepped forward to present them. Carlomagné was described as a young woman with brown hair that had a greenish tint and green eyes. Her outfit combined elements of European and Japanese armor, a chest plate, gauntlets, and greaves paired with hip plates and shoulder guards, and she wore a headband across her hair and forehead. She carried a broadsword and a dagger, both slung at her hip with leather belts. The broadsword had a red jewel on the pommel and a bandaged handle, and the dagger had a gold hilt. Xuelon was a young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair had 2 buns on both sides of her head, while the front featured bangs that formed a slight V-shape across her forehead. Her outfit was a navy blue, body-hugging one-piece dress with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black low-heeled shoes. She also wore black arm guards over her forearms. Issei asked rhetorically if they should proceed. Issei, Xuelon, and Carlomagné were projected into a replica of the school's gymnasium by Graphia. Riser's group and Rias' group stood on opposite sides of Graphia, Riser on her left and Rias on her right as they watched. Riser appeared pleased while Rias looked a bit nervous. Riser taunted that it was too late to back out and that the boy had no chance. Rias answered defiantly, glaring at Riser with as much anger as she could muster. Graphia asked whether the three of them were ready. Issei responded cheerfully and Shuelon and Carlomine nodded. Graphia signaled the beginning. Issei immediately summoned his sacred gear and activated Boost, and the gauntlet mirrored the activation. He warned that the longer they waited, the more powerful he would become, and then boosted once more. Shuelon charged at Issei with a strong guard and threw a right roundhouse kick that he initially ducked under, then quickly jumped away as Shuelon's foot flared with fire. A sword engulfed in flames descended upon him, and he narrowly dodged by leaping backward. Issei noted that both opponents could HR's fire. Shuelon charged again with an axe kick which Issei dived under, adjusting his stance. He noticed a detail about her approach and altered his strategy. Issei sprang to his feet and leapt over a flaming horizontal slash from Carlomine, tucking his legs to somersault in midair. He lashed out with an axe kick of his own at Carlomine, which she blocked with her left gauntlet, surprising him with the strength she possessed as a knight. He jumped back, trying to keep both opponents in front of him. He acknowledged internally that, for a knight, Carlomine had impressive defensive capabilities. Issei activated Boost again through his sacred gear. He declared that 3 boosts should be enough to finish the fight, though a 4th would be useful, and taunted Riser that he would soon be down 2 pieces. Carlomine insisted their honor was at stake and charged at Issei again with her flaming sword. Issei tilted his body to avoid repeated slashes at his torso. Carlomine leapt and came down with a 2-handed strike, which Issei stopped by grabbing the blade in the middle, his boosted gear protecting his hand from the searing heat. Shuelon launched a powerful side kick into Issei's chest that he could not fully block with one hand and was pushed back, releasing Carlomine in the process. Issei recovered to his feet and admitted that the hit had hurt badly. He acknowledged their skill and prepared to finish the fight. The front of his blazer and shirt had been mostly burned off, clinging by a few strands over his shoulders. Issei activated Boost again and then triggered the explosion ability of his sacred gear. He gathered energy in his gauntlet hand until a sphere much larger than his usual dragon shot formed. He apologized quietly to the opponents before unleashing a 10-meter-wide blast of red energy, overwhelming the 2 girls. Smoke and dust filled the gymnasium. When the smoke cleared, a massive trench ran through the middle of the fake gym and a large hole took up most of the back wall. Graphia announced that Lord Riser's rook and knight had retired. In an instant, Issei was back in the Occult Research Club clubroom. Issei noted that his shirt had returned to normal. Rias, overcome with relief and excitement, embraced him tightly. Issei asked Rainier if there were any hard feelings from the wager. Rainier glared for a moment, then sighed and reluctantly agreed that there were none. Riser reminded Rias that she would still belong to him and motioned for his peerage to follow him to the magic circle. Issei angrily gestured to the 2 unconscious girls seated on the couch and asked Riser if he would say anything to them. Riser dismissed them as weak and unworthy of the House of Phoenix before walking to the magic circle as his peerage surrounded him. Issei stood over the 2 girls, annoyed, and caused 2 magic circles to appear over their hearts, ejecting their respective pieces. He threw the pieces at Riser, who deftly caught them. Issei told Riser off, calling him ungrateful and reminding him that the pieces were his by agreement. Riser scoffed and then he and his peerage disappeared. Issei told Rias that he now understood why she did not want to marry Riser, calling him the biggest JRK he had ever met. Rias nodded in agreement. Rias asked what Issei planned to do with the 2 abandoned peerage members. Issei decided to take them home since he did not know how long it would be until they woke up and asked Rainier to watch them until then. Rainier agreed. Issei said they needed to get started. Rias asked what he meant. Issei explained that they would begin training. Issei declared passionately that he might not match Akino in magic, Kaneko in power, or Kiba in speed, but he could help Rias build on her strengths, cover her weaknesses, and provide strategy. He added that there was no way he would let someone as kind as Rias be stuck with a pig like the man in question. Rias reacted with shock at his outburst. Graphia excused herself with a bow and said she needed to leave to inform both sides of the deal that had taken place, then stepped onto a magic circle and disappeared. Issei was exhausted. Without a way to teleport, he had to reach Rias's preferred training destination on foot, and it was far in the mountains. While Rias and her peerage could teleport close to the site, Issei had to climb from scratch, almost 100 kilometers straight up. He felt utterly spent and thought he might die from the effort. Eventually he reached the mansion, collapsed, and was healed by Asia. Once he was ready, he assessed the situation and admitted he was outnumbered but refused to consider the task impossible. Rias then offered, with hope, to reincarnate him as a devil using one of her 8 unused pawn pieces so he could fight alongside them. Issei paused for a long moment, worrying Rias, then ran his right hand through his hair and looked at his left hand. He explained that he could not become a devil and apologized for dashing her hopes. Rias accepted this sadly, saying it had been worth the attempt. Issei answered confidently that it would not matter, because once he was done with Riser would not stand a chance. Sometime later, Issei learned the outcome of the engagement. Graphia explained that Riser's forces had fought valiantly and even managed to eliminate all of Riser's pieces, but they had ultimately lost. Kaneko, Kiba, and Akino were picked off one by one until only Asia and Rias remained. Asia had been heavily disoriented by an attack, and Rias had fought with all her might against Riser's queen, managing to defeat her. Then Riser threatened Asia if Rias did not submit. Issei reacted with a mix of anger and sorrow, calling Riser a coward for resorting to such underhanded tactics and lamenting that Rias, who was too kind, never stood a chance to make that sacrifice for herself. Graphia observed that Issei was interesting. Despite his power, he was open with his emotions and easily offended, yet he cared deeply for Rias and her peerage and continued to try to help them. She produced a slip of paper and relayed that Lord Surzex had found Issei's gambit of risking Rias, himself, and a fallen angel to weaken Riser quite intriguing, calling him a risky character. She handed the slip to Issei and explained that the magic circle on it would allow him to teleport to the engagement hall once he supplied some magical power. She also conveyed Surzex's message. He advised Issei to barge into the hall if he wanted to save his sister, and the back of the slip contained a return seal that would let Issei bring Lady Rias back. Issei, trembling slightly with a mixture of fear and determination, asked Graphia if he could use the magic circle to teleport. She calmly confirmed that magic circles only needed magical power to operate and that even angels and fallen angels could use them if they managed to access one. Startled, Issei berated Rias for making him climb a mountain for nothing. He then instructed Graphia to tell Rias that he would arrive in 10 minutes and declared that after he saved her he would make sure she was safe and free from whatever fate had been arranged for her. He hurried from the room. Graphia watched him leave with a small smile, vanished through a magic circle, and thought that the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation was unexpectedly strange. Rias sighed, reflecting that she was on the verge of being bound to a narcissistic man she did not want to be tied to for the rest of her life. A loud voice bellowed Issei's name from just outside the engagement hall, drawing everyone's attention. Issei arrived with boosted gear active and everyone noticed his fierce presence. A guard who approached him started to speak but retreated in fear under Issei's icy glare and determined eyes. Surzex then stepped forward and explained that he had orchestrated the spectacle to make his sister's engagement flashy, and what could be flashier than pitting a dragon against a phoenix? Issei kept his gaze fixed on Rias, his eyes never leaving her as he prepared to act. Rias desperately wanted to know what Issei was thinking. Issei, meanwhile, was already planning how he would spend the rest of the day with Rias after he got her back for making him climb a mountain when he could have teleported there. Surzex asked Issei what he would want if he beat Riser. Issei replied that he wanted Rias returned. Surzex agreed that if Issei won, Rias could go back with him. Issei and Riser were teleported to a stadium ringed by pillars topped with phoenix statues. Riser taunted Issei, calling him weak and declaring that no one could stop the immortal phoenix. Issei dismissed the insult and declared that he would win quickly. The boosted gear announced the activation of the Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, and Issei began to take on the scale mail as he advanced. Issei spoke a curt warning that Riser was not worthy of experiencing his balance breaker, then prepared himself for the fight. Riser launched multiple fireballs at Issei, who batted them aside with little trouble. Issei's dragon-enhanced conditioning and his sacred gear made him more than a match for the Phoenix Flames. When Issei closed the distance, he produced a vial and activated a boosted gear gift transfer. The boosted holy water reacted strongly with Riser, who cried out in obvious pain. Taking advantage of the opening, Issei struck with a precise disabling blow that brought Riser to his knees. A final solid gauntlet strike knocked Riser unconscious and left him sprawled on the ground. The confrontation remained intense but non-graphic, portrayed like a high-energy, dramatic battle in an action series. Revel Phoenix moved between them, arms outstretched. Issei addressed her directly, criticizing Riser's behavior as uncaring, selfish, and arrogant, then acknowledged Ravel's loyalty and bravery in trying to protect her brother. He offered her sincere praise, which caused Revel to look away with a faint blush. Issei then turned his attention back to Rias. Issei produced the paper that had brought him there. It glowed and summoned a griffin. He helped Rias onto the griffin and told Kaneko, Kiba, and Akino that he would see them tomorrow as the griffin took off. Later, Lord Gremory remarked on the young Red Dragon Emperor's accomplishments. Lord Phoenix admitted that greed had driven some decisions but noted the unusual circumstances. Lord Gremory expressed regret for pushing his own ambition onto his daughter, hoping she would forgive him. Lord Phoenix observed that Riser's overconfidence would teach him humility and commented on Rias's interesting servant. Surzex clarified that Issei was not part of his sister's peerage and that Issei had once hated devils until Rias and her peerage helped him see that not all devils were evil. He explained that Issei was more dragon than human after sacrificing his mortal heart to survive an attack in his youth. Lord Phoenix reacted with surprise at Issei's heritage and noted that dragons often drew others to them, remarking on Issei's effect on Revel. Lord Gremory mused on the intriguing possibility of a dragon and a phoenix's offspring, and Lord Phoenix agreed thoughtfully. Rias asked Issei where they were going next. Issei replied that there was a special room in his house he wanted her to see. Rias felt a flutter of excitement but took a steadying breath. They stopped briefly at the Occult Research Club so Rias could change out of the wedding gown and into a spare school uniform. Afterwards they flew to Issei's house. Issei announced their arrival as they dismounted the griffin, which vanished into a teleportation seal. It was close to midnight. No one was awake to see the griffin arrive or disappear. When Issei entered the house he noticed Shuelon and Carlemine still unconscious on a bed and frowned slightly. Rainier was watching over them. Issei told Rainier that he would take Rias to another room to speak privately and that she could go to sleep if she wanted. Rainier looked at Rias with concern. Rias steadied herself when Issei opened the door to a darkened room and invited her inside. The door closed behind them and when the light came on, the room revealed itself to be a small gym. Issei brought forward the slip of paper Graphia had given him earlier and asked Rias what it was. Rias answered that it was a teleportation seal and confirmed that anyone could use it. Issei asked why he had to climb a mountain when she could have given him a seal. Rias apologized, saying she had forgotten. Issei warned her to listen carefully, walked to the side of the room where dozens of medicine balls were lined up, shouted a command to dodge, and began tossing the ball at her. Rias struggled to evade the throws as Issei continued the sudden, grueling training. Kiba arrived at the clubroom shortly after and immediately felt a strange atmosphere. Kaneko was eating her treats, Akino was giggling softly, and Asia looked tired as if she had not slept well. Issei was smiling broadly, and Rainier watched with a sympathetic expression. Rias sat more stiffly than usual and winced occasionally when she moved. Kiba asked if Rias was all right. Akino replied that Rias was fine and had had an eventful day yesterday, which only increased Kiba's confusion. He glanced at Rias, who still appeared tense, while Issei's grin grew. Kiba wondered aloud if something had happened between Rias and Issei, and Akino laughed at the suggestion, taking it as a sign that Kiba had an overactive imagination. Issei nonchalantly explained that he had been helping Rias remember important details through some rather intense training. Rainier commented to Rias that the exercises hurt less each time, saying it had helped with recovery. Kiba moved closer to Kaneko, still unsure what to think. Rainier mentioned to Issei that he was proving a point about compatibility with Akino, and Issei joked that two people who enjoyed pushing each other so hard could not both be SDSTS unless one also enjoyed being pushed. Akino offered with a playful gleam that she could take on a different role if needed, which left Issei momentarily stunned. After a short pause, Issei said he needed to leave, stood up stiffly, and walked out of the clubroom on his way home. Kaneko observed that he seemed broken, and Akino teased that she might push him even more, which made Rainier uneasy. When Issei got home, he went to another spare room and found Shuelon and Carmine still asleep on the bed. He decided to bind them briefly and transfer some energy to wake them. After powering up and sending the boost, Carmine stirred and Shuelon's eyes tightened. Issei told them they were finally waking. Shuelon asked where they were, and Carmine assumed they had lost the battle. Issei confirmed that they had been defeated and praised their effort, explaining that they had simply run out of strength. Shuelon demanded to know where Lord Riser was, insisting that he would not accept their failure. Issei replied that Lord Riser was likely still recovering after the confrontation and that it had not gone in his favor. Shuelon angrily accused Issei of being able to defeat Lord Riser, and Issei said that was why Rias no longer needed to be allied with him. Riser had been defeated in their encounter, which Issei described as a one-sided fight. Carmine expressed disbelief that Issei had prevailed alone. Issei admitted he had used a decisive tactic to win. Then Issei asked if they wanted something to eat, reminding them that they had been unconscious for more than 2 weeks. Shuelon and Carmine reacted with surprise at the length of time they had been out. Issei said he had transferred some of his power to wake them and told them to come downstairs when they were ready, then left the room. Issei paused, wondering if they would be able to process complex food after not eating for 2 weeks, but he pushed the thought aside. They were devils. Human physiology probably did not apply to them. He began preparing scrambled eggs, juice, and bread. When the two came down, Carmine started eating while Shuelon stared at the food. Shuelon demanded angrily that Carmine explain how she could sit there and act like nothing was wrong. Carmine replied that a good fighter must be well fed at all times and returned to her meal. Issei, slightly concerned, told Shuelon that Carmine had a point and that she should eat something. Shuelon argued that she could not eat because she did not know where Lord Riser was. Issei pointed out with some boredom that Shuelon no longer possessed his evil pieces and therefore did not need to refer to him so respectfully. Shuelon insisted it was impossible that Lord Riser would get rid of them. Carmine bitterly suggested that Shuelon open her eyes. Riser had a harem, and they had likely been just part of a collection he could replace. Shuelon rose angrily to protest. How dare she say such things? Issei added that even after he had beaten the two of them, Lord Riser had not wanted to stay, dismissing them as weak and a disgrace to the House of Phoenix and almost leaving before Issei could return their evil pieces. Shuelon whimpered and slumped to her knees. Carmine said sadly that, counting them, Riser had 15 girls with him. She suspected he would not have cared if he lost them so long as he could replace them. Issei asked out of curiosity why they had been part of Lord Riser's peerage. Carmine explained that she had once run into a holy sword user before Riser found her. She had challenged him to test herself, and he had looked down on her blade, calling it inferior. He had the arrogance of someone masking cowardice. He beat her but thought she was a devil trying to steal his sword because she had pushed him to his limits. He had returned with reinforcements and nearly killed her before realizing she was just a human skilled with swords. Riser had found her, promised to help her grow stronger, so she could survive future encounters, and she had accepted. That was why she had joined his peerage. Issei observed that Carmine's reason made sense. She had sought strength to survive rather than power for its own sake. He then turned his gaze to Shuelon, who remained on the floor. Shuelon began to tell her story. She said she had befriended a devil when she was a little girl. When she was 10 and living in a small town on an island off the southern coast of Japan, the devil girl and she practiced martial arts together. One day 3 men came looking for the girl's family. They revealed themselves as fallen angels who intended to kill the girl and her family for being devils. Shualon panicked and ran. The 3 struck at her with spears of light, but her friend tackled her out of the way and told her to flee, insisting it was her fight. Shualon ran home to her parents and they planned to leave that night for a larger island. That night, the fallen angels returned. Shualon suppressed a choked sob and went on. The attackers assaulted the house and killed her parents while she watched. Then a large, blazing attack suddenly burst onto the scene, engulfing the fallen angels in brilliant flame and scattering them. Lord Riser had arrived because the fallen angels had harmed the girl and her family, who turned out to be old friends of his brother. Shualon finished by explaining that he had taken pity on her and promised to make her strong so none of her friends would ever have to sacrifice themselves to save her again. Fresh tears sprang to her eyes as she remembered the pain of losing her friend, family, and the recent loss of Riser, who had been her hero. Issei's eyes softened at the tragic story. He knelt and held Shualon close, offering quiet comfort as she cried. He felt annoyed at the thought of Riser abandoning her and dismissed Riser as having been cruel to her. Issei comforted her and rubbed her back until she calmed and finally fell asleep. He carried her to the couch and laid her down gently so as not to wake her, then returned to Carloman. Issei mused that Shualon must have idolized Riser since he had given her a new life, and he regretted that Riser had been so arrogant. Carloman, having finished her meal, asked what he planned to do with them. Issei replied that it was complicated. Carloman asked if he was a devil, and Issei explained that it was not that simple. Issei explained that as a child he and a friend had been attacked by 2 stray devils. To survive, he had given up his human heart for a time to gain enough power to escape the danger, and in the process his heart had changed into something more like a dragon's. His body had adapted to that change, leaving him as something between human and dragon rather than a true devil. Carloman remarked that she had thought he was part of Rias' peerage, since the only times she had seen him were with Rias. Issei said he had hated devils until about a month ago. Carloman asked what had changed, since he had risked his life for a devil he had only known a short time. Issei explained that Rias had done him a big favor and shown him that not all devils were like Riser. Rias and her peerage had shown him that some devils could be decent. They had encouraged him without forcing him to join. Carloman then asked again what he intended to do with them. Issei admitted that his main goal had been to weaken Riser so Rias would have a chance to defeat him. He said that if Riser had sent 8 pawns against him he would have taken the same approach. Carloman sighed and said she felt useless now. Issei lifted her chin gently and reassured her that she was not useless. He told her she had been dealt a bad hand but deserved a chance at a better life, and suggested she stay with him so he could give them the care and opportunities Riser had failed to provide. Carloman asked why he wanted to help. Issei asked in return whether she really needed a reason to live, then offered to train her if she still wished to get stronger. He mentioned, without boasting, that he had knocked Riser out quickly. Carloman considered the offer and accepted, pledging to serve him from that day forward. When Shualon woke, Issei gave her a similar talk and persuaded her that Riser had not deserved her loyalty. She agreed to stay with Issei as well. Issei told them they would have to share a room because his house was small and had no other spare rooms. The 2 agreed that they could manage, which relieved Issei. Later that day Rainier returned to the house without Asia, who had received a contract and was not accompanying her. Issei called out that Shualon and Carloman had woken. Rainier made her way to the room and found both of them a little disheveled but ultimately fine. She asked in surprise why Issei had put them into physical exercise straight after waking from a 2-week coma. Issei teased that, unlike Rainier, they had maintained decent physical conditioning before their ordeal. Rainier responded with a playful gesture. Rainier explained that fallen angels typically favored quick hit-and-run tactics or persuasion, and so they did not always emphasize sustained physical conditioning. Issei and Rainier debated whether higher-tier fallen angels kept combat-ready bodies, and Rainier admitted she had been low on the power chain. Shualon observed that Issei and Rainier had a strange dynamic, and Carloman commented that Rainier seemed bratty for a fallen angel, since those she had met before tended to be haughty. Issei laughed and reminded Reiner that he had knocked her out in a few hits, which made her blush with embarrassment. Issei suggested that Reiner should spar with them next to see how far she had come. Issei agreed that it was a good idea. Reiner asked what he planned to do, and Issei replied that he would just watch and might throw something if they left an opening. Shuilan wondered if fighting was all he thought about and whether he ever did anything else for fun. Issei mentioned a past date and reminded Reiner that she still had never apologized for trying to kill him. Reiner protested when a small medicine ball bounced off her leg. Issei scolded her for disobeying orders and nearly jeopardizing their faction. Reiner sighed and apologized, asking if they could let it go. Issei accepted and asked what Azazel looked like. Reiner described Azazel with a dreamy tone, black hair with golden bangs, a goatee, very tall and charismatic with a matching smile. Issei asked if Azazel enjoyed fishing as well. Reiner quickly defended him. Issei said he needed to head out for supplies, warned them not to use fire techniques in the house without him, and suggested Reiner spar with the others if she felt up to it. He promised to be back in a few hours with dinner and left. After a short while, Carlemine asked what they did for fun. Reiner said she mostly teased Issei, although it tended to backfire, and otherwise there was not much to do. Shuilan asked Reiner if she wanted to spar, and Reiner agreed after thinking it over. Later, around 5 in the afternoon, Issei walked purposefully to the pier and sat on a bench next to a man who was fishing. The man asked why Issei had chosen the spot for company. Issei said he felt like fishing. The man suggested good bait brought in bigger fish. Issei reeled in a small catch, unhooked it, and released it, explaining that small catches could attract larger ones. The man wondered what would happen if bigger fish did not take the bait. Issei said that as small fish took the bait, bigger fish would become curious and investigate. He then pulled up a much larger fish and released it, observing that when fish were released they went on with their lives, unaware of the near danger they had escaped. Issei packed up, saying he might head home because he had 3 birds waiting and needed to tell them the fish had not been cooperative that day. The man noted that if one waited a bit longer after releasing a big catch, it might return eager for more food. Issei asked vaguely whether the crow had taken the bait, and the man suggested it might wait for darkness. Issei said he would see the man around, and as he walked away with grilled chicken skewers, he recognized the fisherman as Azazel. After Issei left, the man remained at the pier, continuing to fish and release his catches. He mused aloud that Issei still seemed mostly human and wondered which side Issei would choose when events escalated. Then Azazel stood up and left, taking the fishing rods and an empty bucket of bait. When Issei arrived home, he was surprised to find his parents already back. His father was talking with the trio Issei had left behind while his mother spoke with Asia, who had arrived earlier. Issei, anxious about explaining the newcomers, quickly wove a story. Yuma and Asia were cousins from Italy who had been lost in Japan, and since they attended the same school he had invited them to stay and help them learn Japanese. Asia confirmed that Issei had been helpful, explaining that he had taught tricks to remember hiragana and katakana. Reiner, who had shifted back into a less conspicuous form when non-hostile human presences arrived, added that Issei had helped her and her cousin adjust to Japanese life. Issei continued that Carlemine had come from England and Shuilan from China and that, because he had successfully helped Asia and Yuma adapt, it had been suggested he assist them as well. Shuilan apologized politely and Carlemine expressed regret for making anyone uncomfortable. Issei's mother reassured them that they were welcome and asked whether sleeping arrangements had been made. The visitors replied that everything was fine. Reiner smiled and explained that when Carlemine and Shuilan arrived she had moved into her cousin's room because they were close and adding another bed had been easy. Issei's father replied that he would hate to think Issei did not have a room to sleep in, and that aside from Issei's own room the house only had 2 spare bedrooms and a guest room. Issei paused, realizing he had forgotten when Reiner had arranged to put a bed in Asia's room. Reiner admitted that she had bought some grilled skewers but apologized that it might not be enough since she had not expected everyone to be home. Issei's father said that it was fine. His wife and he had had some rice dumplings on the way and were not very hungry, and he encouraged Issei to eat because growing bodies needed food. Issei thought that his father was not being very subtle. Dinner was lively. After Issei explained the living situation, his parents warmed to the 4 visitors and affectionately referred to them as their unofficial daughters, which amused and slightly puzzled Issei. After the meal, Issei suggested that they all finish their homework before bed and discreetly signaled for the 4 to come to his room without his parents noticing. It took about 30 minutes before all 5 supernatural beings had gathered in Issei's room. Issei set a few ground rules. He clarified that Rainier would need to remain in her Yuma form while they were around. He instructed Asia not to use any magic in front of the others, including healing and teleportation. He reminded everyone not to use any fire-related abilities, and he asked Carmine to keep her weapons hidden so his parents would not notice them. Carmine indicated that she had hidden the weapons with Rainier's help, gesturing toward 2 anklets that had not been there earlier. Issei said he would contact Rias quickly so the 2 of them could join their class. If they did not attend school, people would become suspicious. Carmine said she did not mind and thought it might be fun, and Shuelon nodded that it would not be an inconvenience. Issei then said he would go to the bathroom to summon Rias as soon as he found the summoning circle, and he asked the quartet to try to distract his parents, who had always wanted a daughter and would enjoy talking to any of them. The quartet left him to search. Issei was crouched on the floor searching the bottom of his closet when someone appeared behind him. Aquino arrived briefly, spoke to him in a playful tone, and left shortly afterward. Issei felt flustered by the interruption and decided to take a freezing cold shower to clear his head. When Issei walked to school, he usually garnered his fair share of stares. Rainier and Asia attracted large crowds, and seeing both with Issei set people talking and speculating about possible relationships. Some suggested Issei was building a harem, while others whispered that Rainier and Asia might be together and Issei was only a front. When Issei arrived with 2 more girls, whispers broke out instantly and quickly swelled into a chorus of gossip. Issei muttered that he had expected this, rubbing his right temple in exasperation. Carmine and Shuelon were both wearing the school uniform. Rainier and Asia stood nearby. Rainier watched the scene with amusement, Asia looked confused, and Shuelon appeared bored. Rainier smiled at Issei and predicted the ridiculous accusations that would follow. Issei asked her not to remind him. 2 male voices suddenly accused him loudly, and Issei complained that they had to bring things up. Motohama angrily demanded why Issei was walking around with 4 girls while he and Matsuda could not even attract one, and Matsuda chimed in similarly. Issei sighed and, fed up with the taunts, moved quickly and sent them sprawling with a swift, theatrical maneuver. He told them firmly that the girls were not toys to be shared and continued on with the 4 girls following him. Motohama lamented that Issei had them while he and Matsuda had nothing. A passing Murayama commented that their behavior was creepy, and Keitase added that they were acting inappropriately, leaving the 2 embarrassed and teary. Rias observed that Issei had been causing quite a stir and felt a quiet satisfaction at his discomfort over the earlier events. Issei replied that the school was full of people who loved to gossip about baseless accusations. Rias expressed disappointment at the idea that he was building a harem. When she questioned the possibility of him including all 4 girls, Issei responded with a smirk that it would not be a problem and clarified that he meant they would be living at his house, although there was little room left. Rias was surprised and asked if there would be space for her as well. Aquino appeared behind Issei and remarked on the change of subject in a light, teasing manner. Issei said he had not been up to anything important the previous night, and Aquino added that she had stopped by his room while he was looking for the summoning circle and helped with enrollment matters. Issei explained that he had asked her to assist with getting Shuelon and Carmine enrolled. Aquino hugged him from behind in a friendly, supportive gesture and offered to keep whatever had happened between them private. Issei blushed at the attention, and Rainier and Rias noticed his reaction but were interrupted by a knock at the clubroom door. The student council entered, mostly composed of girls with a single boy among them, the new receptionist. The student council president Sona Citri pointed out that Issei had not been told about the other group of devils at the school and expressed surprise that Rias had not informed him. Sona, known as one of the most popular and formidable students at the school, wore an austere expression. Rias complained that the timing ruined a good conversation, and Issei took the opportunity to steer the topic away. He politely thanked Sona and explained that, now that he knew she had once been a devil, he understood why she had assisted with the enrollment of Rainier, Asia, Carloman, and Shuelon. He asked to be called Issei rather than Mr. Hayu, noting that he was only 17 and felt old with such formal titles. Sona acknowledged him with a cool but professional response. The only male member of the student council introduced himself as Genshuru Saji and said that he served as the president's pawn, adding that he had consumed 4 pawn pieces and would not lose easily. Issei reacted awkwardly to the forceful introduction. Sona intervened to remind Saji that they had come to introduce themselves to the new members of the Occult Research Club, not to antagonize Issei, who had defeated a powerful opponent despite not being a devil. The 4 girls who had accompanied Issei stepped forward to introduce themselves. As Genshuru reached to shake their hands, Issei grabbed Genshuru's hand in a jokingly strong handshake that left the newcomer surprised. Issei smiled and expressed that they were pleased to meet the student council and grateful for the assistance with enrollment. Sona noted the ongoing rumors that Issei appeared to be gathering the new girls, and the conversation continued with the usual mix of curiosity and rivalry among the students. Genshuru spoke with a tone that mixed anger, envy, and annoyance as he wished for divine punishment and lightning on the others' way home. Issei replied with a grin, withdrew his hand, and joked that the only lightning that would strike him would be Akino's, thanking Genshuru for not giving her any ideas. Akino then made a playful remark, which caused Genshuru to step back slightly. Issei returned the smile, and Rainier observed that the 2 SDSs made an interesting atmosphere. Sona introduced herself and explained that she loved the school and valued the work of the student council, warning that she would not forgive anyone who disturbed the school's peaceful life, whether human, fallen angel, or devil, and that the same applied to Rias. Issei bowed again in thanks, and Asia, Rainier, Carloman, and Shuelon followed his example before the student council left. After they had gone, Rias asked about what had happened the previous night as Issei excused himself toward the bathroom. When Issei returned, he heard Rias explaining familiars to Asia while the others had their familiars with them. Issei asked if they could come along, and Rias considered that the familiar forest was primarily for devils to receive their familiars, and she was unsure whether fallen angels or humans could go there. Issei suggested that they could just go for fun and let Asia be the only one to seek a familiar. Rias reluctantly agreed that there would be no harm in that. Issei asked Shuelon and Carloman if they had familiars. Carloman shook her head and explained that Riser had never taken the time to let his peerage receive familiars. Rias added that, while uncommon, devils not part of a peerage could sometimes receive familiars. The group walked over to the magic circle and attempted to teleport, but the teleportation failed. Rias sighed and explained that she had feared this. Only devils could visit the familiar forest by magic circle. Issei accepted it with a sigh and stepped off the magic circle with Rainier as the rest teleported away. As Issei and Rainier walked around without much purpose, Issei asked what she felt like doing. Rainier admitted that there was not much to do around town and that, aside from carrying out her orders, life had been fairly uneventful. She said she often felt restless because of the limitations of her existence as a fallen angel. Issei suggested the arcade, but Rainier declined. Issei asked what she might enjoy otherwise. Rainier said she had been more interested in proving her worth to Azazel than in other pursuits. Issei pointed out that trying to prove oneself was a form of seeking acceptance, and Rainier hesitated before acknowledging the point and calling it a somewhat lame reason compared to more dramatic fallen angel motivations. Issei disagreed and said that wanting acceptance was a deeply human and understandable desire. Everyone wanted to be accepted by someone, whether family, friends, or others. Rainier asked shyly if Issei accepted her. Issei said that she was one of his closest friends and that he liked her better than most of Ria's peerage because she was easier to relate to. He forgave her for their past confrontation. Rainier blushed at the remark and muttered that she was glad he had survived their encounter. She recalled, quietly and without detail, that she had once struck him with a light spear during a previous conflict and was relieved they had both lived through it. Issei pressed a gentle kiss to the top of Rainier's head, prompting her to look up at him with content eyes. He teased that he was glad she had tried to attack him, and Rainier rested her head back on his shoulder with a sigh of happiness. The two sat together for almost an hour in comfortable silence, watching people go about their everyday lives. After a while, Rainier dozed off. Issei carried her home so she could rest, holding her carefully as they walked. Issei noticed that Rias and the other devils he knew had not returned yet and decided to go for a walk. As he moved through the streets, a strong holy aura drew closer to his area. Curious, he followed the sensation until he spotted two cloaked figures ahead, one of whom carried a heavy, bandaged bundle. Issei fell in behind them, keeping to the shadows. After a short time, the one carrying the bundle dropped it forcefully to the ground and spoke, her voice distinctly feminine and a little deep as she told him she knew he was following them and asked what he hoped to gain, addressing him as Dragon. Issei stepped forward and explained that he was only checking they were not up to anything. It was unusual for two holy figures to come through a devil stronghold without reason, especially one with many fallen angels. He stopped about a meter away, leaving just enough room to prepare himself if they turned hostile. The woman warned that they had a mission and if he intended to stop them, they could settle it then. She turned her head, revealing blue hair with a green strand in the middle of her fringe and a pair of dark yellow eyes. Issei said he had not come to stop them and that he was now more curious because he recognized one of them. The blue-haired woman insisted she had never met him. Issei explained that she had not met him, but her companion had. The second figure turned, revealing light brown hair and violet eyes, and then the name Irina left her lips in surprise. Issei confirmed his identity, and Irina reacted by jumping and letting her hood fall back, revealing twin-side ponytails tied with blue scrunchies. She hugged him immediately, and he returned the embrace. Issei murmured that he had missed her and had never forgotten her. Irina replied that she had never forgotten him either. When Issei pulled back, he produced the locket Irina had given him long ago and told her he had worn it every day, though it had made him sad because he had nothing to give her in return. Irina reassured him, saying that his friendship and loyalty were more than enough. Zenobia, the other cloaked figure, bluntly asked who he was. Irina chided her for being so direct and introduced Issei as her childhood friend, mentioning that they had played together and that Issei once saved her life when two devils tried to force her away. Issei introduced himself as Issei Haidu and offered his hand. Zenobia took his hand and shook it. When Issei asked why they had been heading this way, Zenobia explained that they were searching for the devil who claimed this town as her territory. Issei offered to lead them to Kuo, though he noted that Rias was not present and that they would likely have to speak with Sona first. Zenobia pressed him about his familiarity with the local devils, whether he had made a pact with them, and whether he was on their side. Issei answered that they attended the same school as he did, that he had not formed a pact, that they had helped each other at times, and that he was not aligned with any faction. He stood on his own. When Zenobia asked what he meant by being on his own, he clarified that he did not take sides among the three factions but that anyone who tried to harm his family or friends would be his enemy regardless of affiliation. Zenobia nodded thoughtfully. Irina asked if Issei could help them reach the Devil Stronghold. He agreed, but reminded them that since Rias was away they might need to return later for an audience. He led them to Kuo Academy, where Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council, was waiting and appeared to have expected them. Tsubaki remarked on the interesting company the Red Dragon Emperor kept. Zenobia inquired whether Tsubaki was the devil in charge of the area. Tsubaki explained that while she was not, she could arrange an audience with the Gremory Princess and led them inside. Issei told them he would leave them there for the time being and that they were welcome to visit. He lived nearby, so Irina should be able to find her way back. Waving, he walked away in the opposite direction from where Tsubaki had gone. Irina promised they would visit him soon, and she and Zenobia followed Tsubaki into the main building. As Tsubaki led them onward, Irina asked Zenobia what she thought of Issei and suggested he was impressive. Zenobia observed that he seemed powerful, and she mentioned sensing a lingering presence of a fallen angel around him, which made his acquaintance with devils notable. She admitted some suspicion about his motives. Irina defended him, insisting he would not align with other factions. Zenobia listed reasons someone might seek contact with fallen angels and devils' power, influence, followers, and companionship and noted that those creatures tended to pursue their own desires. Irina blushed and, flustered, offered that if Issei ever needed support he could rely on her. Embarrassed, she murmured a quiet prayer to calm herself. Zenobia and Irina were then led into a room where Sona sat, calmly observing them. Issei walked home, thinking he had never expected Irina to return and wondering why they had come armed with such powerful equipment. He considered whether this could be connected to the hint Azazel had given him. Before he realized it, he was standing in front of his front door. Inside the house, he found his father reading the newspaper while his mother was washing dishes. After a quick greeting, Issei headed up to his room, took off his school uniform, and lay down on his bed. He tried to make sense of Azazel's words. He wondered what the Lord of Darkness could have meant by darkness settling upon the land. Maybe devils or fallen angels were up to something, and perhaps Azazel had been offering a warning. If Azazel knew of a plot by fallen angels, Issei wondered, would he not have acted to stop it? The next day, a new student arrived in class. Revel Phoenix, a blonde girl with her hair styled into two drill-like side ponytails, introduced herself to the class. Kaneko considered the arrival a strange development. During math, Issei found the lesson on differential polynomials tedious and noticed the teacher was doing little to make it engaging. He stared out the window and wished for something interesting to happen, then suddenly stiffened as an uneasy thought crossed his mind. He wondered if he had just jinxed himself and mentally scolded himself for doing so again. Revel asked to join the occult research club. Rias replied with a stern expression, reminding everyone that the last time she had been near a phoenix their encounter had not ended amicably. Revel explained in an official tone that the House of Phoenix had proposed this as a gesture to show there were no hard feelings over how the engagement had ended, and that sending her to join the occult research club was meant to strengthen the bonds between the two houses that had been strained. Rias accepted the explanation and officially welcomed Revel Phoenix to the occult research club. Revel responded with a small curtsy to thank her. As they waited for the next guests, Issei noticed Revel glancing at him several times and felt slightly puzzled. Issei asked Revel if anything was the matter while standing near the window. Revel quickly averted her gaze and said it was nothing. A knock at the door interrupted the moment. Rias invited the visitors in, already sensing the holy aura of the two people beyond the door. Zenobia introduced herself and thanked Rias for seeing them on behalf of the House of Gremory. Irina greeted Issei cheerfully. Issei returned a small smile at seeing his bubbly childhood friend. Rias asked with a faintly suspicious gaze whether the two knew each other. Irina encouraged Issei to explain, and Issei recounted that he had previously been attacked by two strangers who had tried to harm him and abduct his friend, which earned a concerned wince from Rias. Issei then introduced Irina Shidu as his friend, and Irina smiled politely at the others. Zenobia bluntly asked to get down to business. Rias inquired why the church had sent two of its own. Zenobia explained that the Excalibur swords held by the Catholic Church's headquarters, the Protestant Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church had been stolen. She went on to say that each of those churches had originally possessed two Excaliburs. One sword from each church had been taken, while the remaining swords of the Catholic and Protestant churches were currently wielded by Irina and Zenobia, and the final sword was under heavy security. The thieves had escaped to Japan and brought the swords to this town, which made Rias's eyes widen. Rias asked who had stolen the swords. Zenobia named the Grigori. Rainier gasped in surprise and defended her faction, insisting that the Grigori would not undertake something that could risk sparking a wider conflict. Zenobia challenged Rainier's standing to speak on the Grigori's motives. Rainier stated, matter-of-factly, that she was a fallen angel and therefore knew something about them. Zenobia suggested they should take Rainier in for questioning. Issei stepped forward protectively, declaring that Rainier might be a fallen angel but she was no longer acting on their behalf and she was affiliated with his side now, so she should not be harmed. Rainier smiled, touched that Issei valued and would defend her. Rias added that Rainier was a member of the Occult Research Club and that she would not allow anyone to threaten her. Zenobia accused the others of having used persuasive tactics to sway Issei. Irina, blushing slightly, protested at the accusation. Zenobia pressed the point, insisting that such influence could explain Issei's choices. Issei and Rias exchanged looks, both bemused at how the argument seemed to have shifted away from the stolen swords. Rainier asked irritably whether the others were claiming they had used him to draw him to their respective sides. Aquino laughed softly and suggested they might think the others had won him over. Issei, confused, insisted that he had not been compromised and that none of the women had tried to improperly influence him. He added that he had his own interests and was not working for either the devils or the fallen angels. Zenobia attempted to press for an advantage, beginning to outline a plan that would involve Irina, but Irina interrupted angrily, insisting that they had not come to the meeting to recruit Issei. Rias redirected attention back to the primary concern and asked why Zenobia had felt it necessary to arrange this meeting when they already knew who had taken the Excaliburs. Zenobia paused, then prepared to explain the next piece of the investigation. Zenobia explained that they had sent many priests and exorcists to the town but they kept getting killed. She believed Kokabeel was the main culprit and reported that headquarters had ordered that devils were not to interfere in the battle. Rias narrowed her eyes and her mouth formed a thin line. Rias asked whether the way the request was worded meant they were considering collaborating with the fallen angels to do something with the Excaliburs. Zenobia replied that headquarters did not rule such a possibility out, and Rias's eyes flamed with anger. Issei told himself he could not blame the people higher in the church for their suspicions as he clenched his fist and drifted into thought. He was pulled back to the room when he noticed Irina and Zenobia standing to leave. Zenobia asked if the girl before them was Asia Argento and expressed surprise at meeting her here. Asia's small frame seemed to shrink at being called a witch. Irina identified her as the former Holy Maiden and said she had heard Asia was said to have the power to heal devils and fallen angels, and that she had been sent away after exile. Irina had not expected her to have become a devil. Asia struggled to speak while Irina continued, promising not to tell higher-ups what she had seen and noting that people who knew the Holy Maiden would be shocked. Zenobia asked whether Asia still believed in God now that she had become a devil. Irina asserted that someone who had become a devil could not still believe. As Irina and Zenobia debated the possibility of Asia's faith, Issei felt unease tighten in his chest. Zenobia declared that if that were the case she should stop Asia immediately, and she argued that doing so in the name of God would bring forgiveness. Issei stepped forward to stand slightly in front of Asia and told Zenobia that she was overstepping her authority and acting beyond her judgment. Zenobia insisted that Asia was a witch and argued that ending her life now would still leave room for redemption, asking if Issei wished to deny that chance. Issei answered sharply that Asia had not sinned, she had only spread kindness and helped others, and she had been kept isolated for her healing work and therefore had no friends. His voice carried anger. Zenobia asked whether a holy maiden needed friends and argued that as long as Asia had God's love she would not have needed friendship, claiming that seeking friendship had ruined her and therefore she had been undeserving of the role. Issei countered forcefully, challenging Zenobia's narrow view. He pointed out that leaders and prophets in their tradition had not been without human support and that the central message taught through Jesus was about kindness rather than rituals or sacrifices. He argued that cruelty in the name of righteousness and refusing compassion to an orphan child who had harmed no one was a blindness that required a serious reality check. His words left the room stunned. Asia offered a small, grateful smile at Issei's defense and silently thanked the Lord for his friendship. Rias and her peerage were surprised at Issei's knowledge of scripture. Kiba especially followed Issei's points closely, having grown up in a church himself. Rainier, Shuelon, and Carlemine realized there was much about Issei they had not known despite living with him. Ravel watched him with admiration, convinced he would protect those he cared about. Zenobia was momentarily speechless and began to reconsider. Irina was shocked. Before leaving for England she had known Issei as someone who had understood little about the church, so she wondered what had shaped him into someone so well-versed now. Issei announced that he had said his piece and left the club room. Silence hung in the air until Rias cleared her throat and told the visitors that they had their answer. No devil would interfere in their mission. Zenobia nodded, then she and Irina left without another word, leaving the room quiet again. Rias noticed Kiba's earlier frustration and asked if he was all right. Kiba replied that he was fine and asked to be excused. Rias nodded and Kiba slipped out, intending to find Issei, but he could sense no trace of him anywhere. Asia said she had never known Issei to be so learned. About Christianity, Takino observed that Issei was a man of many mysteries. Rainier reflected that Issei was a unique person and wondered if that was why he had shown kindness even to her when their past had been fraught. Shuelon and Carlamine agreed that he was interesting. Ravel thought he was amazing but kept the thought to herself. Kaneko stated that he was complex, and everyone in the room quietly agreed. Issei wandered the town without a plan, watching people move through their everyday lives and thinking about Zenovia's mention of Kokubile, a powerful fallen angel. Issei wondered if that was what Azazel had been hinting at, whether Azazel knew everything. He asked himself why Azazel was not acting. He did not seem like someone who would start a war. Maybe Azazel knew but chose not to intervene. Issei subtly changed direction and headed toward the pier. Sona asked Rias what those two had wanted with her while Sona and Rias sat on the couches in the clubroom and Aquino prepared tea. Rias explained that they had wanted assurance that the devils would not ally with the fallen angels after Kokubile had taken 2 of the Excaliburs. Sona observed that the request was arrogant and insulting but logical, and she assumed Rias had agreed. Aquino poured tea for the 3 of them and sat down beside Rias. Rias said she had agreed because any suspicion that devils were teaming with fallen angels could spark another war. Aquino noted that their Kohai had been the biggest surprise at the meeting. Sona asked what she meant, and Rias said Issei had rebutted one of the Excalibur wielders' accusations by using that wielder's own faith to show their condemnation of Asia was wrong, which had been unexpectedly effective. Sona raised an eyebrow and took a sip of tea. Sona then pointed out that, despite Rias's success in preventing Issei from hating devils outright, his priorities remained uncertain and she asked if he could be trusted. Rias replied that she believed so. He was relaxed as long as no one harmed those close to him, and she thought he was close to accepting them as friends, if not fully. Sona admitted concern about the uncertainty, reminding everyone that Issei had once harbored deep hatred for many devils and had only begun to reconsider because of their peerage's actions. Rias sighed softly. At the pier, with it nearly 5 in the afternoon and less than 48 hours since his last conversation with Azazel, Issei approached. Azazel greeted him with a teasing remark about why the old man deserved company. Issei said he needed to ask something, and Azazel invited him to speak. Issei asked flatly whether Kokubile was the darkness Azazel had hinted at and whether Azazel and Kokubile were working together to start another war. Azazel replied that Issei was only half correct. Kokubile was indeed the darkness, but Azazel sought peace. Kokubile, on the other hand, aimed for war. Issei sat beside him and watched fish drift lazily near the bait. If Azazel would stop Kokubile since their goals were opposed. Azazel smiled and said he would not. Issei sighed and concluded that stopping Kokubile would likely fall to the local devils and the 2 holy sword wielders. Azazel agreed and casually tossed a fish back into the water. Issei said he had to go to train others and himself, because Kokubile was not someone to take lightly. He paused and reflected that Azazel was strange, passive yet desiring peace, and he could not imagine a person who avoided action bringing peace, but he admitted the fallen angel leader did have a cool head. Issei left Azazel alone with his thoughts. Back at the Hyudu residence, Carlamine asked if they should be worried about Issei's abrupt departure. Rainier answered that she did not think so, that his leaving had been odd and hurried but that he would likely return. Asia worried that he had seemed serious and hoped he would not do anything rash. Shuelon suggested Issei might simply need time to himself. Rainier added that Kokubile was very powerful and, based on what she had sensed from those 2, anyone who attempted to face him would be easily overwhelmed. Her voice tightened as she spoke. Carlamine, surprisingly relaxed, said it might be interesting to face a top-tier fallen angel leader. Rainier reacted in disbelief and fear, insisting they were nowhere near Kokubile's level and that he would overpower them all without difficulty. She explained that the difference in wings translated to dramatic differences in power, and that none of them could face him at present. When Asia timidly asked about Issei, Rainier paused and considered. She acknowledged that Issei was already above her level and at least comparable to a strong four-winged fallen angel. Rainier thought that with the boosted gear, which could double power rapidly and even instantaneously in its balance breaker state, Issei's potential made him a significant factor in whatever confrontation might come. They discussed the possibility that Kokubile might kill him immediately, though all agreed it seemed unlikely. Rainier hesitated and explained that he might be able to do it if given enough time to power up, but that depended on whether Kokubile would allow it. Shulan asked if Kokubile was really that strong, and Rainier nodded, stating seriously that Kokubile had been and still was one of the Grigori's top fighters and not someone to take lightly. Asia looked worried, and Carloman concluded that they would have to wait and see. The ever-happy wielder of Excalibur asked Zenobia what she thought next, but Zenobia remained silent. Irina groaned and complained that Zenobia had not spoken for hours, but Zenobia paid no attention to the remarks. Her mind was absorbed in what she had recently been told. She questioned whether she had been going about things the right way. Healing a devil felt like a sin to her. Doctrine taught that such an act made one a heretic, yet she also remembered teachings to love thy neighbor. She thought of Christ asking for forgiveness in his dying moments and wondered whether forgiveness should extend to Asia's mistake. Would forgiving fallen angels and devils be seen as weakness, or should they be better, more benevolent than their enemies? The blue-haired wielder of the Holy Sword reconsidered and re-examined her beliefs in light of those words. Irina sighed and accepted the silence as they walked on. Kiba wandered the streets and, without realizing it, closed in on the old church where fallen angels had once stayed. It was late afternoon. The sun was dipping low, casting a pale reddish light over the town. Anger had been rising in Kiba since Issei's speech. Though the speech had calmed him somewhat, seeing the two Excalibur wielders and remembering his friend's beliefs stirred long-dormant tensions. A voice called out, mockingly referring to Kiba as a lowly devil wandering alone. Kiba responded with barely disguised venom. Freed stepped from the shadows, a sword glowing with holy light in his hand, and taunted Kiba about the arrival of more wielders of Excalibur, boasting about how he intended to make them pay. Kiba replied with cold disdain, and Freed answered with crude, excited talk about the prospect of facing exorcists and fallen angels, imagining the upcoming confrontation. Kiba called him vile and readied himself. He materialized a demonic sword and charged. The clash that followed felt like a scene from an anime. Blades met with ringing arcs of light, motion blurred as they traded rapid strikes and parried with dramatic, stylized moves. Neither combatant showed blood or injury. Instead, their duel was a tense exchange of skill and will, each trying to gain the upper hand amid flashes of energy and swordplay, until they broke apart and evaluated one another for the next move. Issei arrived home and removed his shoes. Rainier and Asia rushed forward and hugged him happily while Carloman and Shulan watched from a short distance. Their parents intervened with good-natured exasperation. Issei's father scolded about entertaining multiple girls under one roof, and Issei's mother playfully tapped him with a wooden spatula before asking him and his friends to leave the room so she could talk privately with her husband. The others complied and left, leaving Issei with his parents. His mother handled the conversation with a light touch, placing a stainless steel pan aside just in case, while his father joked about the prospect of many grandchildren. Issei's mother expressed some worry about the situation, but she also accepted it with a smile. Later, Issei stood while the other four sat on his bed. Carloman admitted they had been surprised by what he had said earlier, and Shuelan added that they had not known him long enough to expect such insight. Rainier asked when he had learned about the Bible, and Issei explained that when he was around 8 he had befriended a quiet, strange girl who was wise beyond her years. Had spoken about devils and fallen angels in a way he could not then understand, which led him to read the Bible for context. He found it an interesting book full of life lessons and teachings about their beliefs. Practically everyone on the side of the angels would be familiar with it, and after being attacked by devils, Issei had often wondered what angels would be like, he admitted with a small shrug. Asia said she was glad he had read the Bible and that she wished he had told her sooner, because she would have loved to discuss it with him even if she could no longer read it. Issei noted that Asia had never asked, which made her pout slightly and only endeared her to him further. Issei then said they should get to sleep because he would begin serious combat training for the girls the next day and would need to see if Rias or Aquino had a place where they could train undisturbed. Rainier groaned at the news, and the group left the room, leaving Issei alone. Issei undressed down to his shorts and lay on the bed, replaying the day's events in his head. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice the door open and close quietly. A presence moved closer while he was beginning to doze, and a hand touched his arm gently. Issei looked up and saw Rainier in her true form, dressed in a violet nightgown that matched her eyes. Rainier asked if she could stay the night, explaining that she had had trouble sleeping since she had stopped sleeping at the others' places and that they needed to be ready for training the next day. Issei patted the bed and told her she could rest there if she needed to. Rainier hesitated briefly, then settled down nearby and relaxed. Issei offered a reassuring touch on her forehead before he closed his eyes. Rainier waited for him to fall asleep, and once he was resting she shifted closer and smoothed his hair. She admitted softly that she liked him a great deal and that, after thinking about it, she believed she loved him. Issei took that in and responded with calm warmth. Rainier rested her head near his shoulder and soon fell asleep. The next morning Issei woke as usual with bleary eyes. When his vision cleared, he saw Rainier sleeping peacefully on a pillow beside him, her hair brushing the edge of his shoulder. Issei smiled, stroked her hair lightly, and left the room for the kitchen without waking her. Xuelon was already awake and practicing katas in the gym, wearing a blue singlet and matching silk shorts. Issei paused to watch as she worked through 2 more sequences before she stopped. Xuelon asked if he needed something, still focused on her training. Issei explained that he had simply been surprised to see her up so early and asked if she normally trained at that hour. Xuelon replied that she trained every day and that a strict routine helped keep balance in life. Issei suggested a quick spar, and Xuelon agreed, saying she would like to see the power of the person who had defeated Riser. Issei set ground rules to avoid causing damage, warning that if he powered up too much or she used fire manipulation things could get out of hand. Xuelon nodded in agreement. They squared off and Xuelon launched into a roundhouse kick. Issei raised his left arm to block and then ducked, attempting a sweep. Xuelon flipped back and landed a precise kick that staggered him. She followed with a flying kick, which Issei rolled under before springing up and driving an elbow into her back, forcing her to the floor. Xuelon recovered quickly and rose to her feet, delivering several push kicks toward Issei's torso. He blocked and redirected them, and when a rotation allowed Xuelon to follow through with a spinning kick to his ribs, Issei crumpled under the impact. He crouched to steady himself as Xuelon charged again, but this time he locked onto her leg during a spin and swept her, taking them both down with him on his knees between her legs and a fist raised in defense. Xuelon acknowledged the hold with a nod, and Issei took that as a sign to end the exchange and helped her back to her feet. Neither was particularly tired, but both were breathing heavily. Issei noticed Xuelon's chest rising slightly with each breath. Issei praised that the fight had not been too bad and noted that if she had used her fire abilities he would have taken serious damage. Xuelon returned a small appreciative smile and admitted that with a few boosts he would likely have overwhelmed her, the hint of disappointment in her tone not escaping Issei. Issei reminded her that power did not determine everything and that a smart attack could beat a strong attack every time, warning that supreme power was useless if one was already seriously injured or had a broken arm. He recalled when he had taken Riser out, saying he had defeated him in only 4 strikes. One involved using a bottle of holy water and another had simply been for show, the rest were well-placed and efficient. Xuelon reacted in surprise at the small number of hits. Issei shrugged and suggested that tactics often beat brute strength, then excused himself to get ready for school, leaving Xuelon to ponder his words. In class, Issei listened intently as his science teacher explained combustion. He was not particularly fond of the subject, but he was trying to master a technique and made a few small notes in the margins before refocusing on the lesson. Sometimes he wondered if the occult research club even attended class. He had only been at Kuo for a month and a half and had already missed several classes, including a 2-week break when he had helped train Rias Peerage. Fortunately, the material was not difficult for him, or he might have failed. When the bell signaled the end of class, many students sighed in relief. Issei thought the topic was straightforward as his weary classmates filed out. He then made his way to his usual table accompanied by Rainier, Shuelon and Carlomagnon. Asia had left midway through the lesson, which made Issei suspect a new development involving the Excaliburs. Carlomagnon wondered if the Excaliburs had been found so quickly. Issei replied that with only a couple of hours, it seemed unlikely they could have gathered much. Rainier expressed worry that if they were searching for Kokobile, they would be courting danger. Shuelon asked who Kokobile might employ, and Rainier explained that as a 10-winged fallen angel, Kokobile could command many 2- and 4-winged angels, but he preferred a few strong comrades and enjoyed fighting himself. Carlomagnon cheerfully proposed taking out Kokobile's allies and then ganging up on him. Issei quietly countered that they did not have to act immediately, drawing incredulous looks from Carlomagnon and Rainier and a confused look from Shuelon. Carlomagnon asked why they would not get involved, and Rainier added that Kokobile could not be up to anything good. Issei reminded them that they did not actually know Kokobile's intentions. He might be gathering Excaliburs, but that might not be the whole story, and Azazel's earlier words came to mind. When Shuelon pressed for Issei's thoughts, he pointed out the gravity of the situation. Kokobile had stolen the Excaliburs from the Angel faction, come into a territory controlled by high-class devils with strong underworld connections, and presented himself as the representative of the fallen Angel faction moves that could spark another war. Shuelon asked what they should do next, and Issei advised patience for the time being. Later that day, Irina greeted Issei as he returned home accompanied by Rainier, Shuelon and Carlomagnon. Issei was surprised to see Irina and Zenobia visiting and asked if something was wrong. His mother, seated across from the two holy sword wielders, commented that she had not expected Issei to remember Irina so quickly. Issei signaled discreetly to the three companions that they could go to their rooms and that he would handle the conversation. Zenobia whispered to Irina that Issei had 2 more girls with him, devils even, and Irina waved her off. Irina reassured Zenobia that there was nothing untoward happening. Issei's mother stood to make tea and suggested catching up. Zenobia was about to refuse when Issei sat down and thanked his mother. He then asked if there was a particular reason for their visit. Zenobia explained that Irina had spent all their money on what she believed to be an image of a saint, while Irina insisted it had been genuine. Zenobia scoffed that she had seen better drawings by children. Issei queried how long Zenobia had known Irina and why she had entrusted so much money to her companion. Zenobia admitted they had only known each other for a few months and that the situation was partly her responsibility. Issei's mother returned with tea, and Issei changed the subject to their assignment. Zenobia said their assignment was not going well and they could not find what they had been sent to search for. Issei suggested that more hands might help and that other people could be willing to assist. Zenobia mentioned that a blonde-haired boy had confronted them and tried to fight, but she had bested him quickly. Issei reflected that Kiba must have been the boy, and that Zenovia's victory showed she was stronger than he had thought. He wondered whether Irina might be similarly capable. Issei remembered that Kiba had said he was a member of the Holy Sword Project, whose goal was to eliminate all Excaliburs. Zenobia confirmed this, and Issei considered the implications. Issei offered to talk to Kiba and said he was sure he could convince him to help. Irina objected to working with someone like Kiba. Zenobia countered that they had no choice and that even if they placated him, they still needed help finding the Excaliburs. Issei reflected that a devil looking to destroy an Excalibur was strange. At least Kiba was not attacking anyone for one. He remained lost in thought until Irina reached out and took his hand. Irina asked if he was all right, moving to sit beside him and holding his left hand in her right. Issei admitted that he had been remembering things and, quietly, that he had almost lost his best friend. Irina squeezed his hand gently, and Issei returned the squeeze, comforted by the warmth. Zenobia watched them for a moment, feeling slightly out of place. Issei promised he would find Kiba and believed Kiba would want to help because of his past. He also offered to assist the two of them if needed. Zenobia expressed that the help of a heavenly dragon would be welcome. Irina thanked him with a smile that made Issei's mouth twitch upward. Issei told them not to worry. Zenobia volunteered to go now if Irina wished, But Irina quickly said they needed to leave and thanked Issei for his help, saying it had been nice to see him again. Issei hesitated briefly, and Irina reassured him that their contact information had already been given by his mother. Zenobia added that she would share her number as well and wrote it down. Issei thanked them and headed off to his room after finishing his tea, making plans for the next day. Later, Zenobia asked Irina why she had not taken the opportunity to claim Hyudu for herself. Irina reacted with embarrassment and exasperation, insisting they did not need to worry about Issei's loyalties. Zenobia pointed out that Issei had 3 women living with him, 2 devils and 1 fallen angel, and argued that their faction was losing ground in the struggle for the Red Dragon. Irina reminded her of their rules and protested that she would not entertain that line of thought. Zenobia suggested that securing Issei's loyalty would solve their problem, but Irina was flustered and refused to listen. Zenobia pushed the issue further with an aggressive suggestion. Irina rejected it outright, covered her ears, and walked away. The next day, Issei tracked down Kiba before school and found him outside a cafe near Kuro. Issei sat down in front of Kiba and surprised him. Kiba told him, offhandedly, that he had been looking for him. Issei replied that he had been looking for Kiba as well. Kiba asked why. Issei explained that the 2 exorcists were willing to team up with him to reclaim the lost Excaliburs, even allowing him to destroy one. Kiba asked suspiciously why they would do that. Issei said they were having trouble finding the culprits. Kiba demanded to know why they were coming to Issei for help and whose side Issei was on. Issei replied that he was someone who could act as a go-between for devils and exorcists and that he was ultimately on his own side, which seemed to relax Kiba slightly. Kiba asked for clarification about Issei's loyalties. Issei deflected, saying it was not the time for such a discussion since school was about to start and he needed to know if Kiba would join the hunt for the stolen Excaliburs. Kiba said he needed to hear it from the exorcists, but he agreed to work with them if he were allowed to destroy at least one of the cursed swords. Issei told him he would inform them after school and that if Kiba skipped school again, he should meet at the cafe at 4 in the afternoon. Issei walked off. Genshuru Saji, who had been listening, felt uneasy and thought the student council president would want to hear about this. After school, Issei told the trio that he had plans and that they could go home by themselves. He would return later. Shuelon, Carlamine, and Rainier hesitated briefly before heading home. Issei called Zenobia and Irina and told them where to meet. Kiba had skipped school again and was already waiting at the cafe before Issei arrived, and Kaneko was inexplicably there as well. Issei sat down and waited for the church representatives, who arrived 15 minutes early. The 2 parties negotiated the terms of their temporary alliance while Issei watched, feeling a bit bored and wondering why he was still there. He thought he was acting like a strange link between devils and exorcists. Once an agreement was reached, Issei said he would leave since the matter no longer directly concerned him. Zenobia informed him that the vanishing dragon had already awakened, which gave Issei useful information. He thanked them and wished them luck with their Excalibur hunt before walking off. Issei reflected that the vanishing dragon had revealed himself sooner than expected, but he did not plan to hunt him down immediately. He believed the dragon would come to him eventually and prepared himself for that encounter. Ddraig, his partner, responded with amused commentary as Issei felt a quiet determination burn in his eyes. A stoic individual elsewhere felt that something significant might happen soon and considered visiting a friend. Later at home, Issei decided to rest until something interesting happened. He opened the door to his room and paused when Carlamine passed by after a shower. Issei respectfully avoided the situation and went to a different room to give space. Unable to sleep, Issei worked out. For a while. Afterwards, he lay down on a bench, too tired to return to his room, and had a mental exchange with his partner. Issei expressed how much he cared for Ddraig, which made Ddraig laugh in amusement. Ddraig reminded Issei about dragons and the nature of dragon aura. He explained that a dragon's aura could be very strong towards species that were naturally attuned to the environment or the feelings of others, such as kitsune. Issei asked nervously whether his aura had that much effect and whether it affected male yukai as well. Ddraig laughed and clarified that while some yukai might be drawn to him, Their reactions tended to be confrontational. They would want to challenge him and prove themselves rather than anything more personal. Issei reacted with a mix of relief and exasperation at the thought of being challenged for dominance. Ddraig informed Issei that the phoenix was on her way. Issei asked what Riser wanted and was almost certain he heard Ddraig slap himself, then he chuckled to himself at the brief confusion between Riser and Revel. He ended the conversation with Ddraig just as a knock sounded at the door. Issei invited the visitor in. Revel entered with an uncharacteristic nervous expression, her usual regal voice wavering as she expressed hope that she was not interrupting. Issei groaned, sat up, and said he was not busy, asking what she needed. Revel explained that she had come as a sign of good faith from the House of Phoenix to show they did not hold the broken engagement against him. Issei replied that he did not want enemies and asked to be called Issei as he stood and stretched. Revel murmured Issei under her breath, savoring the sound of the name. Issei asked how Riser was, worrying he might be permanently damaged. Revel answered that Riser had been in low spirits after his defeat and the shock of losing Lady Rias. She added candidly that his over-reliance on his abilities and subsequent humiliation would be a valuable lesson for him. Issei shrugged, said he was sure Riser would recover, and joked that if not he could rough him up a bit. He left for the kitchen with Revel following. In the kitchen, Issei offered Revel tea while he downed a large glass of water. Revel explained that her mother had traded her for an unused bishop piece. Since her mother no longer played in raiding games, Revel was now effectively a free bishop. Issei expressed curiosity about trading pieces, and Revel eagerly explained the evil piece system, including trading and the rare mutation pieces. Issei asked if a mutation piece could truly turn anyone into a devil regardless of strength. Revel replied that mutation pieces were said to be exceptionally powerful and rare, and she only knew that approximately 1 in 10 devils possessed one. Issei then asked why Revel had come to his home instead of speaking at school. Revel stammered that she had baked a cake as a peace offering and blushed faintly as she set a basket on the counter. Protested that she did not have to go to such trouble, but he prepared plates, forks, and a knife anyway. Revel insisted the cake was made for him, but Issei insisted she stay and be treated properly, cutting 2 slices and moving to the couches with Revel opposite him. Issei asked whether Riser had used the 2 pieces Issei had given him. Revel confirmed that he had not used them, nor the bishop piece he had received in exchange. Issei hummed and tasted the cake, pleasantly surprised by how delicious it was, and asked if she had made it herself. Revel admitted she had and then said she should go, but Issei told her not to leave until she had eaten her slice. Revel huffed but complied, sitting back down to eat. Issei asked why, if she was Riser's sister, she had been turned into a bishop. Revel explained that Riser had requested her because he wanted a peerage composed of a full set of different types. Issei mentally listed the members and their archetypes: Carlomine, the detached and honorable knight; Shuilan, the loyal martial artist; 2 younger members who used weapons, a mature, elegant magic user as queen; 2 cat-eared members, and Revel herself as the Tsundra little sister, and found the arrangement both baffling and amusing. Revel said she had not agreed at first but had given in after several days of pleading. Issei tried to imagine Riser pleading and could not picture it, finishing his piece and going back for another slice, unaware of the pronounced blush that had spread across Ravel's face. Revel apologized and excused herself, saying she had assignments to do, and left in a hurry, almost slamming the door. Issei asked Ddraig whether his dragon aura affected phoenixes. Ddraig replied that it did not to any great extent and suggested Revel might have a crush on Issei. Issei reflected that the feeling might be because he had bested her brother, noted the Tsundra irony, and smiled as he enjoyed the second slice of cake. As usual, Issei walked into school flanked by 4 girls, and people still whispered about him to his dismay. He thought in exasperation that everyone in the school was a gossip. The rumors had grown so outrageous that he found them laughable. Once people claimed he was an alien growing girls in pods to take over the earth, which amused him. He wondered how he had ended up with so many girls and whether he had somehow created an accidental harem, unable to believe he had missed it. He sat at his desk and Motohama and Matsuda approached. Matsuda clasped his hands and begged Issei to teach them how he kept so many girls around him. Motohama asked for enlightenment for himself and his friend. Ika Kiryu observed that it was simple. Issei was smart, strong, handsome, and not a huge pervert, the very traits the two boys lacked. Kiryu wore spectacles like Motohama, had messy brown hair partly tied into two ponytails at her ears, and bangs hanging over her forehead. Motohama protested that he was smart, and Matsuda insisted. He was strong, but Kiryu sing-songed that both of them were huge perverts, so it did not count. Then Kiryu suggested mysteriously that perhaps the others had noticed something about Issei that Motohama and Matsuda were missing. She pushed her glasses up so they caught the light and looked toward Issei's lap in a way that unnerved him and made him look away. Motohama and Matsuda stared in shock and demanded how she knew. Kiryu replied that she could calculate measurements with a glance. Matsuda asked if she had an ability like Motohama's, and Motohama stammered that it was impossible. Kiryu only wagged a finger and told them not to be so sure. Issei's phone vibrated and he checked a message from Irina asking to meet at 4 at his house. Motohama erupted in disbelief and demanded to know who this new girl was. Matsuda insisted that Issei reveal how many girls were involved, calling the secrecy unforgivable. Kiryu teased Asia about having more competition, prompting Asia to squeal and cover Kiryu's mouth to shut her up. At 4, the doorbell rang at the Hayadu residence. Issei answered and found Irina standing on the doorstep, cheerful in her large robe with the hood down. She greeted him brightly and reported that her team had been having little luck finding the thieves. Issei offered to help and told his mother he was going to hang out with Irina for a while. His mother reminded him to be back before dark, and he stepped outside in his school uniform, motioning for Irina to lead the way. They walked together in comfortable silence. Irina took in the surroundings happily while Issei watched her. Issei asked what England had been like. Irina answered enthusiastically that it had been fun, with many unique buildings, kind religious people, and beautiful parks, and she regretted that they had not been able to play there together. Issei reassured her that being together now was what mattered, which made her smile. Irina then asked how he had been since she left and whether he had met many interesting people. Issei replied that none were as cool as her and admitted with a small laugh that he had once thought she was a boy. Irina showed a flicker of urgency wanting to be certain, and Issei affirmed that she was Irina Shido, his best friend and definitely a girl. Irina felt relief that Issei knew the truth about her and was pleased that he called her his best friend. Irina asked if Issei had learned any new moves from Mr. Dragon. He teased that he might have, and when she pleaded he refused to reveal everything, saying he needed to keep some secrets so she would not figure out counters to his attacks. When she begged again and they realized they were alone, he relented enough to demonstrate. He inhaled deeply and let out a controlled burst of flames from his mouth. Irina gasped, eyes wide with awe, and Issei winked conspiratorially, telling her that it was their secret, then whistled a tune. Irina begged to know how he did it, but he kept the method to himself, enjoying her animated curiosity. As the sun began to set, Zenobia, Kiba, Kaneko, and Saji waited in a park near an abandoned church for Issei and Irina. Zenobia explained that the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project had been deemed a heretic and had sided with the fallen angels. Kiba demanded the name of the man behind it, and Zenobia identified him as Valper Galilei, the man known as the Genocide Archbishop. Kiba noted the connection with the fallen angels and decided he would need to ask Issei for a favor. Kiba reported that a few days earlier he had encountered someone wielding an Excalibur and that he was certain this person was responsible for the murders of their men, since there had been a body not far from where he had confronted him. Kiba identified the man as Fried Selzen. Issei arrived at the end of Kiba's report with Irina beside him and dismissed the name as that nut job again. Kiba warned that Fried intended to run the two women through with his sword and then finish them with Excalibur, gesturing toward Irina and Zenobia. Zenobia responded that a lowly stray exorcist would be unable to touch her, and Irina nodded in agreement. Issei chuckled darkly and said he was looking forward to seeing Fried try, which made the others take a step back. Zenobia produced a long robe and told Issei to put it on so they could disguise themselves as priest and sisters to lure the thieves out. Issei criticized the plan as unlikely to attract anyone with their auras so low, then activated his gauntlet and offered to help. He instructed the two church members to raise their holy aura slightly after he boosted them so he could transfer and amplify it. Issei placed his hands on both their shoulders. The boosted gear issued the commands to boost and transfer, and a portion of energy flowed into Irina and Zenobia. Irina smiled and said the sensation was amazing, while Zenobia agreed that it would attract the stray. The group donned their hoods and moved toward the church. Halfway there, an intense burst of killing intent struck them. A white-haired figure leapt from a rooftop and swung a blade in a swift strike aimed at a head, but everyone jumped back, narrowly evading the blow and surrounding the attacker. Fried expressed excitement at finding opponents better than those he had faced before. When the group revealed themselves, Kiba engaged Fried with enthusiasm. Saji used a bizarre ability that produced a long, lizard-like appendage to wrap around one of Fried's legs and hold him in place. An old man appeared beside Fried, guiding him on how to use the power granted to him, and Fried followed the instruction to break the restraining connection and free himself. Zenobia and Irina charged as well, but Fried produced a ball of light and slammed it to the ground. The orb detonated in a brilliant flash that obscured everyone's vision, and Fried vanished. Zenobia, Kiba, and Irina moved to follow, but two oppressive auras made themselves known. Rias appeared with a smile and asked what was going on, a presence that unnerved everyone gathered. After Rias and the others admonished the members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council, the groups dispersed. The church duo left first, followed by Kiba, who apologized again for worrying Rias. When Kiba departed, Issei left as well, leaving Sona, Rias, Kaneko, and Saji behind. Sona asked Saji what he had learned. Saji admitted that he could not be certain based on what he had observed. Fried could choose either faction with the right push, though Saji leaned toward the possibility that Fried would side with the Angel faction. Sona found that conclusion troubling. Rias asked what Sona meant. Sona explained that Issei needed to be watched to reveal his true motives. He might be trusted for saving Rias from Riser, but he remained an unknown. Rias responded that spying on Issei could make him distrustful and push him away. Sona agreed that was a risk but argued it was better to remove a key piece early in a strategic game than to wait and lose one of their own. Sona and Saji left through a magic circle, leaving the red and white-haired girls alone. Kaneko hesitantly asked Rias about the matter. Rias dismissed it as nothing to worry about, and Kaneko nodded. The two of them then departed through a magic circle as well. As Issei arrived home, he went up to his room and sat there going over the night's events before he felt a massive surge of power. The other four supernatural residents of the house quickly converged on Issei's room. Issei noted that he had felt the surge as well and told them to get ready. They had 10 minutes because something with that much power could not be ignored. The four dressed and equipped themselves. As the group readied, a large spear of light plunged into the ground just outside the Hyudu residence. Issei looked up and saw a 10-winged figure floating in the sky. The man's black hair, pointed ears, and sharp features gave Issei a chill. The man introduced himself as Kokubile and explained that he was surprised to learn the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor was a dragon himself and that the wielder's power could be doubled in balance breaker form. Kokubile made it clear he had taken an interest in Issei Hyudu. Issei recognized Kokubile and recalled Azazel's warning, saying that Kokubile was not someone to take lightly. Kokubile scoffed and commented on Azazel's temperament, arguing that Azazel was unsuited to lead the fallen angels and that war was the way for fallen angels to prove their superiority. A new spike of energy came from the direction of the school, and Issei directed Shuelan and Carlemine to head there and deal with the problem. They nodded and set off while keeping wary eyes on Kokubile. Kokubile dismissed them as pawns and said he had left a pet at the school to draw out defenders, hoping to force a confrontation that would set his plans for war in motion. Issei watched Shuelan and Carlemine run toward the academy, then asked Kokubile if they could move somewhere less populated for their fight. Kokubile agreed and challenged Issei, declaring that he intended to end the fight decisively no matter the location. Issei nodded to Rainier as a signal for her to take her true form. Rainier transformed, took Asia into her care, and followed Issei as he sprinted to the park. The park was a large open area with a few trees arranged around a central clearing, giving them plenty of room for the confrontation to come. At Kuo Academy, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba faced a gigantic three-headed dog. Not far from them stood the man who had drawn much of Kiba's hatred, Valper Galilei, accompanied by his fanatic ally, Fried Selzen. Valper remarked that Kokobile had allowed reinforcements to arrive, and he sensed two devil energy signatures separating from Kokobile's location. Rias demanded Kokobile's whereabouts, and Valper informed her that Kokobile was confronting the Red Dragon Emperor. When Rias reacted with shock, Fried leveled his blade at the group, declaring himself the immediate threat. Valper outlined their plan. They intended to seize the Excaliburs sent by the church and fuse them together. 3 swords should be enough to subdue Rias and her allies. The three-headed beast snarled and unleashed a burst of flame, making it clear it would be a dangerous obstacle. Halfway to Kuo Academy, Shuelan and Carlomine ran toward the school, discussing whether it had been wise to leave the fight with Kokobile to others. Carlomine reminded Shuelan of Rainer's assessment. If Issei boosted his power repeatedly, he might be able to defeat Kokobile, and Kokobile's arrogance might allow Issei to power up, which could lead to his undoing. They stopped as 2 figures burst from the trees, Zenobia and Irina. Zenobia demanded to know what they were doing and where they were going. Carlomine explained that Issei had told them to head to the school while he dealt with Kokobile. Irina reacted in fear at the idea that Issei would confront Kokobile. Zenobia warned Irina not to trust them so easily, but Shuelan and Carlomine insisted they were telling the truth and that Issei had Rainer and Asia with him. When Irina asked where Issei was, Carlomine replied that he had confronted them at his house and that they had probably moved on from there. Irina shot off toward Issei's house without another word, and Zenobia cursed as she pinched the bridge of her nose before following. Carlomine and Shuelan continued on to the academy to verify the situation for themselves. Kiba moved forward with a menacing glare and made it clear that he only wanted Galilei's blood on his blade. Fried stepped between them and refused to let him, insisting that someone like Kiba had no right to touch Galilei. Kiba growled and charged. Fried raised his sword, slashed, disappeared and reappeared behind Kiba to kick him, then vanished and reappeared in front of him to attempt a lethal strike that Kiba barely parried. Fried taunted that Kiba would never reach Valper if he died by his hands. Shuelan, Carlomine, and Zenobia finally reached the school and took in the chaotic scene. Zenobia ordered 2 of them to handle the giant hound while she went after the Excalibur wielder and then set off after Fried. Carlomine remarked that the order had been blunt, and Shuelan suggested they should go help. Kaneko landed an axe kick on one of Cerberus's heads. The strike closed its jaw, but the hellhound remained largely unfazed and shrugged off a lightning blast from Akino as if it were nothing. Carlomine and Shuelan moved to engage the creature. Donasik taunted Rainer about complacency and weakness. Rainer shot back angrily, asking why Donasik had once served under her if she was so weak. Donasik claimed he had used the position to get closer to her and insisted he had always been stronger. Rainer mocked that he still had only 2 wings, and Donasik revealed 2 additional pairs of wings bursting from his back, much to her shock. He explained that training under Kokobile had pushed him to that level. Rainer responded by manifesting another pair of wings of her own, bringing her to 4, though still fewer than Donasik's 6. He acknowledged her growth with a mix of insult and reluctant compliment. Flashback. Issei observed Rainer's progress and noted that she was improving. Rainer, hunched and breathing heavily, was racked with pain through her ribs. Issei reminded her that expanding magical reserves was difficult, especially for a human, and that he had endured extreme strain to grow his own power. He emphasized that her current reserves were already significant compared to where she had started and that she should not take them for granted. Rainer asked why she needed to undergo such training. Issei explained that increasing her magical reserves would help her gain another pair of wings and warned that it would be painful. Rainer committed to the effort. After intense training, Rainer celebrated when 2 new black wings appeared behind her. Issei praised her rapid improvement over the past 2 weeks. Overcome with gratitude, Rainer tackled Issei in an excited embrace and pressed her forehead against his in a joyful, affectionate display. She thanked him repeatedly and vowed to use her abilities wisely when pushed to fight. Issei asked her to remember to think strategically in battle, and she promised she would. In flashback, Rainier warned that the wings were not the only change she had undergone as a pink light spear formed in her hands, wrapped in a spiral of red energy. Ddraig responded by summoning two tonfa-like blue spears with golden crosses at the tips around his arms. Each prepared for combat, both fallen angels charged at each other. Ddraig struck first, attempting to jab Rainier in the gut with his twin light spears. Rainier ducked under the strike and lunged to slash Ddraig across his side, but Ddraig pushed away from her attack with ease. Ddraig remarked that he had not expected her to survive his first strike, and a tick mark formed on Rainier's head. Rainier responded by rapidly enlarging her spear and hurling it at Ddraig. Ddraig taunted that it would not hit him and darted aside, but in dodging he lost sight of Rainier. From behind him, Rainier delivered a powerful axe kick to his back that sent him plummeting. Ddraig prevented a hard impact by bracing in a push-up position and then rocketed back into the sky. Ddraig criticized the crude violence as unseemly for a fallen angel. Rainier retorted that whatever worked was fine and teased him about his earlier boast that she could not touch him. Ddraig dismissed the blow as a fluke and suggested she should have used a light spear to end the fight quickly. Rainier winced inwardly and apologized to Issei in her thoughts, realizing she had made a tactical mistake. Ddraig acknowledged that her attack had changed his appraisal of her and produced 3 light spears that materialized around him. He grasped 2 while the third hovered menacingly above him. His tonfa-like spears disengaged and shifted into spikes on his elbows. Rainier clenched her teeth in frustration, seeing the battle had become much harder. Fried taunted the fallen Kiba from the sidelines. Kiba lay down beside Zenovia. Excalibur's destructive power and Kiba's blades had both proven ineffective against Fried. Valper surveyed Kiba and said that he now remembered him. Kiba, the boy who escaped from the Holy Sword Project. Kiba cursed Valper in anger. Valper observed Kiba's displeasure and offered an explanation of the project's aim. He recalled as a child being captivated by the tale of Excalibur and being distressed when he could not wield the swords. He had not given up and eventually discovered a way for people who were not naturally attuned to Excalibur to wield them. He claimed credit for the research and implied others had used his work despite condemning his methods. Zenovia acknowledged through gritted teeth that the factor inserted into holy sword wielders must have been what Valper had extracted. Valper revealed that he had crystallized the factor and produced a glowing blue orb. Kiba accused him of killing comrades for a simple jewel to empower others. Valper admitted to gathering 4 factors and using 3 on Fried. As he spoke, he tossed the orb carelessly toward Kiba, and it came to rest at Kiba's feet. Kiba picked up the orb with trembling hands and addressed the others somberly. A tear fell onto the orb, which then glowed intensely. A host of spirits gathered around Kiba, whispering encouragement. Valper found the turn of events interesting as the spirits rose into the sky and a beam of light enveloped Kiba. Kiba invoked the power and became the sword of his comrades, activating his balance breaker, the sword of the betrayer. The blade in his hands pulsed with a blend of holy and demonic energy. Kiba charged Fried and unleashed a flurry of slashes that Fried met and blocked with difficulty. Zenovia took the opportunity to perform a rite. She called on saints and invoked their names, and a distortion of space appeared beside her hand. She reached into the portal and withdrew a single sword that radiated a tremendous holy aura, far surpassing Kiba's weapon and Fried's fused Excaliburs. Zenovia explained that although she had received the factor to use Excalibur like Irina, she was the natural wielder of Durandal and did not take the sword lightly because of its destructive tendencies. Fried, furious, vanished and attempted to strike Zenovia. Durandal struck and Excalibur shattered from the impact. Zenovia observed that the so-called Holy Sword had proven brittle against Durandal. The path Durandal cut was left in ruins. A single swing ruptured the ground and caused significant damage to the school grounds. Zenovia reacted in exasperation at the scale of the destruction. Fried stared in shock as the legendary Excalibur was destroyed in a single hit. Kiba judged that Freed was distracted and decided it was time to end the fight, then lunged at him. Freed turned to defend with what remained of Excalibur, but it proved ineffective. Freed was struck, staggered, and collapsed from the blow. Valper confirmed that the weapon was a wholly demonic sword, remaining untroubled even as his last line of defense fell. He noted with grim satisfaction that not only the 4 leaders of the Devil faction but the leader of the Angels had also fallen, a declaration that stunned everyone present. A figure then appeared behind Valper and struck him down. The newcomer, a young man with dark silver hair, light blue eyes, and a pair of white dragon wings, admitted that he was slightly late. Rias demanded to know his identity, but the figure dismissed the question as unimportant for the moment. He vanished and reappeared beside Cerberus, touching the beast briefly and commanding it to divide, which caused the creature to whimper. The figure requested that they finish the weakened beast now. Aquino launched a massive bolt of lightning that paralyzed the creature, and Rias finished it with a sphere of destructive energy. Rias pressed again for his name. The figure smiled and asked whether they truly did not know him. Zenobia, after returning Durandal to its own dimension, identified him as the White One. Aquino murmured that he was the Vanishing Dragon. The figure began to speak further, but a massive explosion of energy flared in the distance. His expression turned grim as he announced that something important had occurred and urged everyone to follow him. He gathered Freed and Valper's fallen forms and flew toward the source of the explosion. All the devils spread their wings and took off after him. Zenobia remained standing with a dispassionate expression, then watched them leave and ran after them in annoyance. Kokabeel looked down on Issei with clear disappointment and asked if that was truly all he could do, implying he had expected much more. Issei growled and accelerated, his gauntlet cycling through continuous boost commands as he charged at Kokabeel. The gauntlet systems pushed him faster and faster until he unleashed the technique known as Dragon's Fury. The helmet's mouthpiece opened briefly and a wave of fire streamed toward Kokabeel. Kokabeel allowed himself a smirk of surprise at the hidden ability, noting that Issei had kept his powers well concealed. Issei declared he was full of surprises and fired a concentrated dragon shot at Kokabeel. Kokabeel held his ground and summoned a spear of light to intercept the small ball of energy, forcing it to detonate prematurely. The resulting explosion blew outward in a 10-meter burst. Kokabeel thought with a dangerous amusement that Issei was beginning to approach his level. The boosted gear then initiated its explosion protocol for a more powerful strike. Issei used the opening to vanish in a flash and reappear behind Kokabeel, fist drawn and ready to strike. Kokabeel countered by creating a light spear to meet the punch, producing a tense stalemate. When Issei tried with his other fist, Kokabeel blocked again with another spear. Frustrated, Issei slammed his helmeted head into Kokabeel, making the opponent stumble and briefly falter. Kokabeel sneered and kicked Issei in the stomach, sending him hurtling backward. Issei gritted his teeth, acknowledging that he could not keep holding back forever. Determined to turn the tide, Issei raised both hands and activated Dragon's Roar. Twin beams burst from his palms and fused into one solid column of red energy, which he then wrapped with a spiraling blast of fire from his mouth. Kokabeel responded by forming a golden light spear of equal magnitude, an attack of nearly half the city's size. The two assaults collided and battled for dominance. To Kokabeel's surprise, Issei's combined attack pushed through, forcing Kokabeel down toward the ground. As Issei slowed back to the ground, Kokabeel pointed out that Issei's sacred gear had limitations. The boosted gear registered a reset and Issei's armor vanished. He was left panting and visibly exhausted. Asia immediately rushed over and began to heal what she could. Kokabeel, arrogant and composed, announced that he would allow Issei to recover before finishing him, arguing that crushing a dragon would be more entertaining than stomping an ant. Irina leapt into the clearing, determined to stop Kokabeel, and attempted a sudden strike, but Kokabeel sidestepped with ease. Seeing an opportunity for a different kind of duel, Kokabeel created a light spear and held it like a blade, inviting a sword fight while he waited for the red dragon to recharge. Irina charged with the intent to cut him down for his crimes. Kokabeel raised his spear to block, then pushed upward, breaking through her guard and following with a swift kick to her midsection that sent her staggering back. Kokabeel waited as Irina slowly rose and began to circle him rather than rush in again. He deliberately did not turn even when she moved behind him, baiting her. When she attempted to slash at his back, Kokabeel slipped aside and aimed a precise kick at her outstretched arm, causing sharp pain and forcing her to switch her sword to the other hand. He laughed at the sight. Kokabeel then seized the moment to taunt them about faith and power, claiming that the 4 Satans had perished in the last great war along with many devils and that even God had died. He presented this as a revelation, saying that Michael had been maintaining the divine order in God's absence. Asia and Irina were stunned by the assertion. Asia reacted in quiet shock, and Irina angrily rejected the claim, demanding how blessings could still exist if the Lord did not. Issei roared for them not to believe Kokabeel and insisted that God could never truly die, arguing that the message of God was immortal. He told them that as long as even one person believed in God and followed his teachings, God would endure. He reminded them that angels still existed just as devils did, and that nothing could erase faith so long as people remembered it. Issei shouted that as long as one person still followed the teachings of God, God could never die, and his words succeeded in rousing Irina and Asia. Kokabeel observed that Issei had given them hope again and called it false hope, finding it curious that Issei could say such things while surrounded by devils and fallen angels. Then Kokabeel materialized 3 spears of light and hurled them. The spears struck Irina, leaving her gravely wounded. She dropped to her knees coughing and bleeding. Issei cried out in anguish at Irina's collapse. Asia rushed to Irina and tried to heal her before she lost consciousness, but the wounds were severe, piercing her side and shoulder and leaving her in critical condition. Kokabeel mocked them, declaring that their god had failed to save a loyal follower and laughing with cold malice. Issei felt his world shatter. Irina was dying, and the scene echoed a past failure when someone had come for a holy sword that Irina had access to. He wondered if all his training, pushing himself beyond exhaustion, had been for nothing. Rage and determination flared within him. He resolved to make Kokabeel pay. Ddraig's voice issued from within Issei's gauntlet, instructing Asia Argento to take Irina's body and attempt to heal her if she could, and warning her to flee if she did not want to die. Asia obeyed, carrying Irina and running as fast as she could. Ddraig's voice then warned Kokabeel that he would not live to regret his actions, and Issei began to move toward the fallen angel. Issei began to chant in a voice that was not solely his own, a chorus of tones young and old, male and female, declaring the awakening of the heavenly dragon who had taken the principles of domination from God and the intent to become the red dragon of domination and cast Kokabeel into a crimson purgatory. Issei activated Juggernaut Drive, and power exploded from him. His armor reformed, altered and more fearsome. Large wings unfurled from the armor. His hands and feet were sheathed in claw-like golden spines and his helmet sprouted sharp protrusions. He emitted a bestial roar. The release of energy washed outward in an overwhelming pulse, flattening the nearby trees and scouring the ground. The blast left a wide crater and devastated the park, the force of the transformation obliterating everything in its immediate radius. At the park, Kokabeel arrogantly ordered Issei to take his balance breaker form. Issei scowled but nonetheless activated balance breaker, clad in red armor and settling into a combat stance. Kokabeel indicated that he had brought along another fallen angel he had personally trained. From the darkness, another fallen angel emerged in an old fedora and trench coat. Ddraig addressed Issei with a taunt but then made it clear he was there for someone else. Issei offered a brief whispered word of encouragement to Rainier before she and Ddraig stepped away from the main fight to avoid getting tangled in the clash of titans. Issei warned Asia to stay back, and she nodded, retreating about 10 meters to remain out of range. Kokabeel mocked Issei, suggesting he should boost until he reached at least half Kokabeel's level. Issei's gauntlet began issuing rapid boost commands, and he charged. He pulled his fist back and leapt, aiming a punch at Kokabeel's face. Kokabeel easily swatted the hand away and delivered an axe kick that sent Issei to the ground. Kokabeel expressed disappointment, expecting more, but Issei growled that he was only getting started and began boosting continuously at high speed. At Kuo Academy, Rainier, catching her breath, noted the immense blast of energy. Ddraig observed that Issei was far more powerful than he had expected and insisted he needed to stop Rainier to ensure Kokobeel's safety. Rainier refused and summoned 2 light spears in her hands, charging Ddraig. Ddraig formed a single, staff-like spear twice the normal length and used it to deflect her first strike, throwing Rainier off balance. He attempted a decisive finishing blow, but Rainier crossed her spears to block and took the impact on the crossing point. Ddraig then launched a left roundhouse kick that sent Rainier flying. He held his staff in one hand and conjured another spear with the other, hurling it toward her. Rainier sensed it would strike her and flapped her wings hard, slowing her descent enough that the spear sailed past. She turned on Ddraig and manifested 12 spears in a circle around her, her presence glowing with power. A dark violet aura spread from Rainier, enveloping her and the hovering spears. The energy intensified and gathered at her back, shaping into an elongated form that hardened until 2 additional wings emerged. The spears shifted from light pink to violet. Rainier launched them in a spiraling attack at Ddraig. He struggled to predict their erratic trajectories and, despite his efforts to block with his staff, 2 strikes landed on his legs. He grunted as he began to descend, and Rainier prepared a final light spear to finish him. As she readied the throw, Rainier felt a light touch on her shoulder and turned, surprised to find someone behind her. The new figure exuded a powerful presence that froze her for a moment. The figure requested that she not kill Ddraig, explaining that Azazel would want to speak with him later, and he had freed and Valper slung over his left shoulder. When Rainier questioned how he knew Azazel, he said he would explain later and urged that this was not the time. At that moment, the area where Issei and Kokobeel were fighting glowed ominously red and flames began falling from a point in the sky. Rainier nodded reluctantly. The figure moved behind Ddraig and delivered a quick, non-lethal chop to incapacitate him, then flung him atop Freed and Valper. He announced they should go and then took flight with Rainier following closely. Rias, reaching the scene a few seconds after Rainier and the figure departed, remarked that the man flew fast. Kiba observed that they were almost there. Zenobia shouted that she hated devils more than ever as she ran, trying to catch up to the others. Issei roared and struck from behind, grabbing one of Kokobeel's wings and wrenching it free with brutal force. He followed with a flurry of savage strikes that removed the wings on Kokobeel's right side, then drove into Kokobeel's back and ripped away the remaining wings. Kokobeel stumbled, howling in pain, and summoned a dozen spears of light, each as tall as a person, hurling them at Issei. The jewels on Issei's body flared. From them, dragon-like arms erupted and intercepted the spears, dissolving them before they reached him. Kokobeel, alarmed, asked what was happening as the arms receded and blades sprang from Issei's form. Issei charged, spinning and slashing like a wild beast. Kokobeel produced 2 light spears and parried most of the blows, but one strike slipped through and struck his shoulder. Kokobeel swore in anger just as the mouth on Issei's armor opened and unleashed a blast of electricity. The bolt struck Kokobeel, leaving him racked with convulsions. He dropped to his knees while Issei climbed into the sky. Issei invoked sacred fire. A wave of holy-tinged flame crashed into Kokobeel. Kokobeel could only scream as the light in the flames burned at him. After a few seconds, Issei halted, and Kokobeel rose again, battered and disheveled. He raged that he had stood before God and that Issei was nothing, then gathered a spear of light powerful enough to devastate an entire region. Issei sensed the impending catastrophe and countered. He extended both hands and formed a small crimson orb between his palms. Kokobeel launched his spear. The attacks collided. Kokobeel's focused light began to cut through Issei's defense and surged through, driving into Issei's face. The impact struck his left eye and sent Issei tumbling through the sky, clutching his face and reeling from the blow that left him blinded in one eye but spared from fatal damage by a narrow margin. Kokobeel mocked him as pathetic, laughing aloud, but the sound died when a new presence manifested near the red dragon. A figure moved to Issei, cradled his face in both hands, and Issei gradually fell into a deep sleep. Rainier and the other mysterious figure arrived and saw Issei collapse. Shortly after, Rias and the rest of the devils, excluding Asia, along with Irina and Zenobia, reached the scene to find Issei encased in draconic armor and being held by someone at least a head shorter than he was. The gothic Lolita-styled figure turned to the gathered group, announced that Issei would be coming with her, and vanished in a swirl of snakes. Issei wondered where he was as he floated in a black abyss. His whole body tingled, not with excitement but like the numbness from sleeping wrong on an arm. He tried to lift an arm and realized he had lost all sense of orientation, unable even to tell which way he had moved it. He called out to Ddraig in his mind and strained to hear a response. A distant humming answered, and then a sudden, sharp pain stabbed at his left eye. He clutched his face and drifted back toward sleep. When Issei's body vanished from where he had lain, a young woman had taken him away. Rainier demanded to know who the stranger was. The silver-haired figure materialized behind the exhausted Kokobile and delivered a swift strike to the right side of his neck before explaining that the attacker was something beyond any of them. Rainier pressed the figure for more information, asking who he was and how he knew Azazel, and the figure answered that they should wait a moment, as the last of their group would arrive soon. Zenobia burst from the tree line and glared at the others, her sarcasm sharp as she thanked them for their help. Kiba looked apologetic, but most of the others merely shrugged. The silver-haired man said he sensed another group of devils nearby and suspected one of their own was desperately trying to heal someone, so it would be prudent to assess the situation first. He began to fly away, and the rest followed. Rainier flew up behind Zenobia, lifted her, and carried her along, earning an exhausted sigh and a genuine thank you from Zenobia. Rainier commented that some camaraderie was necessary until they knew what had happened, and Zenobia warned that this did not mean she trusted Rainier. Rainier admitted she didn't trust Zenobia either but preferred to know where her allies stood if a major battle loomed. Zenobia asked how Rainier could trust the devils at all, since Rainier was a fallen angel. Rainier admitted she didn't trust the devils, she trusted Issei. Zenobia asked what was so special about him. Rainier reflected on Issei's nature. She said his dragon essence mattered somewhat, but more important was the way all his traits combined. He was easygoing, enjoyed playful banter, had a mischievous streak and could be impulsive and stubborn. Those qualities balanced each other into something unique. Rainier compared him to a fruit salad, familiar, surprising, sometimes odd, but together they formed the whole of who he was. To really understand, she suggested, one needed to spend time with him in his daily life. Zenobia thought over what Irina had told her about Issei and what Rainier had said, and resolved that she would keep an eye on him for the church if circumstances required it. The two fell silent as they flew. Back where Issei lay, he pressed his fingers to his temples and groaned from a pounding headache. Ddraig's voice boomed, greeting him and noting with relief that Issei was conscious again. Issei asked where he was, and Ddraig replied that he could not say where but could say who he was with. Issei sat up and saw a figure he had not seen in many years standing before him. A young girl with hip-length black hair and gray eyes, slightly pointed ears, a soft headband, and an unusual white and purple dress. Her expression was flat and unreadable. Issei recognized her and was shocked to find Ophis standing there. She identified the place as hers and gestured to the sparse room behind her. The room was barren except for a small purple blanket in the center and a skylight that let in a narrow beam of light. There were no chairs, no tables, and oddly, no doors. Issei asked what he was doing there. Ophis said he had been hurt and that she had brought him to her place. When he asked how he had been hurt, she said that his left eye had appeared to be badly injured and seemed to be missing. Issei felt for himself and, with his eyes closed, placed a hand over his left eyelid and confirmed that his left eye still seemed to be in its socket. Issei moved his hand across his face and felt a small rough patch of skin near the junction of his left eye and nose and just beyond the upper left corner of his left eye. Ophis observed that his ear had been damaged but had healed. Issei checked his left ear and found it felt normal, though the top was slightly harder than he remembered. Ophis explained that draconic traits dominated over human ones. Ddraig spoke from within Issei's left hand and reminded him that having the heart of a dragon meant that particularly damaging wounds would heal and become even stronger than before. Ophis greeted Ddraig softly, and Ddraig returned the greeting respectfully. When Issei asked what had happened to his eye, Ddraig said that Kokobeel's attack had overwhelmed his and the clash had taken the eye. Ophis attributed Issei's lack of memory to the Juggernaut Drive. Issei looked down in shame and asked if he had used it. Ddraig informed Issei that his childhood friend had been hurt. Issei frowned, pressed a hand to his head, and cried out in distress before urgently declaring that Irina had taken significant damage and he needed to find her to make sure she was all right. Ophis calmly told him that recovery was underway, which steadied him somewhat. Issei felt relief, then asked how he still had his left eye when Ddraig had said it was destroyed. Ophis explained that she had helped and offered a faint smile. She produced a small surface of water that floated in the air like a mirror. Issei noticed that while one eye remained brown, his left eye had turned gray like Ophis's and the pupil was slightly elongated into an oval, a subtle abnormality that became obvious only on close inspection. When the water fell away, Issei asked what it had been. Ophis said it was a special gift from a friend. Ddraig then explained that Ophis's eye had infused Issei with additional draconic energy and, because of her powerful life force, he no longer suffered the lingering effects of Juggernaut Drive and could use it again without immediate collapse. Ddraig warned, however, that repeated use would still destroy his life force and exact a severe mental toll, and that the old Issei was effectively gone along with his left eye. Issei listened, sighed, sat back cross-legged, and thanked Ddraig for the explanation and Ophis for her help, asking how he could ever repay her. Ophis replied that no repayment was needed, reminding him that he had already given his payment 9 years earlier. He remembered a time 9 years before. At 8 years old, he had wandered a park 3 days after a fateful evening, realizing how lonely he felt without Irina. He walked through the warm, orange afternoon light and recalled the games they used to play, climbing benches, chasing one another, and playing hide and seek. He sat on a long bench with his small legs stretched out and watched the people in the park, trying to pass the time. The day before he had listened to stories the old man told to others, but today the man was not there. There were few children in the area, so when Issei spotted a small black-haired girl standing apart and looking around blankly, he thought she might be someone new who could become his friend. Issei introduced himself as Issei Haidu and asked the girl for her name. She examined him quietly, first looking at his hand, then at his chest, as if assessing him, and finally met his gaze and said that her name was Ophis. Issei eagerly invited her to play, suggesting games like tag or hide and seek. Ophis asked why he wanted to play. Issei explained that he had felt lonely since his only friend had gone far away and thought Ophis might like having a friend. Ophis showed a small interest upon hearing the word friend and then appeared to consider what a friend might be. Issei, surprised by her uncertainty, explained that a friend is someone you enjoy being around. Issei explained slowly, raising an eyebrow as he tried to decide if his explanation made sense. He described it, friend, as someone you liked more than other people for some reason and who liked you back for some reason. Ophis replied quietly, the words a simple statement of fact rather than an expression of sorrow. There were no friends. Issei felt sympathetic and offered to be Ophis's friend for the day, admitting he had nothing else to do and was a little bored, so making a new friend would be pleasant. Ophis asked why. Issei looked confused and asked what she meant. Ophis then clarified that she wanted to know why he wanted to be her friend. Issei admitted he was not sure. He liked being friends with everyone, but he felt Ophis needed a friend more than anyone else. He smiled kindly. Ophis stared at his smile for a few seconds before nodding slightly and accepting him as a friend. In flashback, Issei thanked Ophis, breaking the small silence that had enveloped her. Ophis only nodded, and Issei returned the smile. Issei stood and stretched, asking if he could return home or if there was anything else to be wary of. Ophis said she had one more thing to tell him and nodded slowly. Issei asked what it was. Ophis reminded him firmly to remember the past and avoid slips in the future, to understand that trust is earned, and to never forget who stood by him as she stared directly into his eyes. Issei sighed and, tiredly, acknowledged her reminder. Ophis nodded once more. They reappeared in a miasma of black mist on the outskirts of Issei's town, safely outside the sensory range of the town's supernatural inhabitants. Dawn approached and most people were still asleep, with only a few early risers active. Issei thanked Office and started toward the path that would lead him home quickly. Office urged him to look for possibilities rather than cling to a single dream, then vanished in a swirl of darkness. Issei muttered that he understood and hurried his pace. Walking the familiar, picturesque route lined with colorful houses and neat lawns, Issei reflected on his situation. He realized he needed to reset his priorities. He had grown too comfortable and drifted from his original goals. He felt conflicted. The life he had built was pleasant, but it had complicated his ambitions. He worried about being distracted by relationships and alliances and knew he needed to focus more on his true intentions while navigating the tangled loyalties that had formed around him. He knew every road to his house by heart and walked without looking up as the sun warmed his legs. Arriving at his home, he scaled the exterior, using gutters and windowsills to reach his window. After confirming his room was empty, he slipped inside and closed the window quietly. He shrugged inwardly at the day and shed his battle-worn clothing, tossing it into the corner before settling into bed in simple sleepwear. He went to sleep hoping for some needed rest. When the sun rose higher and its rays filtered into the room, Issei stirred to find his limbs gently constrained. Groggy, he opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by 3 familiar figures who had dozed off nearby in close, unplanned proximity. The sight left him bewildered rather than comfortable. On his right, Rainier had curled up and fallen asleep. On his left, Rias lay dozing, and Aquino had dozed nearby as well. They had evidently fallen asleep together in a heap of tired bodies rather than with any deliberate intent. Issei felt awkward about the situation and puzzled over how they had all ended up there so soon after his return. He tried to ease himself free without waking anyone, wanting to avoid explanations or prolonged questions. He imagined the conversations that might follow and hoped to slip away before anyone stirred. A warm, teasing voice close at hand broke the silence. Aquino playfully remarked that they were glad he was back and that everything seemed fine. Issei opened his eyes fully and met Aquino Himajima's violet, playful gaze. Aquino's hair was loose and spread around her as she rested her hands on either side of Issei's head, her knees on either side of his legs, supporting herself as she gazed down at him. Her hair formed a curtain between them and the other 2 occupants of the bed. Her violet eyes shone with mirth and excitement, and a clear affection whenever she looked at Issei. Issei asked quietly whether there was any reason the 3 of them were in his bed, especially since he had only been gone for 4 hours. Aquino explained that what had happened 2 days ago had set many things into motion and that, because he had been severely wounded according to what they had learned from Kokubile, she could no longer wait for things to play out naturally. She spoke Kokubile's name with more venom than usual and gently touched the left side of Issei's face. Aquino said she could no longer be content to watch from the sidelines and that she wanted to take a more active role. When Issei asked what she meant, Aquino leaned forward and gave him a meaningful look before pulling back. She said the matter deserved a private discussion and suggested they meet that evening at the abandoned shrine near the edge of town at around 8. After arranging the meeting, Aquino slid off the bed and stood, then disappeared through a magic circle. Issei felt both lucky and bewildered, recalling Ddraig's warning and the unsettling influence of Issei. He managed to free his arms from the hold of the 2 supernatural beings and, as they began to stir, he darted to the window, grabbed his school uniform that happened to be nearby, and climbed out the window before it slowly shut behind him. Rias and Rainier both stretched and began to awaken. They exchanged annoyed questions about why they were there and a small argument broke out between them. Issei reflected that Aquino, while difficult to deal with at times, was not as pushy as Rias nor as brash as Rainier. He smirked faintly, jogged away a bit, and pulled on his clothes, managing to remain unseen by early morning passers-by. The stomach rumbled painfully, reminding him he had not eaten in almost 3 days. Thankful that he had kept his wallet in his school pants, he set out to find the nearest restaurants. He stopped at a yakitori stand and ordered enough to get the cook moving, then went to a ramen stall and ordered plenty of beef ramen, eating so much that he almost depleted the stall's supply of beef and eggs for the morning. Nearly satisfied, he walked slowly in search of one last place to eat before school started in half an hour. After a short walk he decided on sushi and entered a small sushi bar. After he sat and placed his order, a man sat down beside him and remarked that it was good to see him back. Azazel told Issei that if someone under him had taken out the red dragon, he would have been in quite a lot of trouble. Issei replied with a bored expression that he disliked people sneaking up on him, especially when he was hungry. Azazel smiled and explained that he had contacted him urgently because he felt responsible for what was coming and thought Issei should be informed, then ordered a drink despite it being well before noon. Issei guessed that Azazel meant more trouble with fallen angels and teased him about losing control of his subordinates. Azazel admitted he had been absorbed in his research and that Issei had suffered from the consequences. He then revealed that representatives of the three factions would soon meet at Issei's school and that, as a key player in recent events, Issei was expected to attend. Azazel also mentioned that Valley would be there, and his eyes gleamed at the thought of Issei's draconic rival being present. Issei expressed genuine surprise at the prospect of a meeting between the three factions as he quickly ate the sushi set in front of him. Azazel said he had requested the meeting because he wanted the possibility of peace so he would not have to worry about troublemakers like Kyuubi. Issei paid for his meal, stood up, and began to leave, telling Azazel over his shoulder that peace might not be guaranteed with so much bad blood between everyone. Azazel was left to think on that. Issei felt a small relief of normalcy as he arrived at school. Kyuubi's attack on Friday had given him just enough time to recover and be back for Monday. He walked to his desk and rested his head briefly, savoring the calm, until he felt two presences looming over him. Groggy, he asked what they wanted. Motohama told him they had been worried about him because he had not responded to messages all weekend, and Matsuda added that they had tried to contact him repeatedly and were relieved to see him back. They teased Issei about his reputation in a light-hearted way, and Issei protested that he was not like them, denying their accusations while the two friends continued to tease him. The brief exchange drew a few curious looks from classmates. Some students muttered and speculated about Issei's relationships, and he denied any rumors about another. Student, Kiba, with evident irritation. The teacher entered and asked the class to settle down. The teacher announced that a new student who had transferred from Italy would be joining the class, and the boys' reactions made Issei suspect it would be Zenobia or Irina. When the blue-haired girl entered and introduced herself as Zenobia, the predictable responses followed. Some of the boys looked, and some of the girls examined her quietly. Zenobia walked past Issei, gave him a strange look, and then sat down in a seat behind and to the left of him, staring at his back intently. Issei found the gesture odd. The rest of the day continued as normally as things could in a school filled with devils and other supernatural beings and gossip-prone students. After school, Issei headed to the Occult Research Club room, pondering whether the club actually did any occult research or whether it was simply a front for Ria's peerage. After all, Sona's peerage had actually contributed to the school, while Rias's peerage had not done much. When Issei finally reached the old school building, he sensed a familiar presence and sighed, certain it would spell trouble. He entered the room and saw Rias and her peerage along with Rainier, Ravel, Shuilon, Carlaming, Sona's peerage, and other familiar presences. Valle, the silver-haired man who had subdued Kyuubi and helped Rias's peerage against Cerberus, greeted him as a rival. Issei muttered that he was annoyed to see Valle and rubbed his nose in irritation. Azazel smiled and told Issei that the Red Dragon should be pleased to see his counterpart. Issei replied that he was not happy to see Azazel either, especially so soon. Rainier, flustered, asked how Issei could be so dismissive and reminded him who Azazel was. Issei shrugged, acknowledging Azazel's reputation but saying it did not obligate him to be pleased. Rias warned Issei about Azazel's power. Issei grumbled that Azazel could easily beat him, even joking about losing in a video game. Azazel explained with a smirk that Issei's reaction speed was slower and that mindless button mashing only made things worse, which surprised everyone in the room. Rainier asked in surprise if they already knew each other. Issei confirmed they had known each other for some time and wondered why it mattered. Kiba warned Issei that Azazel was the leader of the fallen angels and had the power to overwhelm everyone present. Issei replied nonchalantly that Azazel would not do that. Sona asked why. Issei said it was not Azazel's style and that he avoided harming women. Azazel added sternly that while he would not hesitate if necessary, he preferred resolving matters through words rather than violence, making it clear that no one should mistake that preference for weakness. Rias and Sona both tensed slightly at the reminder, preparing for a possible confrontation, while Aquino glared at Azazel as if he were an old rival. Azazel then explained why he had gathered them. He said that in a few weeks the 3 faction leaders of the Angels, Fallen Angels, and Devils would meet at the school to discuss recent events surrounding Kokubio and other matters he intended to raise. He reminded them that each present had been involved in the incident in some way or was responsible for the institution, and that many would not want the meeting to take place given the possible outcomes. He had called them together to warn them in advance, since no one could predict what would happen during that gathering. Azazel advised everyone to stay on their toes in a calm voice. He then explained that he had finished and could answer a question or two before he needed to leave, inviting them to speak freely. Sona asked sharply whether Azazel had ordered Kokubio to pretend to break away from his leadership and attack the school. Azazel acknowledged the expected question, said he would elaborate further in the meeting that everyone would need to attend, and gave the short answer that Kokubio had acted of his own volition. Rias asked who might try to interrupt that meeting. Azazel replied with a small smile that there were 2 possibilities: a fairly new terrorist group with unclear intentions, or a threat closer to home consisting of devils who opposed the new leadership and supported the old system. Azazel said he had no more time, thanked them for their hospitality despite some of them being icy, bowed briefly, and gave a pointed glance in Aquino's direction before walking toward the door. He told Valley that they should be off. Valley began to follow, pausing to stare Issei in the eye and give him a small grin before leaving. Issei commented dryly that it had been rather interesting. Rias then asked Issei, now that they were all present and he seemed in a good mood, to explain where he had been these past 2 days and what he had been doing. Rias asked what exactly had happened. Issei replied amiably and asked where Irina was. Sona explained that Irina was recovering in her family's territory. The Citri clan was one of the few to possess advanced medical facilities and operated one of the most renowned hospitals in the underworld, and she gave Issei a sharp glare while speaking. Issei smiled and asked to see her. Sona declined, saying it would not be possible at this time. Sona reported that the patient had awoken yesterday afternoon and would likely be in acceptable condition to leave in about 3 days. Issei said he would leave and turn toward the door. Rias quickly demanded an explanation for where he had been the past 2 days and what had happened. Issei admitted that he had fought Kokubio, who had been a formidable opponent, and that he had been forced to use an ability he preferred not to describe to counter Kokubio's powers. Kokubio had landed a lucky hit that injured him, and a third party had then intervened and taken him away to heal. He had been recovering for the past few days and returned to Kuo at dawn. Issei asked disinterestedly if that was enough. Sona noted that his left eye did not match his right and asked him to explain. Issei explained matter-of-factly that his original eye had been destroyed and a friend had given him a replacement. He could not show up to school suddenly missing an eye because it would raise suspicion. Sona observed that the friend sounded generous for healing him and providing an eye. Issei replied vaguely that the friend was not altruistic but focused on a goal and intent on achieving it. The 2 of them stared at each other without flinching. Issei announced that he would be leaving, saying he was still hungry after not having eaten for an extended PRD and wanted to catch up, then he left the room quickly. Sona asked Tsubaki to begin preparations for the upcoming meeting and to send someone to check on the exorcist. Tsubaki nodded and departed with the rest of the student council. Rias told her peerage they were free to leave as well and suggested refining their combat skills, and her peerage acknowledged her. Only Rias and Sona remained, seated on opposite couches. Sona explained that, despite Rias's attachment, Issei remained evasive, deceptive, and non-committal, and that his allegiance appeared to be only to himself and to 2 friends, one of whom was affiliated with the church. Rias agreed that she disliked the situation but admitted Sona was right. Issei had become more passive-aggressive and less confrontational, either hiding something or distancing himself. Rias resolved to approach him differently to try to earn his trust. Sona pointed out that, although Issei seemed somewhat hostile toward her and her peerage, he no longer regarded Rias's peerage as a significant threat, making him more vulnerable to Rias's efforts. The former members of Riser's peerage held a slightly elevated position, and the fallen angel was on a similar level. The other exorcist, Zenobia, remained a wild card. She was an exorcist who knew sensitive information, and Issei had shown only mild tolerance toward her because she was a friend of his childhood friend. Sona proposed that manipulating Issei's childhood friend would likely change his attitude but would make him suspicious and would be difficult, given the friend's strong faith. The Citri devils had scanned her mind and found her belief unshakable. Her only weakness was Issei, which might be useful later but not immediately. Sona recommended Zenobia as the best avenue now. If Rias could recruit Zenobia into her peerage, she should wait a day or two to let Zenobia earn Issei's trust before turning her to their side and using her to influence Issei. Turning the fallen was nearly impossible, especially with Azazel involved. Rias asked why not use the former members of Riser's peerage, and Sona replied that there was bad blood between them and Rias's peerage, and they would want nothing to do with a plot against Issei, which worked in Rias's favor. Rias said she would handle things personally while keeping an eye on Zenobia. She believed Aquino would be the best way to approach the matter because Aquino had the strongest rapport with Issei among Rias's peerage members, and Issei was unlikely to suspect Aquino of anything, especially if Aquino herself was unaware of any scheme. Sona nodded and then left the room, leaving Rias alone. Outside the clubroom, under an open window, Issei smiled with a private satisfaction. He noted that they had caught on to his actions but did not yet understand their meaning, and that by attempting to use Aquino they had turned the tables on themselves, an unwise move for them but a golden opportunity for him. He then slipped away without leaving a trace. As the appointed time to meet Aquino approached, Issei walked leisurely toward the outskirts of town. He stopped at a small dango stand, ate several skewers, drank a cup of green tea, and continued his slow stroll. With an hour to spare, he was in no hurry. He considered Sona very suspicious, the more calculating of the two, and figured she had never truly trusted him. Rias, by contrast, struck him as more emotional and less coldly strategic, which made her easier to influence over time. He also worried that Irina was currently in Sona's territory and he could not go to her. He decided to trust that she would be safe. Once Irina was able to leave, he intended to give her some advice. Irina's trusting, naive nature was a central part of who she was. Issei thought that at the very least she still had her faith, which should keep her wary of devils for now as he analyzed the situation. Issei asked aloud if someone needed something, though the small urban area seemed empty of other people. After a brief moment, Zenobia appeared from behind a tree. Issei commented with a smirk that her stealth was terrible. Zenobia admitted that stealth had never been her strong suit and that brute force was her preferred method of combat, making stealth pointless given the size of her blades. Issei conceded the point and asked disinterestedly what she wanted. Zenobia moved closer until she was only a meter away and said she wanted to understand what made him special. She noted that possessing power and a sacred gear was hardly unique, his attitude was not particularly distinctive, and his appearance was rather plain. Issei grinned and deflected her remark with a boastful, vague retort. Zenobia responded flatly, asking if he was trying to provoke her. Issei denied that and added that he was only claiming his appearance was not average and that there were aspects he was not ready to reveal. Zenobia nodded and referred to the incident when he and Irina were young, saying she did not know the specifics but that he had somehow defeated 2 devils as a child without training. Issei replied that, aside from that, nothing too strange had happened to him, and he failed to see why she considered him special. Ddraig found that a bold-faced lie and was amused. Zenobia said she would leave him be for now but would be watching and wanted to understand why so many people were affected by him. She intended to find out eventually. She turned and left. Issei thought it was interesting that things kept getting better, smiling as he headed off. He considered that he could gather a strong base with minimal work, many of them powerful, and that he had yet to start putting his plans into motion. The thought brought a satisfied grin to his face. Issei finally reached the shrine, which, despite its age, possessed an almost regal quality. It was well maintained and showed almost no signs of damage. He slowly ascended the stairs, thoughts swirling as he tried to figure out how to twist the upcoming interaction to his advantage. He did not want Aquino to turn on him, because then Rias would likely find out about his actions. When he reached the top, he saw Aquino waiting, clad in shrine maiden clothes, a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and Zore with white tabi. She was smiling pleasantly, which surprised him. Issei thought he had never seen her look so peaceful. Aquino greeted him happily and said he was just on time. Issei explained, scratching the back of his head, that he could have come earlier but had wandered around since she had told him not to arrive too early. Aquino giggled in an unusually innocent, girlish way, covering her mouth with her hand. She said softly that she should have made it clearer he could come any time and that she had chosen a later time so he could take care of other things since he had been gone for a few days. Issei apologized and said he would know next time, caught off guard by her out-of-character behavior. He found it a little unsettling that dignified Aquino was acting so innocently childish. There was more to her than he had thought, and he resolved to take it into account for their upcoming conversation. Aquino invited him inside and said she would prepare tea. He nodded and followed her into the tea room, removed his shoes, and knelt in the Seiza position near the short-legged table, a bit closer than would be proper for a formal ceremony. Aquino served the tea. He turned the cup 3 times, sipped thoughtfully, and noticed that while her tea was always good, this cup was even better. Aquino smiled and said she had chosen a rarer, more exquisite tea for the place, which gave it a superior flavor compared to the plain green tea she normally served. Issei thanked Aquino, saying it was delicious and that he was sure it was not just the quality of the tea but also the care put into making it that made it so good. Issei replied that a rich man could obtain beautiful weapons of gold, but a blacksmith knew how to make everlasting weapons of steel. Aquino teased him about suddenly sounding wise, and Issei admitted he was not truly wise, only willing to give praise where it was due, which made Aquino smile contently. Aquino commented cheerfully that it was polite of him. As they finished their tea, Aquino hesitated, seeming reluctant about what she was about to say. She shyly asked Issei, while looking down and avoiding his gaze, what he thought of her and whether she was a friend, a classmate, a love interest, or an enemy. Issei, slightly confused, asked what she meant and returned the question by asking what he was to her. Aquino admitted she could not be sure either and that she knew what she wanted them to be but was unsure if it could happen. Issei inwardly worried that she could not know his true motives. Aquino then explained, with a heavy sadness, that Issei had been attacked by devils as a child and by fallen angels recently, and that people close to him had been hurt. She said that each time those attackers had been ruthless and uncaring, and she wondered how he could possibly accept either species as human-like when both groups cared little for those outside their allies. Issei, relieved that she did not know his ulterior motives but confused by her accusation, replied that humans were not inherently more peaceful either and that if humans possessed the same power as a devil or a fallen angel, humanity might already be extinct. Aquino stood and turned, lowering her haori so it dipped below her shoulders. Issei stared at her back in confusion until a whooshing sound announced 2 appendages bursting from Aquino's back. One a typical devil wing and the other a fallen angel wing. Issei was stunned. He had never imagined a fallen angel-devil hybrid could exist, let alone one who went to school with him. Aquino asked whether he considered her an abomination, a plague on the world, or a sick creation of clashing energies, and lamented that her blood felt filthy and disgusting to her because she was both a devil and a fallen angel. Aquino said she knew Issei still hated devils, that she had seen the look of loathing he gave them when they first met and that the same look appeared in his eyes for fallen angels. She insisted he must feel similar hatred deep in his heart. She added that she had chosen to become a devil voluntarily and wondered what that made her in his eyes. Issei slowly stood, clasped his hands together and concentrated. A dark purple ball of energy coalesced between his hands, expanded rapidly, and streaked out of the building before covering the area. He panted and knelt down. Issei told Aquino, tiredly, that he did not hate her. Aquino gasped in surprise and moved closer until she was kneeling opposite him. She pressed him about how he could not say that when she represented what he hated, angrily asking him to be rational. Issei insisted she was the irrational one and, grabbing her by the shoulders to get her attention, said firmly that he hated devils but not her. Aquino reacted with shock and tears as she asked what he meant. Without warning, Issei came around the table and held her close. He gently embraced her and stroked her long hair as he asked her to listen. Aquino did not speak but nodded with her head against his chest. Issei said he would not go into the full reasons for his hatred of devils, that his past was darker and murkier than most could imagine, and that his hatred, irrational as it was, had roots in events that had shaped him. He explained that while humans could be selfish and cruel, devils represented a different nature. Mature pure-blooded devils tended toward cruelty in ways he could not accept, though those still young could be guided to be different. Those who were already grown, he believed, were too far gone. Issei explained that he did not hate most people who had become devils. He recalled meeting one man who had chosen to become a devil to satisfy cruel impulses and noted that the man was long dead. After a pause, he turned his attention to Kiba, Kaneko, Asia, and Aquino, and said he did not hate them. He believed Aquino had been manipulated into becoming a devil. As a fallen angel, she must have been influenced in ways she might not even realize. He admitted he did not know the exact circumstances, but based on her behavior it did not seem to have been driven by a despicable desire. Aquino pulled away slightly but remained nearby and asked how he could be so sure. Issei replied that his past was murkier than she might expect and that he had met many different people. He said she was an example of someone who had been tricked into thinking she had chosen to become a devil. Aquino protested that he could not know what Rias had been like when she met her, insisting that Rias had been kind and selfless. Issei allowed himself a small, inward smile and suggested that Rias might be using or manipulating her. He pointed out the transactional nature of contracts, where services are exchanged for payment, and asked why Aquino would be bound to Rias if Rias were truly selfless. He argued that the structure of a peerage placed the leader over the others. Aquino fell silent and considered his words. Issei continued, questioning whether a devil could realistically leave a master and describing how threats against family or openly opposing a master could turn a peerage member into an outcast. He said that leaving a peerage was rarely an option because other devils would track down powerful deserters. He portrayed devils as enforcers of a social hierarchy who often exploited others, while acknowledging there were exceptions. Aquino replied sharply that she believed Rias was one of those exceptions and that Rias treated them all as family. Issei offered an example to illustrate his point. A vulnerable, possibly wounded or ostracized person might be offered power, friendship, safety, and hope in return for lifelong servitude, creating deep loyalty and obligation. Aquino, shocked, asked how he could know, insisting she had never told anyone the details of how she joined Rias's peerage. Issei clarified that he was not claiming specific knowledge of her case but was describing a common recruitment method he had observed, one that tended to foster extreme devotion. Issei then asked why she hated fallen angels. Aquino stood, turned her back, and adjusted her haori after retracting her wings, saying she hated fallen angels because they were responsible for her mother's death. Issei restated that this hatred was unconditional and asked if she rejected her fallen angel half because of it. Aquino nodded without turning around. He asked whether she had become a devil out of spite for that half or because she had been forced into it. Issei sketched a likely scenario. She had fled and avoided contact. Then a moment of vulnerability had led to a confrontation from which Rias had appeared to rescue her. Feeling indebted, she then chose to serve Rias wholeheartedly. Aquino shuddered at the memory of that first meeting. Issei explained that he did not intend to hurt her but wanted to show her how the world often worked. He stepped closer, placed his right hand lightly on her left shoulder, and said he knew his words were shocking, apologizing for upsetting her. Aquino asked why he had told her all this. Issei answered that he wanted what was best for her. He acknowledged she might think he was lying but insisted he was not a bad person, that he looked at people for their potential and saw much in her. He told her that being a fallen angel-devil hybrid suggested she had endured hardships only the strong could survive and that she deserved to know the truth. Issei told Aquino that he would say nothing more about the matter but asked a favor, prompting Aquino to study him closely. He urged her to see the world as it truly was, To look at Rias without feeling indebted and decide for herself whether Rias was genuinely the exception she seemed to be or simply another being using appearances to keep people in line. He explained that the purple sphere of energy she had seen him create earlier was a barrier that had been slowing Rias' arrival without her knowledge, and that Rias would arrive in 10 minutes, so Aquino should compose herself rather than give Rias something to worry about. Before he left, Issei added that he did not hate Aquino for being what she was, because he could see she was a person who deserved to be loved and hoped for it. He walked away, leaving Aquino emotionally drained. That night in bed, Issei reflected on the conversation and spoke mentally with Ddraig. Issei thought he had been shrewd, planting small pieces of a distorted truth that Aquino would rationalize in her own way. Ddraig answered mentally that Issei's tactic could backfire spectacularly if Aquino realized she was being used. Issei replied that he did not intend for Aquino to leave Rias. She was too valuable to be discarded. He believed that having allies in influential positions would be useful for his plans. Ddraig admitted, after a pause, that sometimes Issei's callousness and cunning were frightening. Issei reminded Ddraig to keep their focus on the goal. The next 2 days at school were surprisingly pleasant for Issei. The school had settled into an awkward limbo as people tried to work out whether the rumors about him were true. Motohama and Matsuda pushed to keep speculation alive, but Issei knew their story was losing steam as it became clear he and Kiba had minimal interaction. Rias kept her distance from Issei, avoiding close situations and behaving more passively at club meetings when he was present. Aquino behaved much as before, though occasionally she cast a questioning look in Rias' direction. Zenovia remained fixated on Issei, which he found amusing. He would sometimes disappear and reappear to tease her. Through their interactions he learned that Zenovia, shaken by what she had learned about God, was uncertain where her loyalties lay. He reassured her the way he had reassured Irina in the past, which helped build trust between them. To pass the time until Irina recovered, Issei helped Zenovia train, and they returned the Excaliburs to the Vatican. Things were a little frosty between Issei and Rainier, who had been upset that he had not revealed his familiarity with Azazel, but the argument did not last. Shualon and Carlemine spent much of their time with Ravel. The three of them had known each other for a long time and got along well. Azazel kept to himself, staying out of sight as he prepared for the upcoming meeting. When the day finally arrived for Irina to return to Kuo, Issei felt anxious. His friend had been in a devil stronghold among devils who knew she was an exorcist, and he wanted her out as soon as possible. He reminded himself that the devils would not risk something rash now, but he still preferred the sooner the better. Tension with Rias and Sona had been growing. Sona was rightfully suspicious of his motives and actions, and Rias was becoming disillusioned and seeing their relationship more rationally. Issei did not worry for himself, but he wanted Irina safe. As he approached the old school building, Issei steadied himself for how he needed to appear. He sensed that Rias, Sona, their queens, Zenovia, and one other person were already in the meeting room. He opened the door and was suddenly struck by a large projectile, which knocked him to the ground. Irina immediately leapt onto him in relief and embraced him tightly, pressing her forehead to his shoulder as she asked if he was all right and explained how worried she had been. The fussing felt different now than it had when they were children. It stirred emotions in Issei that he could not easily name, but he knew Irina was special to him and always would be. Issei told Irina that he had been more worried about her and asked how she felt. As she looked at him, she noticed his eye and widened in surprise, asking what had happened to it. Issei sighed and brushed it off as a long story, and Irina asked for confirmation that he had really lost his eye. Irina asked how he had gotten the artifact, then leaned in and whispered into his ear so only he would hear, asking if it was a dragon eye. Issei nodded and explained that it was a dragon eye, but from a different dragon. He had made some friends after the others had left, and this was a gift from one of them. Irina understood and stood, knowing it was best to speak away from prying demonic ears. Issei also rose and bowed to Sona, thanking her politely and crediting her and her family for Irina's recovery. Sona responded that it was the least they could do, given Irina had been hurt in a battle with a common enemy. Issei acknowledged that she could have used the opportunity to weaken the opposing faction but chose not to, and he expressed his gratitude. Rias then noted that they now possessed many fragments of Excalibur and gestured to a chest full of the pieces. Rias believed Irina and Zenobia had been on a mission to retrieve them. Both girls affirmed that was the case. Rias asked if they would be leaving soon. Zenobia explained that she would remain for now while Irina returned the Excalibur fragments to the Vatican. Zenobia intended to stay because of events expected to occur there soon and felt it important to help secure the area for the meeting. Sona asked if Zenobia had checked with her superiors. Zenobia said she had received a letter after writing to the Vatican and had been told to trust her judgment. Sona advised arranging a place to live, but Zenobia insisted that the church was suitable and that she would be fine for the present. Rias offered temporary housing, but Zenobia remained polite but firm. Rias then told Irina that Issei would look after her until she needed to leave and asked her to try to stay out of trouble. Irina smiled cheerfully and agreed. Issei announced they would be off, and Rias and Sona nodded while their queens observed. Outside, Issei asked how Irina really was. Irina replied that she was fine and gently chastised him for worrying too much. They walked back to Issei's house in an easy silence until Issei noticed Irina fidgeting. She surprised him by giving him a light peck on the cheek and softly thanking him. Issei, puzzled, asked what she meant. Irina admitted that she appreciated his protection and that he had always been there for her. Issei reassured her that she did not need to thank him, that she was his best friend, and that he would be there for her no matter what, promising to protect her with all his strength even if she became stronger than him someday. The two childhood friends smiled and continued their walk home. A figure observing them smiled fondly and reflected that Issei's heart was torn between love and hate, and resolved to try to help him. The days passed swiftly. Irina left to return the Excalibur fragments. Zenobia settled into life in Kuro, integrated into the rhythm of student life, and focused on understanding Issei rather than indulging in the usual gossip. Rias and Sona eased their scrutiny of Issei as he kept a low profile. Akino returned to her usual outward demeanor, though Issei noticed she sometimes spent short PRDS alone. The others behaved as usual, though Rainier would occasionally drift into thought. As the day of the meeting approached, Issei felt a growing apprehension about what he planned to attempt. At the meeting, Surzex addressed the two dragon emperors and asked what they desired. Valley answered that he wanted to fight strong opponents, indifferent to whether it was in peace or war, as long as he had worthy adversaries. Issei stood and moved to stand near Valley with some space between them. He declared that his goal was to bring the dragons back to glory. A black portal opened between him and Valley, and Ophis appeared, releasing her power and causing many in the room to drop to their knees. Azazel asked cautiously what Issei's actions meant. Issei's intention was plain. In his dream, Issei declared that he would see to it that dragons reclaimed their rightful place in the world and that, with the aid of the White Dragon Emperor and the infinite dragon god Ophis, they would usher in a new age of dragons. Ophis then unleashed a wave of energy that threw everyone in the room back. The three dragons focused their power together, while explosions sounded outside. The fight blurred past, and when Issei looked up, everyone lay down except the dragons. The three dragons took to the sky and left Kuo. As Ophis began to open a portal for their departure, a massive spike of magical power appeared above the school and struck it, overwhelming the building and everyone inside. Issei woke with a scream and sat bolt upright in bed, drenched in sweat. He gripped his hair with both hands, elbows on his thighs, rocking slightly and murmuring that it had only been a dream. A gentle voice asked whether it had truly been only a dream. Issei turned and saw a man with blonde hair and green eyes who radiated a calming presence. The figure identified himself as Michael. Issei asked, with curiosity, whether the figure was the Archangel Michael. Michael confirmed that he was. Issei asked whether what he had seen was merely a dream. Michael replied that it depended on Issei. When Issei pressed for clarification, Michael moved closer and sat beside him on the bed. Michael explained that the vision had shown one possible future based on decisions Issei might make going forward. Michael said he had been watching Issei and the young Irina since the incident in their childhood and that incident had been a major turning point for the world's fate. He told Issei that, Had it not happened, Issei would have grown up differently. Michael went on to say that Issei's possession of Ddraig and his innate traits made him someone who would change the world, but the way he changed it could still vary. Michael cautioned that many would be affected by Issei's actions because of his power, and the vision Issei had seen was only one possible outcome, one in which Issei helped bring about the end of the three factions and allowed dragons to rise to dominance again. Issei reflected that in that vision the leaders of the three factions had died and asked whether Michael could prevent such an outcome. Michael explained that he might not need to intervene because the future was shaped by free will. He told Issei that what he saw and what happened might not correlate because individuals could choose differently. Michael emphasized that when a powerful person made a choice, its effects could be sweeping. Issei summarized that he, and a select few others, had the power to change the world for better or worse. Michael asked Issei what his heart truly desired. Issei placed his hand over his chest and said that his heart wanted Irina to be kept safe, and that he had willingly made sacrifices for her. Michael pointed out that in the vision Irina had died, which made Issei dwell on the losses he had witnessed in the dream. Rainier, Asia, Aquino, Ravel, Zenobia and many others had perished because of him. Michael reassured him that it did not have to be that way and urged Issei to let go of his hate. Michael reminded him that he had observed the atrocities in Issei's life from the attack on him and the young Irina up to the events of June 21, 4 years earlier. Issei's gaze hardened. He insisted that if Michael knew of that day, then Michael would understand why he could not simply abandon his hatred. Michael replied that Issei must let go, or else the vision he had seen could become reality. Issei clenched the sheets and pulled at his hair, whispering that he did not know how. Michael told him that letting go would require focusing on what mattered most to him and that the truth lay inside him. As Michael began to walk away, he was enveloped in golden light. Issei panicked and asked how Michael could leave without revealing what that truth was and whether leaving might lead to Michael's death. Michael said that he trusted Issei to find the truth within himself and to do what was right. He told Issei to have faith and that he was destined for great things, and then he vanished. Alone, Issei thought that he needed time to consider what could be more important than his hatred for devils. He slumped back onto his pillow. The day of the meeting approached and Issei began to crack under the pressure. Even the most oblivious people around him noticed the change. He started arriving late to class, frequently sought the nurse's office for discomfort, and on occasion left school early. His parents were starting to get worried about him, and none of the girls living in his house could figure out what was wrong with Issei or how to help. Anytime someone asked him what was wrong, he would say that he was not feeling well and that he needed to think, then walk away. Ria sat across from Sona in the Occult Research Club room and told Sona that she did not understand the problem. Rias noted that, while their relationship with Hyudu was at best neutral and he had been behaving oddly, it did not seem like something to panic over. Sona replied that the concern lay in how sudden the change was. Hyudu had always been straightforward, and there had been no reason to expect something like this from him before. Rias asked whether Sona now considered Hyudu a threat. Sona answered that she did not trust him, but until now she had never had cause for real suspicion. This new behavior, however, was genuinely worrying. After a pause, Rias suggested that the upcoming meeting of the three factions might be causing stress, or perhaps memories of a childhood friend coming and leaving again, but Sona pointed out that the timing did not match and suspected another party might be involved. Rias accepted that explanation and agreed they should wait for new information. Kaneko moved to leave the room, and Rias asked where she was going. Kaneko said she was out of sweets and quietly opened the door to exit. Sona raised an eyebrow and commented that Kaneko's behavior had been odd. Rias responded that she would talk to Kaneko later but that there was nothing more to discuss until they had new information. Sona and her peerage left, and Rias, Aquino, and Yuto Kiba remained. Rias asked the other two what they thought. Yuto said he did not claim to be an expert on Issei's patterns, but that Issei's behavior reminded him of how he had acted when Excalibur had reappeared. Aquino agreed with Yuto and added that the change reminded her of how Yuto had behaved recently. She did not understand what could have caused it and was certain no new devils had approached Issei. Rias wondered whether another faction could be responsible, mentioning Azazel and the possibility of angel involvement, though she did not think Issei had had contact with the angel faction beyond the two exorcists Irina and Zenobia. Kiba conceded it was possible but unlikely. Aquino suggested that Issei's secretive past left room for something to have triggered old memories, perhaps a person or a special date. Rias concluded that, in the meantime, they should observe him and avoid aggravating whatever was bothering him, and she asked again where Kaneko had gone. Issei sat with his back against a tree in the shade, eyes closed and thinking. He wondered whether he could let go of his hatred, clenching his fist as the question ran through him. Kaneko approached and addressed Issei in her usual monotone. Issei paused, studied the petite girl, and then relaxed his hand. He greeted her quietly. Kaneko asked if she could speak with him privately, and Issei, surprised, agreed and followed her. Kaneko led Issei off school grounds to the market area and into a sweet shop. After buying a large stack of confections, she took him to a small park and sat on a bench. She began to eat, then pointed to the space beside her to indicate that she wanted Issei to sit. Issei obliged, intrigued by her unusual behavior and temporarily setting aside his internal dilemma in favor of curiosity. Kaneko asked Issei if he knew how she had become a devil. Issei said that he had a general idea from Rias. Kaneko explained slowly that her sister had used an ancient ability called Sage Mode, an uncommon power of certain spirits, and that in a sudden surge of that power she had struck down their master and then became mentally unstable. Issei asked whether that meant Kaneko was also one of those spirits, and Kaneko answered that she was. Issei guessed that she might be a cat spirit, and Kaneko abruptly stopped eating. Issei said that he had encountered a few cat spirits in the past. Kaneko asked how long ago that had been, and Issei, concentrating, estimated 4 or 5 years. Kaneko dropped the sweet she had been holding to the ground. Now Issei did not claim to be an expert on the matter, but from what he had seen, Kaneko valued sweets the same way most kings valued gold, and seeing her drop a treat was a rare sight. Kaneko asked with a shaky breath whether the nekishu he had encountered in the past had black or white hair. Issei replied that it had been a while, but he remembered one of the bigger ones having black hair and a younger one he met later having white hair, and he asked why she was asking. When she did not answer immediately, Issei noticed Kaneko trembling. He asked if something was wrong, his voice carrying worry. Kaneko murmured the name Ryujin, which made Issei rise abruptly from the bench and stand rigid as he stared directly at her. He asked again what she had said, his breath held. Kaneko repeated the name Ryujin and then asked if he was Ryujin, staring at the sweet she had dropped on the ground. Issei shook his head firmly and looked away, insisting that it could not be true. Kaneko then mumbled that Chiron had missed Ryujin. Issei dropped to his knees to meet Kaneko's gaze. He expected tears but instead found a small smile on her face. He asked in shock how she could be Chiron and how she had become a devil after everything she had seen, referring to the depths of evil she must have witnessed. Kaneko explained that when Rias had found her she did not respond to the name Chiron and chose Kaneko instead. She went on to say that it had been Rias and her family, not the devils as a whole, who had saved her. Issei pressed the point, unable to understand how she could accept that after what she had seen, but Kaneko replied softly that she had realized some devils were evil, but others were kind. He could not find a response and simply sat down beside the still smiling Kaneko, a slightly troubled expression settling on his face. He asked if she had been safe all that time and whether she had known who he was from the start. Kaneko nodded slowly and explained that she had not said anything before because she had seen how hostile he was toward devils. She said she did not know whether his hostility came from what had happened to her or from something he had seen later, but she had not wanted to bring back painful memories. Issei asked why she mentioned it now. Kaneko said that it was 4 days after that date and she thought his memories might be returning, and wanted to help. She told him plainly that devils were not all bad people, and that he had simply been unlucky enough to meet more of the bad than the good. The two sat in silence for about 15 minutes, both lost in thought. As the sun began to break through the clouds, Issei stood and suggested it was time to head back to school. Kaneko nodded, clutching the bag of sweets in her left hand and eating a chocolate bar with her right. She smiled and called him Ryujin. Issei smirked and answered, using Chiron, and the odd pair headed to school. They walked mostly in silence aside from Kaniko's quiet chewing. Both were content. Nearing the school gates at lunchtime, students milled about and chatted, but the noise dropped as people noticed Issei and Kaniko walking through. The pair paused as everyone stared, then made their way through the crowd toward the Occult Research Club room. Some students openly stared at Issei, and two of them called out in unison, cursing him for being involved with yet another odd situation. Issei face-palmed and sighed, while Kaniko snickered and teased him about being a pervert in a light-hearted way. Issei muttered that the pros outweighed the cons and continued on. When Issei and Kaniko reached the club room, it was mostly empty with only Rias inside. Rias looked surprised as they entered, and even more so when Kaniko took her usual spot on the couch and continued eating sweets, mostly ignoring the others in the room. Issei approached the desk where Rias sat and stared at her for a long moment with a scrutinizing gaze. Rias returned his stare but felt unnerved by the intensity, as if she were being examined. Issei's gaze did not waver. Eventually he nodded, closed his eyes, and sat down next to Kaniko with his eyes still shut. Rias watched with a critical eye as Kaniko settled into Issei's lap and continued eating. Issei absent-mindedly smoothed Kaniko's hair, a small, quiet motion that surprised Rias. She outwardly maintained a calm appearance but was internally astonished and struggling to understand how Issei could suddenly be so comfortable around devils. To her, such a change did not seem normal. The sound of the door opening interrupted Rias's thoughts as Rainier entered. Rainier had been trying to track Issei for a while, and after asking around she learned that he was heading with Kaniko, a devil, to the Occult Research Club room. Curiosity drew her there, and she stepped in to find the same strange sight Rias had just witnessed. Rainier sat opposite Issei on the other couch and stared at him. His eyes were closed, a small smile rested on his face, and his posture was relaxed. The change in him made Rainier wonder what had caused it. After several minutes of watching the quiet scene, Rainier finally broke the silence with an inappropriate remark. Kaniko muttered a dismissive comment and Issei opened his eyes slowly, appearing bored by the interruption. Rainier demanded to know why Issei was so calm and relaxed in the presence of devils. Issei shrugged and said he had changed his mind about something. Rias, now very interested, prompted him to explain, and Issei took a moment before admitting that his feelings about Rias and those like her had shifted. Rias reacted skeptically and asked why his entire opinion would change so suddenly. Issei responded vaguely that there were reasons. Rainier leveled a crude accusation, which Issei and Kaniko both told her to shut up in unison. Rias found their synchronized rebuke unnerving. Kaniko continued to sit quietly beside Issei while he remained calm. Kiba arrived and watched without commenting. Ravel followed, keeping her distance and occasionally glaring at Kaniko, who met her gaze with a challenging look. Aquino entered and did a small double take at the odd scene in the club room before commenting with playful surprise. Kiba remarked that it was an odd scene to walk into. Issei finally spoke after a long silence, explaining that although he had never hidden his dislike of devils, he had never been directly hostile to the people in the room and acknowledged that some of them had helped him. He admitted that it had been unfair to lump everyone together and offered an apology. He stated that from that day forward he intended to see them as individuals and possibly, in time, friends, and he asked only for the opportunity to do so. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed his words. Aquino, Kiba, and Rainier looked to Rias, waiting to see how she would respond, while Ravel remained fixed on Kaniko with a cold glare. Kaniko returned Ravel's stare with a faint smirk. Rias questioned whether Issei expected her to accept the apology without an explanation for his sudden change of heart. Issei teased that Rias could be smarter than she let on and suggested that she wait until the upcoming meeting of the three factions, then added that Kaniko had played a part in changing his perspective. Rainier persisted with teasing accusations, which Issei brushed off by observing that Rainier seemed preoccupied with the topic of section. Rainier continued to boast about her own tendencies, and Aquino chuckled in agreement. Issei steered the conversation back to the main point and asked what they hoped to gain from his change of attitude. Rias asked if he simply wanted a fresh start free of suspicion and reminded him that she and Sona suspected he might be a sleeper agent. Rias then asked rhetorically whether they could be blamed for their caution. Rias retorted that Issei had just admitted to secretly despising them. Issei shrugged and admitted that he did not wish to be antagonistic toward any of them, that he realized he had been foolish and, frankly, pretty racist. Rias paused and considered his words. She suggested they could try to start over, but warned that since Issei had confirmed many of Sona's suspicions, Sona would likely keep a close watch on him. Issei asked Rias to pass a message to Sona, then spoke in a steely tone warning that if anyone tried to manipulate Aquino or to use Irina, Zenobia, Rainier, Shuelon, or Carlamine to spy on or manipulate him, there would be consequences. Most of the room reacted with shock, and Aquino reacted most strongly. Rias sighed, nodded, and Aquino abruptly stormed out, slamming the door behind her. The room fell quiet. Issei sighed, nudged Kaneko to get off his lap, and Kaneko shuffled back to her usual spot on the couch as he stood. Issei said he would go and speak with Aquino, and admonished Rias to do better in the future. He told her that if she truly cared about Aquino as she claimed, she would never have considered using her as a spy, even if Sona had thought it a good idea. Then he left the room, closing the door softly behind him. Kaneko asked Rias quietly whether she had really used Aquino as a spy. Rias sighed and admitted that she had, expressing shame and promising to try to fix things and become a better master for everyone. Ravel suggested that Aquino would likely forgive her, noting that as her queen and oldest piece Aquino was not one to hold a grudge. Rainier disagreed, and Kiba muttered that many in the peerage did seem to hold long grudges. Issei walked toward the gymnasium thinking that a conversation with a woman scorned by her best friend was not something to rush. He reassured himself that Aquino must know Rias cared for her, even if not in the exact way Aquino had thought. He could sense Aquino's presence near the back of the gymnasium, her energy rising and falling. She was likely angry and, more than anything, felt betrayed as though she had been used. He reflected that if this had happened the week before, he might have tried to turn it to his advantage, but now he intended to handle things differently. Ddraig spoke up and asked if Issei had been sincere in his earlier admission. Issei replied that he had been honest. Michael and Kaneko were right, and he needed to let his blind hatred go and stop judging an entire group before getting to know individuals. He acknowledged that nearly 10 years of prejudice would not disappear overnight, but he could take the first steps toward change. Ddraig asked whether Issei's larger goal had changed. Issei answered that his goal remained the same. He still wanted dragons to earn the respect they deserved, but he would try not to rely on extreme measures. Ddraig dryly noted that the pun was not funny, and Issei teased back about Draig's repetitive history, after which Ddraig huffed and fell silent. Issei stopped at the corner of the gymnasium, knowing Aquino was leaning against the wall nearby. Aquino quietly asked whether he had known about Rias's manipulation before the incident at the shrine. Issei confirmed that he had known. Aquino asked sadly if that was why he had questioned whether she had been manipulated, and Issei explained that his suspicion came partly from his prior beliefs about devils. That it turned out to be true for her was an unfortunate coincidence. Aquino asked how she was supposed to act now, her voice cracking. Issei admitted he did not claim to be an expert, but he believed Rias would not let things lie. Rias would try to earn Aquino's forgiveness. He reflected that as a king, Rias did not always act like one, which had both benefits and drawbacks. Issei spoke softly that all he could really say was to trust herself, that she was a smart woman and would know what to do. Aquino asked tenderly whether, since he no longer hated fallen angels or devils, he could answer the question she had asked earlier. Issei responded that he might have an answer, although it might not be what she wanted to hear. Aquino then asked timidly if he could do her a favor, surprising him. Issei obliged, a little confused. Aquino asked him to close his eyes and count down from 5. Issei closed his eyes and began. As he counted, he heard her move closer and felt her hand cup his right cheek and caress it gently. When he opened his eyes at 0, Aquino leaned in and gave him a brief, tender kiss on the forehead, an NTMT but gentle gesture full of affection. Aquino then confessed with violet eyes full of emotion that even if he was not ready to speak the words she wanted to hear, she wanted him to hear hers. She wanted to stand by his side forever. Issei let her words sink in, then brought his right hand up, took Akino's left hand from his cheek and smiled, indicating that he would like that too. The two students returned each other's warm smiles. The rest of the day passed without much drama. Akino returned to class but avoided Rias's gaze. Issei was questioned about appearing with Kaneko and settled the matter by knocking Motohama and Matsuda into each other, leaving them disoriented and discouraging further questions. While walking home with Rainier and Asia, it was clear both wanted to talk. When they entered Issei's home, the trio greeted his parents and then went upstairs. Issei sat on his bed, tired, and Rainier asked seriously if what he had said was true. Issei confirmed it was. Rainier pressed for why, and Issei offered an explanation, admitting that he had concealed his association with Azazel. He explained that some time after Irina left he had been alone, and not long after he had befriended a supernatural being. This friend was extremely powerful and intelligent, so much so that Issei still had difficulty reconciling her appearance with what she truly was. For simplicity, he would refer to the friend as female while explaining. Rainier considered commenting on the odd details but remained quiet to hear more. Issei described how his friend had many connections and took him to various places to learn and grow stronger, sometimes to the underworld, other parts of Japan, and occasionally to other countries. During those trips, he met many people, some followers of his friend and some strangers encountered when he was allowed to explore. On one occasion he came across two cat spirits who were reserved and cautious. After several meetings they became mildly amicable. Issei confirmed that the white-haired girl Rainier mentioned was indeed one of those cat spirits. He had met Kaneko and her sister, though at the time both used different names, and he used an alias to protect his family from the dangerous people he encountered. Some discovered his true identity because of their extensive intelligence networks, such as Azazel, whom he would discuss later. When he met Kaneko and her sister they exchanged stories about their lives. Issei learned that Kaneko's sister later joined a peerage. He did not claim the right to divulge all details, but he asked his friend about the leader the sister served under and learned enough to grow to hate devils even more. Over the following months he watched Kaneko and observed the cruel actions of that leader until one day Kaneko's sister defeated him. Rainier found this hard to reconcile, saying that it sounded like reason to hate devils more. Issei explained that his change of heart came from what happened to Kaneko afterward and from advice he had recently received, and that he would not share all of Kaneko's past because she had the right to keep it private. Rainier muttered that it sounded far-fetched. Asia, who had been listening quietly, suggested that Issei had perhaps found forgiveness and freed his heart from hate. Issei murmured that his heart had been freed from hate, and Asia added that such freedom came through love for friends and for those he cared about, regardless of what they were. Issei laughed softly, drawing Rainier and Asia's attention. Issei gently patted Asia's head, rested it on his shoulder for a moment, then let it fall back to his side. He smiled brightly and told Asia that she was right, he really had changed. He hoped things would be easier, but privately doubted it. Issei cheerfully explained that he had met Azazel purely by chance. Rainier expressed incredulity that he had met the leader of the fallen angels by accident. Issei recounted the surprising story of a gaming convention and a one-on-one elimination tournament where he had faced Azazel. Azazel had narrowly won with a well-timed attack, claiming the prize. Rainier and Asia listened, amazed that such a meeting had happened in such an ordinary setting. Issei joked that Azazel was an incredible gamer and that, beyond his fascination with sacred gears, he had varied interests. Asia remarked with a smile that Issei seemed to know many interesting people. Issei agreed, admitting that not all of them had been good influences, but that he had met many kind people along the way, including the two of them. Rainier teased that Issei must know a lot of people, and Issei suddenly stood and placed his hands on Rainier's shoulders to speak seriously. He told her firmly that she was a good person despite her flaws, and that she was better than she believed herself to be. Rainier blinked, surprised by his sincerity. Issei added quietly that he had been ruthless in the past, hinting at a darker side of his history. Asia reached out and placed her hand over his, reassuring him that he was not a bad person and reminding him that he had helped her when he did not have to. Rainier agreed that, despite his distrust of devils, she had never seen Issei hurt anyone. Instead, he had stood up to bad behavior when necessary. Rainier then teased Issei about his love life, which made him slightly embarrassed. He quickly stopped an awkward explanation and suggested Asia focus on her homework, and Asia smiled and left the room. Issei breathed a sigh of relief and went to take a shower. Rainier watched him leave and thought confidently that, in time, she would win his affection. The next day, the club room buzzed with a light tension the day before Parents' Day at school. Issei sat between Kaneko and Ravel, with Asia opposite him and Rias behind her desk. Kiba stood nearby, smiling as he observed a playful exchange between Akino and Rainier about who Issei liked more. Rainier argued that Issei seemed to favor her, recalling times he had behaved closely toward her, while Akino countered that Issei often blushed around her and that he showed a different kind of fondness when she was near. Rainier insisted she had shared a close moment with Issei earlier, and Akino claimed she had experienced an affectionate moment with him as well. Rias asked about the truth of their claims. Akino giggled and said it had been a shy, awkward moment when everyone had been sleeping nearby. Rainier protested, remembering a different quiet, affectionate instant. Issei furrowed his brow, trying to piece together the timing of each memory, and muttered thoughtfully about the sequence of events during the Kokabile incident. Rainier fought down her blush and jabbed a finger playfully near Akino's face, keeping the atmosphere teasing rather than serious. The conversation continued in the familiar, light-hearted way that held steady the bonds between them all.